trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space.
Onto the tags here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with Virtus+2. The bears they're feasting.
The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Many goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Dawn of the final day. 12 maps remain. I've consulted the script and it said that these are going to be gigabangers mocks as we try and figure out who's going to walk away with a lion's share of 250 fat stacks.
Yeah, thankfully for all three of the teams involved today, we don't have to figure out who's going to be sent over to Atlanta. So that is one weight from the shoulders now lifted. Unfortunately for both Na'Vi and Virtus+Pro, after they finished their first best of 5 game, Citadel is waiting in the wings in the upper bracket for that grand final of a best of 7 for a rematch. Both times we've seen Citadel being able to absolutely roll through Na'Vi. However, Virtus+Pro yesterday kept it very close, especially when we went into the second half of the series and they figured out the bans a little bit better in comparison to the first time around, because trying to ban Poly, 4 Vanguard target bans coming on through, he's just a little bit too flexible when it comes to the hero seeker play now.
Yeah, I think that's a Midtown Virtus+Pro would rather forget, and Poly only became stronger when you tried to constrain his hero pool. He rises to the challenge, as do all of our EMEA teams here. Only 3 remain in Na'Vi, Virtus+Pro, and Citadel, and they will be the trio who are representing all of us EMEAers at DreamHack Atlanta. But it's worth noting as well, the positioning in this tournament is also probably going to determine their seeding over in Atlanta, because remember, for Na'Vi, formerly Rad, they had to go through a play-in tournament at mid-seasons because they were the lower seed from EMEA. We don't know what the format's going to be for DreamHack just yet, but rest assured, better seeding probably means a better chance of making it towards that World Championship title.
Yeah, I mean, better seeding might also mean that you get to play later than those in lower seeding, which is also going to be very important because, as we saw in the mid-season LAN stages, meta changed drastically. When all of the teams were actually under one roof and all scrimming, all of a sudden we got to see so many different compositions starting to come to the forefront, with a lot of teams having to really quickly learn on the fly how to play the Mantis triple strategist lines. Back when that was actually tied to Adam Warlock. We're still likely going to be seeing a lot of Mantis coming through today, though, especially because Jeff the Land Shark has started becoming the instant ban for a lot of teams.
Yeah, Jeff the Land Shark we're going to be able to have a look at later as one of the more problematic elements in the current strategist line when it comes to professional play. Congratulations, by the way, to Chopper Mag and Crazy Raccoon for stamping their tickets to get ready to join us in DreamHack Atlanta. I believe we'll find out North America's representatives next week during their playoff brackets. Here's how ours shaped out, though. Na'Vi versus Chopped was a absolutely heartbreaking match for only one could go to the LAN finals, but in the end, Na'Vi, our reigning world champions, managed to scrape it out.
Yeah, and now they get to go head-to-head against Virtus Pro in those lower bracket finals for a chance at Citadel Gaming once more. As we can see that it's rematches. It's a rematch of the upper bracket finals, which was a best of 5 coming on through, which went the full distance, 5 maps in total. Citadel versus Na'Vi, however, was a full 3-0 sweep, though Na'Vi did go on tape yesterday when they were talking about their interviews to say that, yeah, Citadel came on through with a composition which is incredibly stressful for you to have to try and figure out how you're going to play into it. The bans weren't quite what they wanted to either. I think now that they've had the opportunity to experience that aggressive a dive coming on out of a double strategist 2-2-2 dive format that we've seen Citadel run in the past, they're going to be a little bit more equipped to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, the Undivables format has been shown by both Citadel and earlier Na'Vi on a Hall of Jalia. I tend to remember they were like, oh, we were scared to use this in an official, and they put it out against maybe a lower tier team in our competitive stack. Here's a look at the total prize pool. Today is not just about seeding. Today is about fat stacks of cash, and there are so many of them. 250,000, $250,000 in total awards are ready to be distributed, and the big fat share of that, 70 stacks, is going to go to first place.
Yeah, and Na'Vi's definitely going to be eyeing that one up too, considering the fact that they might be the mid-season LAN champs, but they're not the current defending EMEA region champs. That actually goes to Citadel, or Berber Patapim, as they were known when they picked up that title. With Virtus Pro, there's additional pressure on the line, given the fact that, 1, this is their first time getting this far in the bracket, and 2, even though we've been talking about how dominant this team has been since the very beginning of Marvel Rivals Esports, they've never actually been able to pick up one of those top positions and titles coming on through.
Yeah, all of their titles have come from the MRCs previously. The Ignite stages have not gone their way. Third-party tournaments, it's been here and there when it comes to Virtus Pro's results. Let's dig into the roster, though, because this is a roster that has barely changed since beta, with Fincy being the only addition, I believe, being in place of Doge and being added to this roster from his former collection of Iceland friends known as Niceland.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, I think they struggled at the beginning of this meta, and then they basically just figured out, why not just play to our team strengths? And we've seen them start to rely more and more once again on things like Star-Lord, the Torch, as well as the Winter Soldier and the Psylocke, being able to find a lot of virus. We can see here Sparker coming on through with that Galactic Legend, absolutely clearing a lot of those players from Citadel, as poor Enzo is forced to just have to hold up the Seraphim shield to deal with all of that damage, meaning that he gets pressured now by Finzy on the Captain America, so they can finally find that point flip.
Nevix has had himself a monstrous run so far. Virtus Pro really have been bringing it, but up against Citadel, it was a little bit of a struggle. Here's Nevix managing to clap back, being able to shut down those back lines, and then, of course, convert it onto the Punisher afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he also just face tanked to Final Judgment coming on through, thanks to some of the healing from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. As we can see, Fi here on that Human Torch. Virtus Pro really putting a lot of resources into him, giving him both the Idol Aura as well as that Ultron. This was an absolute massive Jeff ultimate coming on through from Dridro, just holding on to 4 players for as long as possible so that Virtus Pro can get even more point percentage on that domination type and make it even harder for the regroup to be able to come on through in time to challenge them before they hit OT.
Okay, let's talk Na'Vi on the other side. A team that was vaguely retooled after Guangzhou losing Melio to Citadel, who we will see later, and adding Crisis and Jerky to their lineup.
Fate on that Jeff, though, is going to punish if it is an instant ban onto the Mantis. It's going to be a save onto the Jeff. Likewise, if it's an instant ban onto the Jeff, it's likely going to be a save onto the Mantis. Na'Vi really is pick your poison in terms of what strategists you want to let through, and their Vanguard lineup is no slouch either. Trust Me and Rogero are incredibly flexible, with Trust Me as well being one of those sort of player-leading coaches that we get to see coming on through, so that Na'Vi, they have all of that intelligence throughout the entirety of the round, not just when they're trying to figure out how they want to take their bans or after maps.
Good looking here at the hero pools. Naga is a fantastic Human Torch player. Having Jerky on this roster really has added a level of flexibility as well, and Crisis is, I think, probably their best Winter Soldier player, and Winter Soldier does have his niches in this meta.
Oh, that was an absolutely huge Eye of Agamotto there coming on through from Rajaro thanks to a stall of a God of Mischief. Here's the dive composition that we get to see. As trust me, shows that Venom might normally be playing on that floor, but he's still got all of the potential to take those flyers up above him. Na'Vi have been able to deal with so many different compositions, the 2-2-2 dive compositions, the pocket flyer compositions too. I feel like if we're going to be seeing them lean heavily into the dive with Jerky on that Psylocke and trust me on that Venom, we're likely going to be seeing things like the Winter Soldier come through from Virtus Pro's side.
Yeah, we had a chat to Jerky yesterday after their match, and he did say that he thought that there was a significant underrating of Psylocke in the current meta. There was a nerf to Wing Shurikens in Season 4.0, but it was only for return damage. So overall, losing about 20, still has that team up with Emma Frost, who is generally pretty ubiquitous when she's not banned out.
Yeah, but one thing that we are definitely going to be seeing getting banned out is Jeff the Landshark, and let's have a look at why exactly Jeff is so problematic for a lot of these teams to have to deal with. Not only do you have to worry about the aggression coming on through from the dives with things like the Venom symbiotic shenanigans, so you can just unparalleled walk upon another team, you also have to worry about the shenanigans that come alongside the ultimate, as we can have a look and see that both Virtus Pro and Na'Vi have actually been using this for a very intelligent kind of play. Virtus Pro here made a big gamble where they invested every single one of their ultimates to clear Na'Vi, to guarantee that the only way Na'Vi would be able to come back onto this point, because trust me, is going to go down here now off of a blind coming on through from Dridro, was a Doctor Strange teleport. So Fire's going to grab that speed bubble, he's going to set himself up, he's going to wait for that teleport queue, and then he's going to come here and cast the ultimate and carry the Doctor Strange away before Na'Vi can find any opportunity to touch, which means that Virtus Pro, despite being at ultimate disadvantage, have no way of coming back on through. And here's a play that we actually had to slow down. It's so fast you might miss it. Keep an eye on Dridro. We're going to watch the Eternal Bond, but I want you to watch what happens when this cloak comes out of their ultimate. Did you see it? It's coming. It's there for 0.5 seconds. That is a cloak out of the CC immunity of Eternal Bond, getting frozen by level 1 Crook for literally 0.5 seconds to guarantee that Fate can cast the It's Jeff without having to worry about the iframe from Dark Teleportation to stop it coming through.
Absolutely manic stuff coming through from both of our teams when it comes to our planning around It's Jeff. And we have also seen some pivots from our tertiary team, Citadel, in using the Jeff Nado as well. So there are a lot of options when Jeff's on the table, and that's why it's often the primary ban before any protects can come through for our teams. But Mox, when Jeff's the primary ban, it opens up the gates for Mantis.
Yeah, and Mantis with that 12% damage boost, being able to give it over to a duelist for one-sided spars with things like the Human Torch, or to embolden and have that damage potential now turned into pick potential off of things like the Venom's Feast of the Abyss, means that if we do see the Mantis make it on through, you have to weaken a lot of those other things. But speaking about strategists, let's have a look at a strategy from level 1 Crook, because oh boy, God of Mischief copies onto the rocket so they can get the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. But not just that, everyone's been here in this exact position trying to take a rocket down, and level 1 Crookster is going to continue running on that wall into all of the healing orbs, stalling long enough for the rest of his team, comes out of the God of Mischief window into the Devious Exchange so that he doesn't get picked far away from his team, and buys the time for them to come back onto that objective and come on through and crush with an Eye of Agamotto.
Should have had a content warning for the FaZe fans out there. Sorry about that. Both Leolaz and Smashnez being unable to connect with that last little shot onto Rocket Raccoon. Did you see how low his health went towards that culling aura? I believe it was 39. I think 35 is the cutoff, or maybe 37.5 is the cutoff to be executed by the culling aura of Winter Soldier. Give over that reset that would have put FaZe back into that fight and back into that map. Alas, wasn't to be. Crook's got the moves. Guy's got motion. There's nothing else to say about it. And we might see a little bit of Rocket Raccoon on domination as well, especially if Jeff makes it through, as it seems like Na'Vi and Citadel both have been embracing like the undivables. Jeff and Ultron and Rocket Raccoon in any combination of two do make for a fairly unpin-downable backline, so that you can continue playing these weird positions and supporting your own divers just running over towards the enemy.
Yeah, it's actually seeing a lot of value on domination, like you said, on an undivable composition, but not just that. If you are trying to run dive yourself, you know that you're likely going to get countered. There are so many things in the meta that have CC frames that, you know, even if you go for a soft dive kind of playstyle, you're not going to be able to ban out absolutely everything. So having that rocket BRB in the back pocket, even if it doesn't manage to find a pickup, it's still forcing the enemy team to have to rotate deeper around the map to be able to take it down before those fights begin, which buys you a lot more space and opportunity to push onto a team. As we get ready to head into our first round, it's going to be Krakoa, and I expect to see Japs getting target banned out immediately.
Yep, Krakoa, definitely a great area for Jeff. Environmental hazards. Oh, Na'Vi are not going to be prioritizing the Jeff ban away from Virtus Pro. They're not even going to prioritize the one-sided Mantis either. They want the Ultron, so we might be looking at an Undivables composition here.
I mean, the Ultron is now going to mean that things like that Star-Lord are going to be able to gain a lot of traction, as Virtus Pro now have to decide what exactly they want to use this ban on. Do they go for the Mantis since Na'Vi didn't save it? Or do they start taking things away that the Ultron could potentially pocket? And indeed, there it goes. Star-Lord has been removed. As we've seen on Krakoa, Virtus Pro like having Ultron and Human Torch in play, and Star-Lord was the main thing stopping them.
Yeah, great way to try and counteract the Human Torch or the Ultron. The Rage of Ultron is essentially helpless against Galactic Legend when it gets popped. It's going to be the one-sided Jeff here for Virtus Pro. Why not? It's been a great tool in the hands of Dredro, and now Na'Vi are going to start taking away options from Virtus Pro, knowing that they might not want to go against one-sided Star-Lord here, so they might remove it on their own, and Symbiotic Shenanigans is going to be the priority shutdown.
Yeah, that one's got to go immediately, as Venom doesn't have to worry about soft diving. He can go straight in for the hard dive from the first aggression hit. When he has that Symbiotic Shenanigans sustainability, Na'Vi now are also going to equalize and mirror out that Star-Lord ban, as you can see that Virtus Pro, once again, are still targeting things that this Ultron could potentially pocket. Something else that hasn't been targeted in terms of bans, because, I mean, normally, previously, we wouldn't really see it being worth it, is the Psylocke that Sparker has in the back pocket. If Ultron is in play, Psylocke is going to have a very strong target to turn her attention into, as Virtus Pro are going to use their second save on the Emma Frost to make sure that if they have to play into retakes, they've got things like Psionic Seduction, so that they can actually move forward from their position rather than being bottlenecked into those chokes, plus being able to provide both frontline aggression and peel potential with the Carbon Crush against any dive targets, as Na'Vi still have things like both the Captain America and the Venom in play for their own team.
All right, one-sided Lunar Snow on the docket here for Na'Vi. Virtus Pro, what do they want to remove for their last here? Probably get rid of the Psylocke going to be taken away. Okay, getting that out of Jerky's pool certainly has some value, whenever it can be very valuable against flying targets, like something, for example, a Human Torch if it gets dragged out by fire here.
I mean, it also means that Sparker could potentially go Psylocke himself, and as you pointed out, Psylocke still has that projection team up with the Emma. They're going to have some pretty good targets too. The problem for Na'Vi is that they're going to have triple strategists, which means that they should be able to triage against this dive fairly easily, so it's likely just going to be trying to pull as much attention as possible, given the fact that I don't currently see an invisible woman being hovered either, so the patty cake between something like a Luna and an Invis with the Guardian Shield sandwiched in between them makes it a little bit harder for that Psylocke's ultimate to find the same level of value as opposed to just forcing resources and attention.
All right, Krakoa is where it all begins, trying to get a bigger part of that fat prize pool, as well as better seeding at DreamHack Atlanta for international competition. Mox, I couldn't tell you which of our teams is going to walk out on top here. It seems like Citadel is the favorite, but they're all exchanging games and they're all here ready to play at the apex of their abilities.
I tell you what, Citadel's definitely going to be watching as well to see what compositions these teams are going to be fielding towards and what bans are going to be looking like as well, as both of these teams are going to roll out. The first submap is going to be Cradle, which we're going to see Na'Vi actually not getting to lean into having that Adam Warlock still available for them. It is a Ultron Mantis Luna triple strategist lineup that they've decided to go for, as Virtus Pro are going to be putting priority in keeping all of those resources on 5.
A lot of damage going to be pumped out of Jerky here. Asapo's already forced back behind cover. Sparker looking round the outside. Nevix just gets overwhelmed by 3 strategists rolling forward with their primary fires. Trust me, looking towards the back, they want to get rid of the Landshark around the side. Naga forced to flee away using that quick dash, but Sparker's dashes are even faster. Despite being down on one of their vanguards, Virtus Pro still have great positioning on the point of their focus fire. Allows them to cut through Na'Vi and claim first point.
That's the value of the Star-Lord ban. We can see it here. Naga might be on the Ultron, but pocketing Jerky is a lot harder than pocketing a Star-Lord who has things like those iframes to make sure that the drone is being able to keep maximum uptime. And Virtus Pro now with first control on the board get to start exerting pressure with both the Psylocke and Captain America jumping onto Na'Vi, stalling at their approach, and allowing Phi and Saipe better spam angles.
Better spam, more chance to get those ultimates ready. Finz has already lost the majority of their shield here, so it's not going to stick around for long, but it was all a distractionary measure to allow Nevix to get round the back, spinning kick Mantis into a green-colored jam against the wall. Yummy.
Na'Vi just aren't getting any dive opportunities either because they don't really have anything to send with Trust Me. Normally it would be a Star-Lord, potentially a Psylocke, but Sparker actually banned that one out, so he doesn't have to worry about lane controlling another Psylocke with a Venom and an Emma, and a Psylocke with a Luna advantage too. Virtus Pro in full control of the space. Finzy's just going to be able to scout the rotations coming through from Na'Vi. Doesn't want to go too close, because he knows that Rajara is going to have that Carbon Crush available, but every single time, Saipe is also getting a bird's eye angle into seeing what the Venom is doing, calling that out to his team so they can counter-rotate away.
Saipe's kind of intractable up here as well. You can't really remove him with any ease. The second he takes any damage, can get back behind the cover. The Dancer of Butterflies up against the patty cake, but it falls on through, and so the slashes can be concentrated up to the sky. An attempt at vengeance from Naga, and while it will come on through, it's not without price. Five's flame clusters managed to carve through metal.
Oof, Trust Me goes down late too. You'll at least be back relatively quickly, but you can already see Virtus Pro starting to rotate to figure out whether or not Na'Vi are going to look for the portal behind the point, or if they're going to rely on the Doctor Strange. And it is going to be Rajari swapping over to the Doctor Strange. Naga actually goes over to the Cloak and Dagger, so they can maybe find a blind to take one of these players down early.
Of a Cloak and Dagger, I think it may have faded to Rajaro while he was channeling that portal. We saw Tridro going for Eat once again, but Na'Vi have played these games before, and they've seen all of the potential answers to it. The Ensong Inferno takes to the skies, and the Soul Bond has already expired. Fincy still can't stand up to this one, and Na'Vi flip the point.
Naga actually going over to the Atom is great news, though, for that composition, because not only were they able to have Soul Bond without having to build up an ultimate, they've now got a level of hit scan to keep pressure onto both the Torch and that Ultron that Virtus Pro, not in control of the space, are going to have to try and get through, taking all of the tax of attention as Nevix on that Emma does have some seduction. Phi's going to pop the Supernova prematurely and use it to split the backline from the Vanguards.
See a little bit of uptime, and of course some of those are interceded as well by the Guardian Shield that was raised on up. Invisible Boundary, an attempt to drag someone from it, but Rajara just holds up the shield of a Seraphim, and the rest of Na'Vi are cuddled up nice and warm behind it. Trust Me, isolated in a 1 versus 3. You can see these constant right clicks trying to stop the disengagement as they do have displacement effects. The Rage of Ultron rains on down towards the back lines of Na'Vi as Rajara makes an intercessant maneuver. Out comes both. Oh, what an interrupt. Trust Me loses the ultimate, but Nevix pays for being so far forward to try and challenge that Vanguard. The remainder of the team is damage boosted here by Fate's Fate of Both Worlds. That's a confusing one. Rajara has the Eye of Agamotto.
I mean, it was also a CC cancel too, so Trust Me will have Feast of the Abyss to channel with Jerky's Ensong Inferno within this next fight, and Virtus Pro do not have a lot of sustainability in the face of those two ultimates being combined. Nevix is going to look to portal directly onto Naga to try and force out the Soulbind, or find the pick onto the Atom Warlock, burn that self-cocoon before Karmic Revival can come on through.
Seems like Naga's pulled a fast one, though. Drudro from elsewhere, looking over towards Fate, prioritizing trying to grab that Luna Snow, and indeed will be able to work that one out. Grabs her own Doctor Strange, though, so there's no shield to defend them. Rajara managed to move in with the daggers of Dinak and hold strong upon the point. Fincy believes it might be winnable, and so pops the Freedom Charge. The hallowed cries of freedom here will match with just the material plane, dragging back Pot of Greed, played by Naga to draw 2 friends and add them to the hand. And indeed, Na'Vi now have all the numbers that they need to try and hold strong on this point. From 99 to 0, it's 99 to 99 and 100 to Na'Vi. What a turnaround.
Flyer composition in a nutshell. Roll your opponent when you have better spam angles. get rolled when you're trying to play into retake and you're up against that level of attention. They tried to go for these really long wraparounds too, with Fi not going for the challenge of spam, but more putting pressure onto the backline to force Navi's position into using ultimates, which then allowed Nevix to close up the distance with things like Psionic Seduction. But there's just too much sustainability. Level 1 Crook, honestly, even though the Mantis was open, going over to that Invis woman was absolutely huge because it meant that they had the Guardian Shield to give themselves a little bit more heal AoE when things like that Psylocke tried to go for the jump. And it also meant that they had Invisible Boundary to put onto point so that Virtus.pro, even with the ultimate pressure, couldn't force them off of it for the flip.
Can't remember if it was Fatal Naga as well, but the swap over to that Cloak and Dagger to get the Dark Force teleportation, giving Rajaro the iframe against a potential eat on that portal was crazy, because not only did it mean that Rajaro got the portal off and they got the final contest, but also that Drijo got the self-stun from missing the ultimate and then was easily pickable by the remainder of Na'Vi who were gathered up.
Saipe is going to be able to build Rage of Ultron incredibly quickly in this next engagement. Finzi already going to be trying to put pressure onto that backline to stop Na'Vi from getting to play aggressive over towards the objective with both the Eye of Agamotto and Invisible Boundary that they know they have an advantage against in terms of ultimate economy. Out comes the Ensong Inferno first, trying to target 5. Doesn't manage to find the pick, and in the meantime, Naga actually got down.
Naga going to be able to self-revive here with the Cocoon Revival. Rajaro tanking a good number of those slashes from Sparker. The sustainability for the rest of Virtus.pro was kept up by Saipe's Rage of Ultron, but Sparker managed to fall through the cracks. And now Trust Me looks towards the back. Access to the Jeff. Playing around that tree stump does make it a little bit harder for the Venom to be able to try and connect with the Dark Predations as they take to the sky and get another frenzied arrival in towards the back line. Seems like Na'Vi have most of the space control here with Trust Me just standing on business until we get first cap.
Yeah, that's going to be first cap going that way, but not full control of the space. So Fi and Saipe are going to have a little bit more terrain to be able to find themselves cover. As we can see, Trust Me scouting out Finzi so that the Captain America doesn't provide an opportunity for everyone to turn their heads away from the Flyers vulnerable up in that sky. Rajaro with the Eye of Agamotto being very careful about Nevix, but that's Carbon Crush already on cooldown.
Supernova popped out here by Fi. Nice right-click stun coming through from Jerky, forcing Sparker to just dash away. And Fi's had to take cover here, knowing that they can't carve through the healing provided by the Fate of Both Worlds. The Fate of Both Worlds is over, and Nevix is stunned out now by Rajaro. But it's Drijo around the outside with eyes on a couple of strategists. Question is, can Drijo survive this one? Is going over towards the outside. There are no mobility options to be had. No Cocooned Revival either. And so it's a double for Drijo. Environmental hazards claim the backline of Na'Vi. And that's a flip for VP.
Not just that, but Adam, if he goes off of the map, actually doesn't get the opportunity to go for a Cocoon Revival. So the Jeff, even if it was up, would have been able to prevent him from joining into that fight with Karmic Revival and stalling the point long enough for Na'Vi to build up the ultimate economy of Invis Boundary and Feast of the Abyss, or Invis Boundary and Ensong Inferno, when Virtus.pro have no choice but to hold themselves directly on that point or let it flip. Spark is going to be trying to build up the Dance of the Butterflies to force out that Invis Boundary early. But again, Na'Vi with the Karmic Revival, they've got so much sustainability after it hits.
Jerky refreshed their HP bar as well. Looked like they were only 35 when they launched that one, so definitely was a lot of pressure towards the back. Activate the patty cake, or better yet, just the invisible boundary. Everyone just groups on up as Saipe falls down to the ice starts. Hit scan from downrange. Fates finds that. Finzi can't survive for long without the additional healing given over by that Ultron. And Fi now just working off the back of being an unhittable menace, but Jerky didn't get the memo. A direct use of the flame cluster to destroy that particular individual, and Virtus.pro are forced off the point.
Yeah, Na'Vi find the flip with Karmic Revival in hand, and they can stagger themselves too. They can have Trust Me hold on to the point objective while everyone gets set up for the res, and then when everyone's set up for the res, the Venom can absorb that position on the point. Fi's going to be coming real close to the Supernova though, and Naga has already used the Self-Cocoon too. So if Virtus.pro with either the Torch or the Psylocke can track the Adam's location down, they should be able to stop the ultimate prematurely.
Fi's at least got a good angle to try and work with here. And without these low ceilings and choke points, it's a little bit more easy for the Flyer composition to try and make a retake happen. Drijo looking towards the back. The pressure's already there. Flying above it all is Rajaro. Only the Invisible Woman is grabbed, and this is not the easiest environmental frag. You might have to commit real hard for this one. And indeed, it's the ultimate commitment. An 07 in the chat as we salute Drijo for their sacrifice given. Virtus.pro now, they've got to try and deal with the resurrection. They've interrupted Naga. They've managed to get level 1 Crook. Can Naga self-revive? It seems like it's going to be on cooldown Ultron still, and now Na'Vi just doing their best to fight for what remains, but the Vanguards don't have the healing. They're picked apart from all angles, and Virtus.pro get back in control.
The crucial thing for Virtus.pro is that they didn't have to burn the Supernova or the Dance of the Butterflies. Na'Vi brought level 1 Crook back with the Karmic Revival, but Invis Boundary was not up, so Virtus.pro was still able to roll on through with just base abilities alone. Now they've got control of that space. Yes, they again have to worry about the hit scan angles coming on through from that Atom, but they're going to be able to stall Na'Vi's approach. As we can see, they have no choice, but instead of walking main, to wrap all the way around the back of the point, using all of the walls to provide cover from that spam damage, which means the Supernova is going to be able to clear them out.
Saipe drops on in towards the back. Has to be careful of Rajara potentially going for a counterplay here. Soul Bond shares out the damage, and Saipe suffers most of it. Fate's just so good with his mechanics when it comes to the anti-air play. Jerky looks around the back. The Jeff would be a wonderful prize, and so Trust Me begins softening up that particular morsel, chewing up like a mother bird to drop into the nest. Out go the slashes from Sparker, but the grouped up Na'Vi are easily able to disperse the damage amongst themselves, and Drujo's still under pressure here, as Trust Me just making sure there's no freedom to bring out the healing, so Sparker, well, Saipe will fall through the cracks. Another cellular corrosion, an alpha strike onto Drijo. They want this shark at any cost, and he can't afford to leave the point because there's no one else here to try and play it out. There might be an eat coming through as Drijo finally grabs someone within their mouth, but in a 1 versus 6, that shark won't like wait. He's just so evasive. He's managed to get this one going for a little bit longer. Nevix opens up a portal. Fincy makes it over to the point. The freedom charge has arrived, and now it's the danger zone. Virtus.pro have to remain here, or the map is going to finish. A Vibranium Energy Saw cuts through Jerky. Naga's still far away from that ultimate. A couple of percentage points indeed, and now that's going to be a point ceded over to Virtus.pro.
Na'Vi aren't giving it up though. Fate comes back with the Fate of both worlds, potentially looking for the damage boost flip onto Rajara with that Eye of Agamotto as well. But Spark, at the second that this Lunar Ult is done, is coming back with the Dance of Butterflies. It's off of the objective on the full back line.
Yeah, but Naga holds on the other side, waiting with a resurrection. I don't know if he made it through the portal or if he has for safety to try and make it work. Rajaro warded away. The Sonic Crossbow begins to burn on through the flesh of the Doctor. Not Gallifreyan, just a little bit strange, actually. Naga in the back decides not to use the resurrection. Na'Vi give this one away, and Virtus.pro even up.
Yeah, Na'Vi, even if they tried to use the Karmic Revival, because where everyone would be revived would be on the spot that it was cast, it would have been off of the objective. Overtime had been burning so long, they also didn't really have anyone to be able to hold that space on the point when they're trying to get everybody back from the res into the fight. They would have been absolutely jumped upon from all angles by an uncontested Torch and Ultron and Psylocke. There's no way they're going to be able to win that fight. It's better to have Karmic Revival in this fight, because now it means that Virtus.pro are going to have to find the eliminations with ultimates first to force that, and then have still hold on to ultimates for what comes after the Karmic Revival cast.
Cyber has the second highest damage in the lobby, by the way. Kind of a hit scan monster, but we already knew that one. It all comes down to the carousel mocks, and the party's only just started.
Fi is so close to Supernova, but Saipe is going to be able to kick things off immediately with this Rage of Ultron, which is going to force out that Soulbind very early on from Na'Vi. They either have to face tank it or give up all point presence, as Finzy's already getting into position to cut off the rotation before Na'Vi can get to point.
Oh, deciding to go first. Saipe instantly gets shut down. The Rage of Ultron is declared. And well, Magneto says, didn't ask, don't care. L plus Mag Cannon. For Supernova, good to go. And trust me, assaults the backlines. Fatus returns to the material plane by the usage of a Karmic Revival. Jerky noted on their disengagement, flying away with the Dark Ascent to get out of the tendrils of those flame tornadoes. Drujo tunnels underground and leaves a healing pool on point critically for the remainder of their team. The Rage of Ultron damage is more than enough to slay the shark when they dare to show their face. And level 1 Crooks pivot over to the Ultron here seems to have already been rewarded. Na'Vi don't really have as much presence on point right now due to the still present Nevix grabbing Crook out of the air, and this is what we talked about when it came to the protection of that Emma. The retakes are just so hard when you have to consider the Sonic Seduction.
Saipe as well comes back on the rocket and gets the BRB to bring back Dridro. So So even though Na'Vi had Karmic Revival, Virtus.pro actually have the revives to stand toe-to-toe with the sustainability that comes from their opponents, especially up at the back of that Freedom Charge. And from it, they'll be able to out-sustain a triple strategist composition and hold on to the point themselves, all while still holding on to Dance of the Butterflies as well, which, give it a couple of moments, Saipe's going to be able to give it all of that damage boost potential. Na'Vi a little bit too stacked right now for Sparky to go for the commitment. Endsong Inferno is going to try and push out the Solid's position and immediately force the fate of both worlds, but Naga was split, the LOS was broken, and the Atom goes down.
Grijo tunnels under the earth, ready to go with... Oh, Drajaro's looking for it. From downtown, a crushing defeat there for Dredro. But guess what? With the Endsong Inferno already forced, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is free. Na'Vi don't really have the damage here to try and move on through it, and so Virtus.pro could just use the damage boost to pick apart their enemies. Fate is on an off angle that cannot be rescued, and so the stagger comes their way.
Yeah, Jerky already burned the Endsong Inferno to force the fate of both worlds coming on for... And now, Virtus.pro going to be holding on to that ground. Still, Spy with 80% to the Supernova. Na'Vi going to have to figure out what exactly they're going to do. Level 1 Crook does have Rage of Ultron to get them onto that fight. Rajara is going to go over to the Ammo off of that Magneto, trying to play the Rushdown instead.
All right, Rasharo going to be quite the tricky customer with the diamond form available. Finch is going to have to potentially keep their distance. An Aegis Shield used to protect the Sentients in towards the back. Naga needs help, but it's not going to be coming. The Vibranium Energy Saw is all that arrives when he cries for aid. Fire around the back, pops the Supernova on very low HP, and so he just decides to leave. He's had enough of this one. Relies on the remainder of Virtus.pro to get the cleanup that they were looking for, and indeed, the cleaning crew has arrived, mop in hand and broom in the other, and they're sweeping through Na'Vi and make a mad attempt to dash for the point, but the Rage of Ultron can't get there. The damage is too great, and Virtus.pro's adaptation over onto Rocket Raccoon is swiftly rewarded.
I mean, Virtus.pro's adaptation towards the bans is swiftly actually rewarded. They banned out Psylocke. For those of you who are wondering why did they ban out Psylocke, it's so if the Torch and Ultron start popping on off, Jerky can't swap over to the Psylocke and start melting them. That composition relies so heavily on that Torch being able to create so much pressure with the spam angles, and then as well you apply on top of it a Captain America and a Psylocke, which means that Na'Vi, they're really spoiled for choice in terms of which targets they can actually go for. Rajaro goes over to the Emma, does mean that he's going to be able to have more pressure onto things like the Captain America, but also means that the second that the Emma has moved on to the objective itself, that backline and the Atom is left incredibly vulnerable. Out comes Soulbind almost immediately, but Virtus.pro just have so much burst damage that they can still find the picks, even through all of the triple strategist triage.
Yeah, another thing that the Psylocke ban really helps with is meaning that Sparkle is essentially unmarked the entire time. It's really hard to get on top of a Psylocke with either a Human Torch or a Phoenix, who doesn't really want to use their Dark Ascent from ability chasing a Psylocke, given that they're going to be using that up close and personal against their Psylocke for things like melee cancels for maximum DPS. And that kind of put Jerky in a bit of a bind where they had to look towards the back line. And while Saipe did catch a lot of that aggro, it gave room and time to Sparker.
Dridro as well, coming on through on the Jeff the Landshark, being able to put so much pressure onto the Atom. A lot of these teams, we saw in week 1 that Atom actually on Domination had a 73% win rate on this map type. But now that there's been a little bit of time for the teams to adapt into just how telegraphed Atom is and how you have to sort of play around your cooldowns because of your lack of mobility. Soulbind, incredibly easy to force off of just that first initial little bit of pressure sent his way if he doesn't have that immediate peel. And then also, if you know he's close to the Comic Revival cast and you manage to take him down before that comes up, you force his hand into using the self-cocoon, which then means that a little bit of attention sent his way afterwards, that elimination is going to be able to stick and Comic Revival is denied entirely. Plus, for a dive composition, you're looking for isolated targets. Adam, when he sets up his res, is already isolated because he doesn't want to use his res in the middle of a team fight on the objective itself. He really paints a very easy to pick up target on his back.
Well, the easy targets, they're going to start becoming thin on the ground as Na'Vi have time to adapt and pick their own map from map number 2 after this break.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Mox has a Rema Frost Fit on. It looks like VP have ice in their veins. They are ready to once again go up against Citadel Gaming in the finals, but they need 2 more map wins to earn it, Mox.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of adjustments coming on through in that ban phase now. Because, like, VP, they worked out that draft. With that composition, you either win with the Human Torch or you lose with the Human Torch. All of the resources, all of your fight planning, it's all on Torch. So it actually makes sense. It's viable for them to burn every single one of their bans on a Torch counter, especially because they took out everything that could have synergized with the Venom. The Psylocke removed, the Jeff removed, even the Star-Lord removed, which meant that everyone from Na'Vi for a dive was left with just a Phoenix, and Phoenix doesn't actually dive. She off-angles, or she can play from main, but that means that she needs space. She's not going to be there with the Venom, and that's exactly what Virtus.pro removed from Na'Vi. They had full control of every single angle, every single POV was covered. They always could rotate and scout out where they would be coming from so they could counter away from it. And it meant as well that the fights just didn't go long enough for Adam to be able to win it with Karmic Revival casts.
Yeah, the Karmic Revival only ended up getting value, it seems like once, maybe twice. We saw on the first map of Cradle getting back 2 strategists and a third. I believe Jerky was resurrected as well on that. It's going to be Idris or Path for choice here for Na'Vi, one of Virtus.pro's old favorites.
Yeah, well, on Convoy, you can't go anywhere, especially if, like, Virtus.pro finds so much success with the Torch. You have to avoid Araco.
Yeah, that's true.
Araco, Torch, and Ultron, that's one of their favorite maps to play, especially on first, to be able to break those spawn holes. And it is all going to be about spawn hole break right now. And that's why we're seeing Emma getting prioritized as a ban. Not Jeff, not Mantis. Emma is going to be removed from both of these teams so that you can't use things like Carbon Crush when your other side gets aggressive with a triple Vanguard composition and tries to stall for as long as they possibly can. But that does now mean that Na'Vi can once again save the Mantis for the 12% damage boost so that they might have more burst potential against Virtus.pro's triple strategist, triple Vanguard holds.
Once again, Fate's patented Jeff is going to be taken off the table, and yeah, Mantis allowing the double damage boost alongside the Storm could be critical here. One-sided Jeff. This might actually force out a a Stormband from the other side. But first, it's going to be symbiotic shenanigans. And we're going to start thinking about how Star-Lord factors into this. Not quite as important against the triple strategist, triple Vanguard holds we see. But often, as Line Pro described to us earlier in the season, you can draft for the beginning or you can draft for the end of the map.
Yeah. Beginning is just 1/3. The second and third are 2/3. Mathematically, you do find more value, especially because we haven't really seen as many full holds in the second half of Stage 2 as we have the first. A lot of these teams have figured out very, very quickly. Having things like the Mantis, the Storm, the Moon Knight, the Groot, which is why we're actually seeing the Groot getting removed, not only to isolate out some of those Vanguards so that you can cut off the LOS from their backline, but also to make sure that if Moon Knight does make it in, that we don't see the Strangling Prison combined with that Hand of Khonshu to be able to just deal enough damage to break through any strategist ultimate that's fielded. As Human Torch is now going to be removed from Virtus Pro, which I'm honestly a big fan of, because you don't have enough bans, having gone for the targets on the Vanguards, to have to target things that the Human Torch are enabled by. The Ultron, the Invis, the Luna, all of those would have been able to pass through. It's better to just cut it off by the root and remove the torch itself.
Okay, you don't want to have an unmirrored torch going with an Ultron and potentially a damage boost, and so it's going to be removed away from both sides. This will allow for the Psylocke to go untouched for now, but I imagine it's not going to be a factor in the early game.
Yeah, Star-Lord, though, is able to slip through for both of these teams, but like you said, Na'Vi is going to be able to have access to that Ultron as well as that Mantis one-sided damage boost, so we can already see Naga on that Star-Lord. I don't think it's going to be staying around, although we have seen a couple of teams actually try and break the triple strategist, triple Vanguard, but instead of just going for a brute force roll on main where you literally just try and out-damage all of the sustainability and health pools that the triple Vanguard and triple strategist composition allow for, you just flank to the side, given the fact that the attacker's spawn actually has a doorway that opens up onto that left side and allows you to pop up behind the defenders upon that ramp, which is one of the reasons we've actually started to see the Rocket Raccoons moving their BRB stations so that it's actually inside that miniature door on the left side of where the defenders are currently holed up on.
Yeah, Saipo loves to play in here with the Invisible Woman. It gives great sightlines onto all three Vanguards to have that cleave heal, which is one of the signatures of the Invisible Woman. Let's have a look at this.
Jarrah's on the Angela.
Yeah.
Nevix, though, on that thing is going to be absolutely unmovable, rock solid. The same cannot be said for the Rocket, though. Na'Vi have the goggles on against the Raccoon so that they can remove him and the BRB in one fell swoop.
Look towards the back, frenzied arrival into the small room. This is where the thing is at their most dangerous, but the Venom equally deadly as they are the deadly protector. Saipe resurrected by the BRB. The battle recall has been used, and Fate finds himself just having to chip down this Magneto, who eventually backs off using their Iron Bulwark. The remainder of Virtus Pro seem to have recoalesced around their front line, and the cart still is not moving because Fincy is just maintaining presence this entire time.
It's Dridro. Dridro had the linear heal coming through from that small room onto everyone who was being jumped upon by the dive, but also for Magneto, who was on the main and receiving all of that sustain from the Joyful Splash. And off of that, Dridro's actually 90% to the first ultimate.
A lucky stab. Not really converts into anything, though, trust me. Inside the Yancy charge, can't swing away, but finally gets back to freedom. And Na'Vi building up towards a critical mass of ults.
Yeah, Na'Vi do have that Age of Ultron coming on through, but Virtus Pro, they've got the Rocket, Seer, and the It's Jap. We're going to see Na'Vi this time once again not go for that brute force fight, instead looking for the high ground drop down so they can take a little bit more angles. However, Virtus Pro have fortified their position inside room, and it's going to have to be a very well coordinated dive. Out comes the Yancy sweet charge from Nevix that no one from Na'Vi can move off of all of that damage coming on through, forcing Dridro into using the It's Jap just to reposition too.
Yeah, lays down the healing pool for the remainder of the team as well. Prioritizes you in the Joyful Splash coming up close to Saipe. Oh, the force physics to stop the disengagement here means, trust me, he's got no more options. What a play from Saipe, slowing down all of the assailants and then making sure their escape was not going to be on the cards. Naga around the back decides not to fire into the Meteor M. It's sent sailing into the back lines in a narrow corridor, but Saipe is going to be the main victim of this one. Fire can't get back inside. There's no resurrection on the table. Nevix, I think, is probably going to be swapping here, given the less than ideal usage of the clobbering time in the 2 versus 6 scenario.
Yeah, but Virtus probably still have teleport fight to come on through and fight. Yeah, he's going to just jump up into a little bit of a harder position for Na'Vi to be able to try and cancel him out of it and then look for a TP right into the back.
Gets that down. He forgot to bring the TP down.
He forgot to bring the TP down for his team. So Virtus Pro are going to have to walk the traditional way into the fight, which also means that they have to walk through the chokes into the Heaven's Retribution from Rajaro.
Oh, that's when the pressure really starts to get to you. Just forget the little basic things. Of course, Fire's not really a Doctor Strange player. Short interruption there onto the Eye of Agamotto. And 50% of the old charges once again redeemed. Drijo taking him out and brought on back straight away. Yeah, the body block in the way. Naga managed to wrap around the back. These small hitboxes really do flourish against the element guns as Nevix and Fincy put themselves on business on the point, just standing strong in the way. Angela's so easy to get away from that Captain America. An isolation here of level 1 Crook, but Fi can't afford to really chase this one down. Instead, getting inside of the invisible boundary erected by Saipe. The Endsong Inferno's already been used. It's an opening for Sparker. Vasilla can now be used without much in the way of retribution. No way to take it down instantly. It gives over a tiny bit of additional HP before Rajaro just slays all of them. In comes the clobbering time, and the stuns are good to try and allow Drijo to move on forward, but now the prime melee DPS has arrived in the form of Jerky. 2 players maybe off the side. It's a good resurrection there, bringing themselves back, trust me, from the side. Saipe with a force physics pushes Naga's soul from his body. 3 seconds remain, and Na'Vi at the last moment appear to have floundered. Virtus Pro, despite the TP shenanigans, bring themselves back.
It's the Jeff shenanigans. Oh my goodness, the eat coming on through. Like you said, it's not just the Endsong Inferno getting used before the Rocket Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, it's the Endsong Inferno getting used before it's Jeff, which means that Drijo is able to come through and get a huge eat. Doesn't manage to convert onto Trust Me, who's on the Venom and is able to swing off at the back of it. But still, Na'Vi lose one of their main pieces needed to continue that fight in the form of that strategist, and all of a sudden, Virtus Pro have a lot more sustainability and survivability on that objective. A couple of well-placed body blocks as well from Nevix on that thing, and it means that Na'Vi don't get the opportunity to have their Venom on the objective when overtime would hit.
Interesting combo as well, using the clobbering time to stun people, so they had no chance of escaping the clutches of Jeff. I imagine that's how we saw Trust Me on a hypermobile character getting caught by that. But honestly, this has been a lights-out game from Saipe on the Invisible Woman. Managing to shut down the first dive coming through from Trust Me, using that invisible boundary, and then catching him on the swing out with the force physics, and then taking out Naga during that backline assault as well. They had no means of mitigating that Galactic Legend apart from pure violence.
I mean, Virtus Pro's rotations too into all of those different small rooms when they saw that Na'Vi were on hyper mobile compositions, with things like the Angela wanting to be able to play off of dives coming on through from that Venom as well, avoided so much pressure. Now Nevix is going to be on the Angela themselves, already clearing out Trust Me on the Captain America, but Na'Vi do have a backup plan in the form of the Adam Warlock, who has both the Soulbind for the first fight in case they need to start sharing out that damage when the off-angle rotation comes on through.
All right, already a lot of space given away here to the side of Virtus Pro. Na'Vi want a bend, but don't break defense rather than holding up the spawn doors.
That was already Soulbind though. Dive came on through, but it was a soft dive. Just pressure from Sparker and Fi teasing that they would go for the commitment, which means the Soulbind's not there. Self-res has already been forced from Naga because Na'Vi just don't have the opportunity to give up all this ground.
Oh, this backline's just being torn through right now, but Saipe traded back from Trust Me, and that's a good pick because it means that BRB is going to be down as well. Look at this positioning here from Jerky, doing their best to just try and stand, but Nevix has fallen heaven on top of them, and the powers of Virtus Pro combined are going to get a lot of push.
Nevix is going to start rotating too, figuring out whether or not Na'Vi are going to be looking for a strange portal or someone to try and go behind and stall out that convoy. And indeed, there's Trust Me, and there goes Trust Me.
Oh, he's not going to take long to get back, at least. He's got that full sprint.
Yeah, but Na'Vi do not have a great amount of ultimate economy. They're going to be relying on this Rage of Ultron to open things up. The Angela's already behind them. The Assassin's Lunge brings 2 of them out from Choke into the It's Jeff, which means that both the Luna and the Angela get displaced.
Good focus onto Drijo. Now it's time for the dance of the butterflies. Level 1 Crook to the heal on through it, but could not heal themselves, utilizing the Rage of Ultron. Naga, no chance to resurrect. Na'Vi, no chance to heal. It's down to Trust Me dancing on the point, and while it's an amusing sideshow, it's not going to be be impressing the judges. They hold up no 10s, they only hold up Ls as Virtus Pro take away one of their comfort maps that Na'Vi decided to bring us to.
Virtus Pro on match point, and honestly, comfortably. They have been looking incredibly strong, relying on previously what worked for this team, right? Sparker on the Psylocke, Fire on the Starlord. That's something that we've seen all year round, but Dritter really impressed me on the Jeff. Only goes down a sum total of 4 times in those entire 2 sides, despite the amount of focus fire coming their way. And you can see too, 13,276 healing done by the Jeff. That's a lot of sustainability for the triple Vanguard line.
A huge amount of it. Na'Vi unable to really match when it came to that healing output, but of course a lot of their time spent defending was running away and respawning.
Oh,
another
this
big
point
play from Cypher. Like, this was actually a masterclass from Cypher IMO. Like one of the best invis performances I've seen in a while.
And in here too, you can actually see Dridro pathing not just for the environmental, but also closer to Saipe, so that if they get pressured by Na'Vi trying to break its jab, Guardian Shield's going to be in play, and that jab's going to get healed. This moment as well, it is literally just a rock or a hard place. There's no way that Na'Vi are going to be able to find the turnaround. If they try and leave the Dance of the Butterflies to go to the objective, everyone who's left behind is going to get eliminated. If they try and stay inside the Dance of the Butterflies, that objective is rolling forward entirely uncontested, and the round is going to finish. Really good plays coming on through from Virtus Pro to just push Na'Vi into those difficult, really decisions that they could never really win against.
Yeah, forcing only bad decisions, but you can make good decisions in the Marvel Rivals store right now because the Grim Lady is available, Mox. If you want to roll through the enemy team in style, throwing piercing thorns left and right and money to all who decide to come and look for it, Hella's Grim Lady is here with all the swagger and power that Hella's known for.
And I mean, Hela is going to be known for a couple more bits of power, I feel, when we move into Season 4.5, given the fact that that team up with Namor is looking pretty nasty, especially for free compositions to try and keep a hold of, given the fact that it's going to be playing anti-heal as well. So maybe when you want to look for a way to break some of those convoy strangleholds, your ranked games, Hela and Namor are viable options, and you definitely don't want to miss that costume because of it.
Yeah, Guangong saw the triple shot and just said, okay, you get an anti-heal, and you get an anti-heal, everybody gets an anti-heal, and you guys get a break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
All right, 2-0 to Virtus Pro here, and what's looking like a reversal of what happened previously, Marks, where we saw some pretty interesting back and forth between these teams, but it was never quite as dominant as we saw on Idrisil Path, and now Na'Vi get to choose on that, but it's got to be Convergence.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a great place for them to go, regardless of where we end up. Central Park, dominant flyer map. Not the greatest opportunity when Virtus Pro have been showing that much prowess on both the Human Torch and the Star-Lord. You look at Hall of Djalia, maybe, like you said in between the break, trying to invoke a trauma response, but the last time Na'Vi took Virtus Pro there, they lost 2-1 off of, again, Star-Lord shenanigans. And that leaves Symbiotic Surface, but Symbiotic Surface is prime real estate for things like the Psylocke and that Venom coming on through. So yeah. I think regardless of where you go, ban drafts are going to have to change. If you're Na'Vi, you have to start removing these pieces of power that Virtus Pro have been able to find.
Yeah, at this level in EMEA, it might be like we're looking for like angles, millimeters worth of advantages, because all of these teams are so good that there's not going to be a map where like, oh yeah, Na'Vi go there and they win. Like, we're just at the point now where all of these teams can play every map. They don't have any real weaknesses, but there are just slight advantages that can be gained. And we don't really know what's available for Na'Vi here in terms of those weaknesses. The perma-banning of the Jeff seems to have somewhat hamstrung them, but also for leaning into the Mantis when it comes to a Protect, it feels like Na'Vi have constantly been on the back foot and forced off of the Mantis.
Yeah, so one of the problems that Mantis has when she uses her ultimate is that she doesn't get CC immunity.
True.
So she's very easy to shut down with things like the It's Jeff, where you can literally just carry her out of her team's AoE radius for the Soul Resurgence to not apply onto them. Plus, even if you have things like the damage boost, the Mantis does at some point need LOS to apply those damage boosts. What Virtus Pro have been able to do for both Map 1 and Map 2 is displace Na'Vi, cut the line of sight between the Mantis and her duelists so she doesn't get to apply those as frequently.
Okay, a big priority given here on Hall of Djalia to that Star-Lord. That's because Na'Vi know Virtus Pro would love to defend this with an Ultron and potentially with a Human Torch.
Yeah, that Star-Lord save is going to be absolutely huge. It does mean that they're vulnerable to the Mantis ban and potentially the one-sided Mantis save coming on through here for Virtus Pro 2, but they have shown that they prefer having the one-sided Jeff, and they're going to go for it yet again. As we've seen, its Jeff might not provide all that much sustainability when it comes to the 100 heals per second, but being able to literally displace players from Na'Vi, especially if they're close to ultimates, means that you can let things like the Adam Warlock through, despite normally needing to prioritize it as a ban.
Yeah, and it also forces out a Venom counterban as well, because you don't want Symbiotic Shenanigans to be up. And now Virtus Pro have a pretty free Protect here to potentially have a one-sided the one-sided Luna if they want to try and pivot that in. But remember that their Protect here is going to be answered with a ban and Protect for Na'Vi before Virtus Pro's final ban comes through.
Captain America is going to be coming in through from Virtus Pro, which means that, they're going to be able to off-angle dive with the Captain America and the Jeff to, again, just permanently force Na'Vi's position to have to pivot. Even if the Star-Lord's been saved, if he doesn't get the resources from the rest of his team, he's going to be able to do very, very little, especially if something like a Invis woman is constantly having to look at the dive coming her way. Na'Vi are going to try and weaken now any other components of that dive that Virtus Pro could be able to afford. Giving a Captain America Idol Aura and a Jeff would make him pretty invulnerable to all forms of damage, as we can see that they've been able to take one-sided Luna to have that Idol Aura attached to their Star-Lord when it comes down to the 1v1s in the duels.
Question is, do Virtus Pro want to remove something like a Psylocke here, potentially a
Invis, maybe?
Yep, get rid of Invis. Don't want the Ultron. Okay, they don't want the drone on the Star-Lord as well as the Idol Aura. They'll settle for just one of them.
All the difference.
That and also Rage of Ultron can be pretty annoying, especially if you play like a Star-Lord yourself to come on through and they've got Rage of Ultron to make sure that you can try and come on out with the batter. But going for that Ultron one-sided for Na'Vi could mean that Sparker gets a target on the Psylocke. So I do like the fact that Na'Vi aren't actually going to be going for an Ultra themselves currently. Crisis is actually in pure mode. He's been subbed in, and we're going to get to see him come through with that Winter Soldier to be able to put pressure onto both the Captain America that got saved as a priority, but also the Psylocke, which is now going to be looking to put pressure themselves on the Flyers.
All right, Hall of Jalia. This could be where Na'Vi face elimination from our bracket. They've stamped their ticket to Atlanta, but going through in the last seed and potentially being forced to play on day one and against multiple teams before they even see their EMEA brethren could be quite the grim fate to have to face.
They're going to be starting on the attack too, which means that the Captain America and the Jap are already going to be in position to just leap upon the backline, as you can see them all the way up there on that window ledge, scouting out Navi's rotation, as trust me, is going to be on that Venom. Naga, the Star-Lord, and they actually put Fade onto that Invis for the 2-2-2 composition to have the Guardian Shield stagger onto the Star-Lord as well.
All right. Crisis is in, actually. Interesting. So Winter Soldier going to be a big factor here. This could actually mess with Nevix's disengagements as well. When it comes to this whole Crisis noted exile, the execution isn't quite there afterwards. Fincy with a quick disengagement. And Sparker just working these margins, making sure there's no safe space from which Naga can operate and has to play a lot more centrally to the remainder of the team. Have that kind of mono angle coming through from the side of Na'Vi, but the mono angle, the spear, it just means that all of its pressure is put into a single point, and the armor of Virtus Pro can't quite sustain it. Dredro taken down, but Spark was brought back previously by the BRB. They're all going to have to share out the healing of a lone Cyber for now, and it's not quite enough as the Raccoon is sent scurrying elsewhere.
Virtus Pro are going to go, though, for a teleport play. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it in time. Someone's got to tag onto the point, and no. Finzy goes down almost immediately before that portal can come on through. And now Virtus Pro are going to be split. They lose their Psylocke late. They lose their Star-Lord even later. And Na'Vi get free roam of second to set up a dive and buy themselves even more objective space.
Na'Vi reinvigorated, bringing in a new member from their roster in the form of Crisis and really leveraging the utility that the Winter Soldier brings to the table. And it's only going to get more dangerous as the Kraken Impact's good to go.
But what's the target going to be? Virtus Pro's players are so mobile, and Crisis is immediately targeted down before Na'Vi can use that as a win condition. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss looking for any trade. Sparker, the win condition for Virtus Pro, the Dance of the Butterflies, has also been removed, which means that level 1 Crook thinks it's winnable. Out comes the fate of both worlds, and there too is the damage boost from that Galactic Legend.
Yeah, Rajara has been a monster on these finishing blows on the mag, by the way. Homie is locked in on the sticks right now, throwing iron volleys left, right, and center. The mag cannon is converting, and the old reliable has returned.
Sparker's just waiting for his moment, though. Dance of the Butterflies, potentially to force the invis boundary. The backline's a little bit split, too. They know that the Psylocke's got the ultimate, which is why Na'Vi can't go as forward as they would like, policing Virtus Pro's respawns, which means that VP get an opportunity to contest.
All right, Sparker with the Dance of the Butterflies can't isolate one target inside the invisible boundary. The healing is total anyway. Crisis waiting for the fight to break down as a Kraken Impact's good to go. Notices fire on the disengagement, and the Trooper's Fist immobilizes them. So there's no chance for the disengage aided. But oh, in comes the Kraken's Impact. It missed Dredro. The Culling Order hasn't been given over. And so now it means that there's going to be no reset off the back of it. Dredro just manages to get back to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Fincy falls elsewhere. Crisis at least gets it done with Rota Stern. But now Fire has little to worry about up in the air. Rajara starts to build up the energy on this Meteor M. Not quite the connection they were looking for, but Naga finds it via the element guns, and Rajara is back to a tried and true iron volley damage rolling on through. They're not going to prioritize getting rid of Nevix for now, who's just able to bring out the Unbreakable Guard and keep this point contested. There's a little bit of additional pressure on the back line, so Bruce Banner won't last long against all this either, and Virtus Pro should be ejected from the point in short order for another cap.
Yeah, Dredro was able to find the eat onto Fate, but the elimination didn't actually come through onto the invis because Fate had the double jump and went invisible. And Virtus Pro couldn't figure out where the invis had gone, which meant that Na'Vi didn't actually lose the players, which would have forced them to fully disengage and allow Virtus Pro to hold on to that space and tax the return. Now Na'Vi as well get to hold on to the ultimates. Damage boosted with the fate of both worlds for either the Winter Soldier or more likely that Venom, as Virtus Pro swaps their composition. Out comes down to the Butterflies, forcing that Lunar ultimate. Trust me, has to go for his ult at the same time. And Na'Vi find two weak targets off the back look at that.
2-for-1 trade there, make it 3-for-1 as Nevix is overwhelmed. Sparker frozen in the back. Level 1 Cook's just nasty with it, Mox.
Crisis is going to have to crack an impact to yet again counteract that it's Jeff coming on through from Dreadrow. Trust me too. Going to be on that wall looking to drop down and put pressure onto Virtus.pro's players. Split the team so they can't go for a full all-out brawl on the objective to stall it.
All the invisible boundary has to be used here to save Rajaro from a briny grave. Saipe take him down elsewhere as it's Jeff. Speculative in the back. Might need to spit their own members onto a point. There's only 35 centimeters remaining. And Virtus.pro, from absolute dominance on Yggdrasil path, absolutely get themselves demolished on Hall of Jalia.
I mean, I think the secret for Na'Vi is just saving the Star-Lord.
Yeah.
Venom was surviving in the first couple of rounds that we saw them. The problem was the severe lack of follow-up. This time around, though, there's no such issue. I mean, trust me, going in as well all the way to VP spawn to put pressure onto the Invis woman, which means that either the team has to turn around, give up frontline presence on the objective and peel, or Invis boundary comes up, but it's off of the objective on their own spawn point, which gives a free green light for Galactic Legend coming in through from Naga. You really can tell that Na'Vi went into this game with a game plan and it is working out for them. That save on the Star-Lord and the Luna to empower it more has been working out like a charm.
But also the pivot over to a 2-2-2 has been big for them as well. Being able to just lay out this much damage.
Look at the casualties. They've revisited the spawn room 3 total times.
0-6 for Fincy. Bit of a stinker here, but I think that Rajaro's also been able to do so much impact on this Magneto as well. Being able to just stand in the way of Virtus.pro and show your mechanics really has been a boon for Na'Vi.
Someone went for the penny mines. I already see someone on the side of Na'Vi down to 50% health, but that's just going to generate into free ultimate charge for level 1 Crookers. Yeah, trust me, he's known for this at this point. He locks the Spider-Man and tries to find a cheeky grab off of the map onto one of the attacker teams as they come through from spawn.
That's the 4th time they visited the spawn room. That's a kicking. Sparker going to be mirroring the Winter Soldier now. Remembers the good old days for dominance of Virtus.pro at the invitation that was off the back of Sparker with that Winter Soldier. Iron Bulwark given on through. Just one use for Trooper's Fist to lift themselves up onto that high ground, knowing that it's not quite as sustainable as they would like. Pfizer had been taken down. It's Fate who finds that one with the Force Physics. And trust me, is more than happy to clean up the mess that Fate left in their wake. Rotter Stern's explosive bullets will carve through many. And Na'Vi rebuff the first assault without issue.
Yeah, Virtus.pro tried to bully their way onto point from main rather than wrapping around the side lanes, which meant that Na'Vi had all of the angles. Wait for Virtus.pro to put their feet onto point and try and build Dridro's Eternal Bond up faster than Na'Vi's ultimate bank and just send Trust Me directly into the back line. Sparker has to turn around and pivot looking to peel, which means that level 1 Crook finds a huge freeze and opens the floodgates for Na'Vi to converge on all of their targets. Fi this time though moves over to the Human Torch. You can't dive him. It now falls to the Star-Lord to have to match wits in the sky.
Okay, rolling through high ground, I much prefer. You've got to take this space away from Trust Me and Naga. And Trust Me just constantly being this annoying factor. Vi looking from the back, really wants to get onto level 1 Croak, but Rajaro's already taken out Fincy. Someone's going to fall through the cracks when you try and work these angles because your resources get divvied up elsewhere, Trust Me. Going to be using that symbiotic resilience to try and disengage, but it's straight back into Virtus.pro. Nevix is there waiting. The healing should be good as Na'Vi have plenty of ultimates to try and get through this one. In comes the Eternal Bond first.
On the hook.
Strangling Prison. It means they get to carve through Fate fairly easily. Fincy opens up a portal for any reinforcements to get back. Toot sweet here inside the invisible boundary. Things start to get complicated. The meter and they down upon Dridro. The perfect catch for Rajaro. The right click not with coming. And now from the back it seems like there's been an isolation of Saipe. People can move through the portal, yes, but they're not in range of Saipe's heals. So
Sparker's going to go over to the Wolverine, which means that he's going to be able to counter grab Trust Me when he tries to come on through from those dives. My worry is Fi has Supernova, yes, but Nevix used Strangling Prison. You don't have anything to force Na'Vi to stack into the damage coming on through from those tornadoes. Plus, the second you use that Supernova, Naga's going to be going for the Galactic Legend. Spark is going to now move on to that Ultron, Dridro the Rocket, because they know that they're going to lose someone on the sentry, likely the Human Torch, as he pops that armor and just tries to dive the backline to look for a trade.
17 more billion swaps, but you know that Naga's going to shut this one down instantly before Naga can even hit a bullet from the element gun. Crisis has already been so clean with rotor stern accuracy. Bro is an absolute prodigious generational winter soldier. Trust me, once again, finds the soft, exposed underbelly and digs in his talons.
Yeah, that galactic legend is just impossible for Virtus.pro to deal with. Also, I think Fire was actually either out of range of the BRB or it got broken before he went down, since he didn't get brought back up by it. Now he's getting the Guardian Shield stagger, but this is last fight coming on through from Virtus.pro, and they don't have a good ultimate to be able to open it up with. They've got to just rely on dive attention from Finzi, drawing Na'Vi's attention, but when Na'Vi have damage boosted Fate of both worlds, they're going to be able to live the brawl fight and win it easily.
A reversal from Idrisil Path potentially on the docket. 3-0 Marvel rivals off the cards, coming in close and personal. Naga manages to dodge away, but fires quick in pursuit. Oh, the Rage of Ultron just gets instantly decimated. I'm going to have a crisis myself. A bit of a miss there with a long range off the back of the Kraken impact, but the damage could already have been done inside of a Sonic Vortex. Crisis in a 2 versus 1. Gets a little bit of healing as well. How did Na'Vi manage that? An express delivery into the enemy back lines. Fincy does his best to try and sustain through this one. Fate takes out the Dredro. The invisible boundary cannot heal Fincy through. The collective damage, a raid by Na'Vi. It's a speculative use of the Meteor M. Someone on Midtown just got struck by it, but it's Na'Vi striking back at Virtus.pro. 2-1.
Okay, there is reason, there's method in the madness for why Crisis used Kraken Impact on an Invis woman who had double jump. And it's zoning, quite literally, because they had Invis boundary. Not just that, they also would have had Guardian Shield to be able to stagger in front of either the Human Torch or the Ultron, which meant that Rage of Ultron would have had so much more staying power and lethality to its namesake as well. So the fact that they were able to put so much pressure onto the Invis entirely zoned Saipei out of that last fight, and meant that when Invis boundary comes up on the objective, it's too late, and Virtus.pro have already lost too many players to be able to pull the fight back.
Having both the Flake and the Guardian Shield as well for Naga means 0 casualties, 0 returns to a small room, 28-0. This is why we've seen the Star-Lord become a priority ban for many of these teams, and for the side of Na'Vi, a priority protect that was well rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Na'Vi, though, is that Virtus.pro are already 2 maps up. They're still on match point. Since they've now lost this one, they get the opportunity to take us to not just a different map, but they also get the opportunity to decide which ban side they want to be on. So what they could honestly do is actually pick the side which allows them to ban before Na'Vi get an opportunity to save, and instead of insta-banning the Jeff or the Mantis, because so much of Na'Vi's strategies, it appears, relied on that Star-Lord, they banned the Peter Quill instead.
I mean, taking it away from Naga could be a huge asset. Sorry, I've been allergic to these first point holds. I think I'm having an episode, Marks. And well, there it is. Like, Na'Vi refuse to go down 0-3. They don't want to be summarily destroyed by Virtus.pro, and potentially the momentum of a series going back their way. Now, we can assume that Virtus.pro probably going to try and avoid domination for their map pick, but it was incredibly close against Na'Vi. Maybe we see a return to Araco.
I was going to say, I think it's going to be Araco, because then you put so much pressure as well onto Na'Vi to have to force ban out either the Ultron or the Human Torch. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether we're correct, as we'll be back with that map after this short break.
So a series it is then. No speed running through to our best of 7 between the victor of this series and Citadel, as Na'Vi decide to strike back on Hall of Jalia. But now, Mox, the series is in the hands of Virtus Pro on match point and having their map pick.
Yeah, and they're going to take us to Convoy, but it's not going to be Araco. It is going to be Midtown coming on through. I wonder if that's going to be trying to force the bans over towards the Vanguards to free up duelists and strategist lines. As we've seen on Yggdrasil Path, a lot of those Vanguards, things like the EMEA and the Groot, were removed from both sides, thus freeing up drafts to allow in stronger strategists and duelists for both of these teams to have their comfort picks open.
That said, Na'Vi seemed pretty comfortable playing against the Groot on Hall of Jalia, but it was a different geography. Nevix's Groot seemed like a bit of a known factor there as we jump into our ban phase and we look towards our first bans, and it remains Emma, so Star-Lord's in play.
Instant save? Maybe. Virtus Pro did get the opportunity to save before Na'Vi can go for the ban. However, it does mean that Na'Vi get the back-to-back bans coming on through. Virtus Pro, even though there's less environmental drop-offs for the It's Jeff, will save the Jeff themselves, as Na'Vi are actually going to ban out the Venom because of having that Jeff and symbiotic shenanigans. They just simply cannot allow it. So now the Mantis, the Star-Lord, the Ultron, the Torch, all of those are still up for grabs for both sides.
Worth noting, Crisis still in. Seems like Na'Vi don't want to lay down a winning hand just yet. First save being deliberated at length as they wonder, is it going to be the... No, not the Star-Lord this time. Instead, the Luna.
Well, if you have Crisis still in play, you can play the Winter Soldier yet again, and also you can combine Kraken Impact with Strangling Prism, because we do actually see Groot a fair bit on Midtown, especially on first, to just be able to break the back of all of those defending teams. As Virtus Pro will be able to guarantee themselves a one-sided Jeff, and we saw on Yggdrasil how much they were able to do with that Jeff coming on through, not just the ultimates, but the ability to heal from when you're being dove on and while still retaining your presence on the convoy to stall out the attacking team.
Okay, one-sided Jeff, and there it is, to protect on the Star-Lord, making sure that Naga still has the trick in their back pocket if necessary. Virtus Pro will decide on their final ban now, already having taken out 2 Vanguards and a strategist. Maybe they'll try and focus in towards Crisis's hero pool here. Nobody's a very good Winter Soldier, a very good Punisher player.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go for the Punisher, they're just going to play the Winter Soldier. Ooh. Adam, I feel like, is going to be gaining more value because it's something that could be used both on the defense and the attack. And it also means that Virtus Pro can here pick up one-sided Adam, or it's going to mean that Na'Vi would have to burn a ban on making sure it's not one-sided Adam, so that Virtus Pro can't just go for an Adam Loki backline and stall out that first push.
All right, that's going to be the grab onto... Once again, the Captain America. It served Virtus Pro well once on Yggdrasil Path. It served them poorly on Hall of Jalia. It's going to be the mirrored man onto... Oh, they're going to get rid of a Human Torch.
Yeah, Thigh getting a lot of respect towards him. Plus, Virtus Pro still had Invis and still had Ultron open. Which also still had Luna open too. This is the thing, when you go to Convoy, Vanguards catch so many bans coming on out because of the free compositions that could come through, which means that strategists and duelists have an easier time finding their full compositions that allow them to hit their peak damage, as we're going to be seeing Virtus Pro yet again on that Psylocke.
Yeah, trying to find those squishy underbellies of the defense can be quite the play. As we move over onto Midtown here, Virtus Pro still on match point, temporarily stalled in their path to victory, but Na'Vi are world champions. They have resilience, they have roster depth, they have mechanical skill. All they need to do is align all of those at once to try and get themselves to a 5th and decisive map.
They also have their draft aligned from the previous map. They've got the Star-Lord, they've got the Luna once more. They're going to be defending for the first time, as we can see that Virtus Pro are going to be rolling on out with Hawkeye at the beginning, and indeed the 4 to be able to start bruising on through all of that brawl potential that Na'Vi want to have, holding this corner and trying to stop that objective from moving as much as possible.
Well, Virtus Pro's Vanguard pool was a little bit thin on the ground, with 3 being banned away from a down by Na'Vi. So unsurprising to see them might go for something a little bit unconventional. Charge Aegis unavailable. Please bring it back, Guang Guang. Trust me, towards the back, wants to get on top of the Rocket Raccoon, knowing it's a little bit pointless getting that close to Saipe when they've got such proximity to spawn. And you can see that Saipe is actually firing back with a little bit of additional damage here. Nevix hasn't been able to really get involved in any fights thus far, and Metallic Curtain will be able to mitigate a lot of the damage coming through from that Awakening Rune. This is kind of a mono-directional push here from Virtus Pro, and Crisis is able to alleviate a lot of that pressure as Rajaro might find themselves overwhelmed inside of a cafe, getting in close and personal for a brawl. The Fantastic Art continues to move until Rajaro takes up duties of stopping it mid-road.
I mean, Rajaro and Trust Me are just trading that position while Crisis peels any of the dive rotations coming on out from Sparker with that Captain America, meaning that that objective has not moved all that far. Judaro doesn't have an environmental, does have access to a spawn door though, and might be able to find the elimination off of the back of that one that away. As Na'Vi have lost some of their players. Yeah, they're stalling this range so that they can't go for the regroup, reportal.
Yeah, as long as possible. What was speculating on potentially the instant destruction of the spawn door, but realizing that it's better to just have the longest respawn possible.
Are we going to see Ensong Inferno combined with Dance of the Butterflies for Virtus Pro to be able to find the eliminations off the back of it? And this magic comes on through from Crook, and the healing is enough to survive the God of Thunder, even with all of that damage coming on through from Virtus Pro's side. Freedom Charge does come out from Finzi at the same time, however, though, so Virtus Pro is still going to be able to brawl against Na'Vi's Eternal Bond.
And Nevix returned rather quickly. Rajaro's had to use the portal just to return themselves to the fray, so no team recontest can come through from the side of Na'Vi. Fight around the back has finally found the angle onto level 1. Croak, they managed to take down Naga so fast. The Seer evaporated before the power of the Ensong Inferno. But above all of it, Crisis catches a bash with the Psionic Blade. Cuts through the Master of Magnetism into ribbons, I say. Iron filing ribbons. And Spark has got iron in his veins, forces iron prices from Na'Vi, and they're going to pay that troll toll, as Trust Me is overwhelmed with the tide of Virtus Pro. A full cap surely going to come on through. Crisis late to arrive, and the Storm Surge puts them in the ground.
Well, Meteoram normally absorbs damage, but unfortunately when you're only one body and you're absorbing all of those Psylocke dashes, you're not going to be long for this world, as the swaps are going to be coming on out. Crisis over towards the Winter Soldier yet again to put a stop to the shenanigans of the Psylocke with that Captain America that have just had Na'Vi's head constantly on a pivot. They really have just not been able to find any angle of establishment to have their backline kept safe when Virtus Pro decide to get aggressive. Sparker already on that high ground too, has scouted out the entirety of Na'Vi's composition and seen the backline vulnerable.
All right, Sparker working the back right now, trying to make sure that Na'Vi cannot claim this high ground for free for a safe space for their strategists. Trust Me puts their body on the line to keep this one contesting. Crisis is pivoted over onto the Winter Soldier to make sure that Sparker can't stand up in these battles against them. This could be big here. Nevix coming in from the top. A lot of his targets have actually been taken away there by Dredro. A touch of anti-synergy for Virtus Pro, as Na'Vi still able to stand strong. There's going to be extra damage coming through though, and there's a damage boost too from Fate if they want to just try and carve through this rather quickly. Level 1 Crook falls down to the Ensong Inferno, combined with the Sparks detonating. Sparker wraps around onto Trust Me in a 1 versus 6. All he can do is stall the cart using Symbiotic Resilience, and Virtus Pro roll forth more.
Yeah, the target focus just goes out onto Crisis so that he doesn't get to build up the Kraken impact in that fight, nor contribute to burning down the Ensong Inferno before it's able to hit the ground. Rajaro is going to go over now with that Meteor M, trying to find the elimination onto Virtus Pro, but Finzi just pops the Freedom Charge. And I don't think Na'Vi have the space to even muster any form of contest before Virtus Pro have that cap. Thanks to the Dance of the Butterflies coming on through, there's going to be a little bit of a stall with the Vanguards trying to do that best and hold, but that's going to be it.
All right, and there goes the remainder of Na'Vi. The healing just wasn't there, Mox.
Na'Vi held on to their ultimates, though. They're really prioritizing having a good defense on third to stop all of the momentum coming over from Virtus Pro, so that they can then scout the angles and stop the Psylocke, the Captain America, and the Phoenix from getting all of what they want. Crisis will be able to put a lot of pressure from the downtime, but it also means that he's not going to be in a good position to utilize the ultimate just yet.
God of Thunder once again available. Those stuns off the impact could be used to really facilitate a big eat from Dredro. Na'Vi Looking for an arrival, but the car's still rolling on forward. Trust me, Lane on their roll forward. I think I may have seen already a swing from them as well. Has used a frenzied arrival to disengage behind the curtain of Rajaro. Crisis has options here with the Kraken Impact on the back half. In comes the Meteor M. Could be played a little bit more safe here from Dredro. There's the stun coming through. The combined damage is crazy right now. Dredro still overwhelmed. Naga made sure that one was going to happen, and Fincy's shield not strong enough against the element guns. The element of freedom is not as strong as what Naga was slinging right there. A disengagement for Fi is vetoed by Na'Vi, and now they can hold at the doors.
Yeah, Virtus.pro might have Dance of the Butterflies, but they don't have any other ultimate to put the damage into it, which means that Na'Vi with Fate of both Fords coming on through from Fate should be more than enough to sustain through that Psylocke ultimate, especially since they can figure out where she's going to be rotating into and have that Guardian Shield as well, contributing so much of that healing AoE. Crisis trying to figure out as well how much ultimate charge you can build. Finds the hook, not onto the Psylocke to cancel the ultimate, but onto the Captain America. Fate uses the ult, but Na'Vi have nothing to damage boost and just have to use it to move forward aggressively onto Finzy instead.
Damage boost is fine, at least to get rid of Fincy and send the rest of Virtus.pro back into these back rooms.
Yeah, but now you don't have Fate of both Fords against the Ansong Inferno. Coming on through from Fi, nor do you have any ultimate to actually find the hit onto Dredro, which is why Virtus.pro are getting into a position to go fast.
2-2-2. This is quite the bulwark that has to be carved on past, and Finch is going to be the one breaking into the back once. Level 1 Croak, but the freeze is solid from Fate. But the backline, they've just been decimated. Virtus.pro finally found their opening. They grabbed with their claws and they absolutely tore it open.
Yeah, Crisis is going to be coming in with that Kraken Impact level 1 Crook too. Going to have the invisible boundary. So Na'Vi do have win conditions, but Virtus.pro have a lot of space that they can start falling back into. Plus, Cyphace BOB will be up and available. Dredro is going to be so close to the edge too, with an environmental on that eat. And Song Inferno is going to be kicking things off. Finzy jumps in, trying to punish the fact that everyone's looking up in the sky, which means that no one's looking on the ground, and the Captain America has just ripped through the back line.
I think that Trust Me might get revived here by an emergency BRB. Indeed, Fate comes back with a heads-up play. The Awakening Rune good to go, and it means, oh, that's 4 allies eaten by Dredro. But hey, in the end, it's all good and dandy as a Fantastic R still rolls forward, and Virtus.pro cap with 29 seconds remaining.
Okay, so it's Jeff, yes, ate the friendly team, but also meant that Na'Vi, if anyone was on the point to try and hold it long enough for Crisis to come on through with Kraken Impact, they'd have to use it there. Plus, it pushes a target then to use the Kraken Impact off of the objective and purely onto the Jeff, which means that Virtus.pro would be able to turn their attention to just that one target and very quickly remove them. As fast is the name of the game in being able to complete Midtown, as we have seen many a time, those defenders and how close the full heal of spawn doors is, still giving your backline line of sight onto your front line, holding down the fort on the point.
All right, for Na'Vi, once again, the pressure is on. Virtus.pro looking hot to trot here on Midtown. And you know what? The 100% Thor win rate, it's not quite there anymore. I think that there was a failure of it yesterday. But now Trust Me is once again going to be picking up the hammer. And it does have its uses in breaking these triple. These 3-3 holds by displacing, particularly the Magneto, who has few options for disengagements.
Yeah, the Venom too, as we saw when the 4 rolled into third every single time. Trust Me tried to come on through and use that swing to get himself into a position. He was immediately displaced by the Thunder Surge coming on through from the 4. However, Na'Vi now going to be relying on Spawn Break. They've got the Mantis for that damage boost. They scout out the composition that is going to be. Here comes Punisher Storm. Or potentially, yeah, there we go, Punisher Storm with the Mantis damage boost, which does in fact stack.
It does stack, and let me tell you, Crisis, his Punisher is pretty biblical. Bro is a generational aimer. I think he's got some of the best raw tracking in the game, but mostly going to be using the shotgun, of course, up against these Vanguards. Virtus.pro, they roll forward like a wave, and Na'Vi, they are not the moon. They can't control the tide. Khonshu looks on forlornly.
So one thing that Nevix is going to bring to the table, he is going to be taking a lot of spam pressure coming on through, but he does give damage reduction to his team when he jumps to them to survive the consequences of the Goddess boost when Naga decides to give his team 12% additional damage boost. Tries to go for the knockdown too onto the Storm and set Dritter up for a big it's Jeff.
Crisis can quickly dodge the Jeff using the E if need be. But it seems like Julio's just prioritized the heals right here.
Yeah.
Moving into the back, and it seems like a successful bait for Na'Vi, but they still lose Naga.
Yeah, they've been losing this 4 as well. Every single time Trust Me's tried to move on forward, but still that thing is falling lower and lower. Might be brought back by the Rockets BRB. Now Na'Vi, with those ultimates, can look to push the first corner.
All right, Rajaro with the Meteor M. Might be able to roll on fourth. Okay, damage boost onto the Punisher ultimate here. Time to make a decision if you're Fincy. Is the disengage going to be enough? Up close and personal. Great protection of the Punisher ultimate. Naga's here with the second phase of damage, but can't find the remaining members of Virtus Pro, at least not outside of the invisible boundary, where the healing's more than enough to deal with the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, no Jeff NATO. Virtus Pro, remember, secured one side of Jeff, so you couldn't carry them outside. As Virtus Pro go for the wombo combo, clobbering time unblockable to all from Na'Vi into Eye of Agamotto follow-up and fight, but they're overextended, and Na'Vi finally are coming in with the eliminations. Virtus Pro were out of LOS of their strategists, and the damage boost is finally doing its job.
Sparker found in the back as well. It's Jeff channeled by Tridra. Once again, going to be prioritizing just getting back into the fight and healing as soon as possible with that joyful splash. Fincy making a decision right now. Do I stay or do I go? I need to touch the cart. Nevix is going to be the first one up on the docket to make that one happen. But the damage from Naga is real, and the portal's already ready.
I mean, the damage from the stall as well. Virtus Pro have been able to chip that time bank down to almost under a minute. They're going to go for a portal. It's not going to be on the high ground, as they have to worry about that 4 pushing them all off of the back of it. Na'Vi are about to hit that win condition. Fate of both worlds or invisible boundary combined with final judgment. There's nothing that Virtus Pro are going to be able to use to heal through.
Eyes on Crisis right now as Fi starts to work the back. An off angle from a Doctor Strange, just a little bit of a rarity to see in pro play, but it still has its places. Nevix taken down by Naga. It's a great opening here. A good dodge from Sparker as well. Heads up play on the Rocket Raccoon, and Fincy's made to pay. Level 1 Crook gets that one with the Force Physics. Fi forced to give away a little bit of space, and well, the rest of the space should be given away as well here. The Metallic Bulwark all in, protect the VIP. Crisis takes the damage, but his health bar's like a yo-yo, up and down and up and down, but rising forth in Na'Vi.
That was very much protect the president all the way through that fight. The way that Virtus Pro tried to stop the final judgment pocket because they didn't have the means of healing through it was cut off the synchronization by taking Crisis down before final judgment could be used alongside the strategist ultimate. That's why level 1 Crook used the invis boundary. That's also one of the reasons why Rasharo used the Meteor M to suck up all of the damage going the way of his Punisher. Fate 2 didn't need to use the Fate of both worlds. It was just a bulwark to be able to pocket the pun. Crisis now is going to move on over. Job done, spawn broken. We're going to go on to second and the Winter Soldier to keep Sparker under wraps.
It's his turn now to tag in for a touch of objective contest, but in the corner, just slips past for Thor. He's slow in many cases. In comes Shreedra's potential for the 8 big stun potentially came through, but Naga's more than ready for the arrival of the Shark. Rajaro actually took them out before there was even an attempt at the landing from the Omega Hurricane. He's been nasty with the Iron Volley all day. Rajaro, he's hot hand.
Yeah, there's not enough trades either to warrant Sparker using the Dance of the Butterflies, which means that Na'Vi are going to get a safe window to build up the invis boundary. You can see Crisis trying to figure out where exactly that Psylocke's gone, but Sparker has long rotated back to his team to keep the ultimate in play.
Okay, this is a danger zone. If you get held in the subway, you can be held here for years and years. A more billion or more as Fincy wraps towards the back. Once Fate, the invisible boundary drawn up just in time here for the side of Na'Vi. Trying to catch Sparker on the disengagement there. Maybe not the best option for Rajaro. And now there's a lull, a quiet in the fight as Nevix used the resources. Fight has managed to make it all the way behind. Oh my god, the end song is right there. And you can eat so much of the incoming damage towards it, utilizing that Meteor M. Crisis still thinks of it, it's winnable, and so looks towards the back, but they've lost all their friends, and they look around, there's no one at their shoulder.
Oh, what a wraparound from Fi. He's not going to be punished for that super deep position either, because Endsong Inferno replenishes the Phoenix's health bar entirely. Now there's a minute left. Na'Vi, yes, have Kraken Impact, but they don't have the space to be able to use it safely, which means that Crisis has to be so peeled for and healed and protected to stop Virtus Pro from just picking him early.
Price is still super dangerous as he moves on forward, so Nevix knows they have to give away the space to avoid getting hooked potentially. How deep is Fi right now? Bro's in Botswana! We're fighting in New York!
We're not fighting on the objective though, Harry. That's the point. Na'Vi had a minute. They're now down to 30 seconds. to
Both
position
their
themselves
strategists.
around the Phoenix and the Psylocke. They're not in position to stop the Jeff. Both of their backlane are caught. This is over.
Oh, the patty cake and the securing of their position using the Magneto as well. For Na'Vi, it could be curtains as they're going to be sent back to the spawn room real quick. Rajara's already opening up the portal, so it's going to be a last-second fight.
Listen to the dance of the butterflies, though. How many bodies can they get through all at once? It's going to be up to Crisis and Level 1 Crook to carry the fight.
Trust me, as the God of Thunder ready to go in such a confined space, it could be everything. Fate's got the healing. The fate of both worlds will be decided here and now, as that's going to be the God of Thunder striking down towards the back line. Doesn't quite get the impact because Virtus Pro are just so evasive. They're such a fast composition. Caught in the corner, Fate gets isolated. Fincy returns to the point. He's got the freedom charge for the additional sustainability, but nothing trumps the strategist ultimate of Level 1 Crook, who brings up the invisible boundary and draws all and sundry in to try and make sure this one stays alive for Na'Vi. I called it curtains, but it's a curtain call. Taking a bow off the back of a beautiful performance here. Nevix returns on the Angela, but Heaven's Fall has been much overstated. Virtus Pro are going to have to defend on third.
There's an unsung hero in that fight. Someone stopped Sparker's ultimate. Dance of the Butterflies got cut to 50% when the portal came through.
Ooh.
We'll have to go back and see that one because not having Dance of the Butterflies to be able to break through the healing done by Invisible Boundary cost Virtus Pro that defense. They'll have it now for this next fight. Na'Vi don't have any defensive sustainability capabilities against it. They do have the Doctor Strange shield to absorb some of the damage dashes, but they have to be so careful about how they play this one. Though Finzi gets caught overextended and Na'Vi not get an opening.
A Mega Hurricane prepared, but Spark who strikes first. The Dance of the Butterflies has many partners on this dance floor, but none of them are leaving without a good workout. And, well, they're going to be walking back from spawn for their cardio.
Momentum fully drained. That's great for Virtus Pro. Now they've got both the It's Jeff to find the isolation on the two strategists and also the Ensong Inferno to have the CC immunity and dodge out from Overcrack. In fact, Vagamotor, they're just going to go aggressive. They're not going to let Na'Vi any form of space. But because they went so early, Fate still had all of the iframes of the Dark Teleportation. Doesn't it? It's not that for the Jeff ultimate, though. And both the Bucky and the Four are being taken for a swim.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be difficult. So, actually, they've got Trooper's Fist and they've got Storm Surge. Oh, no. Crisis still falls off. It must have been on cooldown, maybe to try and dodge the incoming damage. Rajaro still stood up on the point as Fincy's annoying in the back. I think there are going to be some respawns. Is that Nevix? Nevix is
Nevix is spawn camping. Crisis has to use the Kraken Impact, but he doesn't find the connection on the map because of the bulwark.
Okay, Fincy in the back, still annoying all of these strategists. And guess what? Here's my special friend. Here's a Magneto I bought in earlier. Sparker, nuclear bombed from orbit by Naga right there. Getting in close and personal. Fate buys all the space. A portal opened in favor of Na'Vi as Rajara has already had to use that one. Or rather, it's actually about to open once more.
Level 1 Crook's got the Invis boundary. Na'Vi have control of objective. They can use it on the objective itself, both to heal through Sparker and to slow everyone from Virtus Pro who have to store the objective into the God of Thunder and Vagamotor combo.
Well, the God of Stall has arrived, and it's a freedom charge coming through from Fincy, taking to the skies, trust me, lands down, but up comes the metallic curtain, dodging all the damage. A no-cell there from the Magneto, fires falling low, Crisis wraps around the outside, taking up Naga duties this time, into the back, no stuns are found, Rajaro can't convert, the C has been drawn on up, and the focus fire burns through it quickly, but does it seem that there's been too much game? No, the Dark Maelstrom rips through Dredro, even after they grab multiple players. Sparker tries to isolate a target and finds Crisis in the back line after using the Dance of the Butterflies. Inside of his Dagger Storm, there is more than enough healing for Na'Vi to try and keep this one sustained. Virtus Pro coming back so fast from their spawn. Down goes Fi, so close to the end song Inferno. But maybe the song will have to be sung in overtime. A quick right click is all that they need. Side base down as well. Nevix does their best to brawl out. The Magnetic Greatsword has been formed. An ancestral heirloom to look upon as Na'Vi once again reach for the heavens and demand victory. Virtus Pro will be taken to extra rounds.
Full push, full push. However, Virtus Pro still had time when they did it, and so they have 29 seconds in addition. Oh my goodness, Na'Vi. It felt, especially since they had to use Invis Boundary to have the sustainability to burn down Saipei's Cosmic Yawn Amplifier on the objective, that the Dance of the Butterflies would be the nail in the coffin for this team. Rajaro does such an insanely good job, by the way, on the Doctor Strange, just going between his backline with the shield and also holding the objective, which actually allows Fate to survive that Psylocke ultimate, and then the Cloak and Dagger actually has primary AoE range, which means that Eternal Bond gets built up in time, has the opportunity to get shielded from the Meteor M with both Rogero Seraphim Shield, as well as the opportunity to go for the iframe themselves with the Dark Teleportation of the Cloak form. And we get a full push, and we go to another round of Midtown as Na'Vi refuse to give ground and refuse to get sent out of this tournament.
All right, quick Caesura here for the Fate Glaze session. What a heads-up swap to the Cloak and Dagger, realizing the ult advantage Virtus.pro has, knowing they could no-so one of them with the right click. And also in that final fight got 2 Eternal Bonds, by the way. That's kind of bonkers.
The blind as well. When Virtus.pro were looking to stall the objective as long as they possibly could, the Vanguard's getting hit by that 28% increased vulnerability is absolutely insane value. Na'Vi, though, have a time ahead of them. They've got to go for Spawn Break, and Virtus.pro are going to make this time bank hurt. They've got the Rocket, they've got the Atom. It's up to Naga on the Phoenix to find the off angle and take both of them down before the ultimates come into play.
Dude, Fire is a wild off-angle duelist on the Doctor Strange. There's nothing more to say about that one. Rajaro trying to isolate the Magneto over here, and the Soul Bond's already been used. That's a major defensive cooldown that's no longer going to be available for Virtus.pro, and it can't be used to save Nevix. The BRB should be enough, but that means Shreejo's going to have to use a Cocoon Revival. Oh, Crisis! Where has this guy been my entire life? The mechanical demon is risen!
Virtus.pro try and take refuge in the side rooms, which sets them up to Phoenix stuns into Crisis follow-up. He pulled Kraken Impact before Rocket pulled Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. Virtus.pro, though, do have a Strange Portal available to them. Looks like Rajaro actually is going to try and counter TP them so that Na'Vi get a little bit more opportunity by just blocking off any of the choke that they could walk through.
Ends up being wasted because Fi didn't use for TP. Maybe they heard the chant earlier. Crisis needs to be rescued here so we can use the Kraken Impact already in overtime. Na'Vi needs to stay on the point at all costs, and that's why there's so much pressure coming the way of Rajaro. Dark Maelstrom burns through. Trust me, we're so close to their ultimate, but Fate wasn't there in time with the Eternal Bond. So close to the Culling Aura inside of the invisible boundary. There's going to be no stuns given over either by Rajaro. Na'Vi have got nothing off the back of their ultimates, and it's going to be Nevix in the back with the quick stuns. An anti-play coming through off the back of Sparker with the Dance of the Butterflies. Na'Vi may have had the ticks, but they did not find the tox. And, well, that's going to be Virtus.pro holding at the end of first.
Yeah, Eternal Bond, like you said, not in time to be able to catch the 4. Invis Boundary coming through as well to match the sustainability plus the slow. At that point, you're looking to try and find the pick onto the Invis Woman, which is exactly what they try and do with things like the Kraken Impact with a follow-up on the blind, but they don't find the vulnerability opportunity either. And because they used the portal previously, Virtus.pro know that there's absolutely zero punishment if they just all ult dump in and clear Na'Vi off so that overtime burns out fully. But still, for only having a minute on the time bank on a convoy map into a Rocket and Atom composition, Na'Vi got significant amounts of distance. Midtown is not over yet, especially because they're going to be starting off with Defender's Position, Torch Spam, Venom Soft Dive Stall, and Ultron Pocket for your flyer.
You're absolutely right, Mox. This is a reasonable amount of distance to get off your minute. And now Virtus.pro are going to have to try and break this one again against the triple strategist. So a lot of healing is going to be pushed out. We haven't seen much of Crisis on Ultron thus far.
Sparker could be the hero here. That Psylocke being able to put the pressure onto both the Ultron and the Torch. This is what Na'Vi are placing their hopes, not just of this map, but of this continuing in the tournament and getting the opportunity to go up against Citadel. Damage boost from the Mantis on Torch. Pocket from Ultron on Torch. Absolutely everything. And you can see that Crisis actually has got the Idol Aura on the Ultron because they know he's going to be a point of weakness that Sparker looks to pressure.
Yeah, going to be that primary leverage, which is going to be expended upon Na'Vi, who for now are playing it very reserved. They're not getting as much contest on the cart. Yeah. just trying to play a little bit safer. They'll occasionally poke in to stop the cart on its maneuver forward, but they know that this is going to be a two-fight play either way with what's on the time bank and how much distance they have to play with. Looking in towards that Phoenix, a great dodge coming through from Fi, avoids the hot drop onto themselves. A quick grounding onto Naga, but manages to slide up onto the high ground. Here comes Sparker for the second phase of a butterfly dash. Can't connect up onto the high ground, so they take themselves back down to terra firma.
So far, no elimination, but Na'Vi are giving up significant amounts of ground. This is all going to come down to who gets these ultimates online first. Spark is going to have to dance to the butterflies. Na'Vi don't have a defensive ultimate unless Rage of Ultron comes through in time, and it does! The Crisis goes low! He's able to get above the Zark's hitbox and manages to heal the team!
Unreal plays from Crisis. Everyone hit 1 HP. The Cosmic Yard Amplifier is the final note, though, and it will still start to burn on through. Fate and Level 1 Crook are going to have to return in good time. Level 1 Crook's already made a maneuver here over onto the Doctor Strange. They're going to have time to portal, and Fate's going to be able to maybe... Here we go again. I don't know if they've got the... No! They don't have it ready, and this is going to be Virtus Pro surely able to complete and stamp themselves the ticket to the finals. Na'Vi are consigned to third place as the Bears rise up and roaring challenge the Citadel.
Oh, they can't keep getting away with it. We said that there isn't environmental pressure in comparison to places like Central Park and Spider Islands, but there absolutely is pressure to being able to pull off your Portal of Parala. Oh my goodness, Stridra with the absolute huge eat, because I mean, if it had gone to an actual brawl fight, Dance of the Butterflies had already been used. Ultron would have been able to pocket the torch. Supernovas would have been stacked on the objective in overtime, despite not having a group for the Strangling Prison to pull everybody in. Virtus Pro would have no choice but to go directly into all of that heat. And they just managed to avoid it entirely by stopping the teleport coming on through. What a play. What a match.
Na'Vi once more having to head into an international LAN as last seed from EMEA. It did not stop them last time. Virtus Pro, they're going to be happy just to have made it this time around, and they are going to have a chance to play for 70,000 USD in the grand finals up against Citadel. But this is a show we've seen before. Citadel, they have had a little bit of Virtus Pro's number sometimes. If Virtus Pro go for the polybans once again, we might see a similar fate.
Yeah, I feel though, like, now that Virtus Pro got the opportunity in a best of 5 format to go up against Citadel and figure out, experiment with their bans to see what exactly was worthwhile, this series is going to be closer than it was the last time. Because once they figured out, rather than burning bans on pure Vanguards who you can ban them out of, but Poly is unlike Poly in Stage 1. Poly is now flexible. It's not just the Captain America that Poly plays, it's every single Vanguard, essentially, in the hero pool available currently. Which means, even if you ban out the Captain America and the Venom, he's just gonna go for something that still gets essentially the same job done. So we can have a look and see, oh my goodness. Hell in Space was the one that launched 1,000 ships. That Jeff Eat Ultimate was the one that launched Virtus Pro into the upper bracket to a second place or a first position to now go head-to-head with Citadel for that revenge. 1,000 broken keyboards, I'm sure Jeff has supplied.
Well, let's think about how the grand finals plays out as well, because I got to have a quick chat with Fate in Guangzhou about what happened going up against Citadel, how they kind of got a little bit swept after, like, being in that commanding position of coming in from a winner's bracket, and Citadel having to go against Virtus Pro for that land spot. And Fate said not to underestimate, like, how good it is to come in from a lower bracket, feeling very hot, feeling very like warmed up and hyped up and ready to go into a team that's probably a little bit colder coming in, because the best case scenario here for Citadel is that they got to warm up against Chopped, and we don't know if Chopped are available for that warm up. So let's have a quick chat with Nevix to see how they're feeling for the grand final. Hey, bud, I think that face says it all. That was a little bit of a toughie. I'm gonna straight up ask, what's the deal with Thor on Midtown?
Well, they banned Emma, they banned Groot. We don't have too many options left, so it's either like a static shield tank, or it's like it's 4 that, you know, does a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't know. We just went for it. It was honestly like a panic pick at the last second at the door. I'm like, trust me, team, I'm just going for it. Let's send it.
So talk us through the HTF onto Doctor Strange, because that's now the second time that we've seen you guys use that strategy to be able to win your matches. Is it something that Dridro basically tells the team, hey, look, I'm saving my ultimate, we have to wait for Strange teleport? What exactly goes into setting up those kinds of plays?
I mean, that's just Dridro. He says, like, I'm going for it. I have my ult. He usually, like, he always just does it by himself. Like, I don't know.
Wait, so did you guys not know until Dridro just said,
I mean, he says, I'm
eating?
going to cancel TP. He screams that, and we're like, did you get it? Did you get it? Everyone's like excited. But yeah.
Actual horror movie vibes in the comms as you wait for the shoot to drop. Let's talk about Hall of Jalia, where the only place where you guys had the most significant problems. How come you guys had so much trouble breaking first there?
I don't know. We were not sure what comp to play there. And they had a good answer with the Bucky. I think the Bucky made it really hard for Finzi to do anything on that map because it's so open. Like, whenever he commits, there's nowhere to go and hide and pick up megas without having to run forever. So like, it became just awkward for us. So that's why we struggle.
So why do you think the Human Torch is working out as an angle for the team? Because when we saw you guys playing in the first stages of Stage 2, you were trying to play that Human Torch with the Ultron, but it wasn't working out as much as it currently is. Is there a specific reason why all of a sudden that kind of play is working?
Wait. What do you mean exactly? Sorry.
Is it like a new adjustment to the bans? Did you guys sort of like VOD the map and figure out that maybe you needed to rotate in different ways or give more resources over to the Human Torch so it could find more value?
So I don't know, Torch is like a bit trickier now. Sometimes it's super strong, sometimes it's not that strong. It usually depends on the enemy DPS characters. Like if you have Star-Lord is a great counter to Torch, so like he can match him very well and mark him. So it's mainly like that Star-Lord, I think, and how much resources the Torch can get.
How are you guys feeling going into the grand finals now against Citadel? Obviously, yesterday it was a very close matchup, but the first two maps didn't really go your ways. I won't ask you to leak your bans, but I will ask how confident you're feeling.
I'm pretty confident. I think we learned a lot from like these two matches, particularly. Like the backline situation is really weird right now. Like it used to be like 4 support bans and everyone just played the same things over and over. But now we see a lot of Jeff, a lot of Raccoon, and people who's running around everywhere. So it's very chaotic. But I'm confident. I think we're doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, the backlines are all over the place, but your mind is exactly where it needs to be. Thank you so much for joining us, Nevix, and good luck in the finals.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, that was the, I believe, team captain of Virtus Pro. I'm not entirely sure, but Vanguard Extraordinaire nonetheless for Virtus Pro off the back of a 3-1 victory over Na'Vi, plunging Na'Vi down into 3rd seed. And now Virtus Pro have a chance of getting either 2nd or 1st coming out of EMEA and going into Atlanta.
It's rematch time. The last time that Citadel and Virtus Pro went head-to-head was in our upper bracket finals, and it went the distance. 5 maps in a best-of-5 series. Now moving up to the grand finals, Harry, we are blessed with a best-of-7, which means we're guaranteed at least one more map between these two. And I really do feel like this grand finals is going to be really competitive now that, as we've heard, they got the opportunity to figure out the bans going up against Citadel. Although we should mention the fact that Citadel got the opportunity to see where Virtus Pro were weak when it came to those ban drafts too, as playing that Human Torch with the Star-Lord still in rotation from Na'Vi was incredibly problematic in comparison to when we saw it without.
Yeah, it seems like both of these teams have been forged in the fires of hell, and you too can be forged in the fires of a very much more fashionable hell with a brand new costume heading to the store of Hellfire Protocol available for Emma Frost. This is a legendary one, Mox. That means it comes with an animated nameplate, a fantastic emote, and some excellent aesthetics in-game.
And Emma is as viable as she's ever been as a Vanguard too, so you'll be getting plenty of mileage of using that costume, whether it's in your unranked or your competitive matches coming on through. Oh, Harry, I'm so looking forward to this grand final. I really do think that we might be getting a close matchup, maybe as close as some of the other regions. I know Asia's actually went the full distance to those 7 maps. Maybe this is the time that EMEA gets a draw and we see it go the full distance +1.
Yeah, certified Gigabanger. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the grand finals best of 7 for 70,000 USD after this break.
Wow.
Mind crush! Priceless! Feel presence! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Grand finals time is here, Mox, and the winner takes away 70 fat stacks out of our $250,000 prize pool here in EMEA, as well as better seeding going into our finals at Atlanta.
Yeah, for Citadel, it is the prospect of a back-to-back, winning both Stage 1 and Stage 2 for EMEA. For Virtus Pro, it's a taste of what they should have had at the very beginning of the year. Coming into 2025, we all said Virtus Pro are the most dominant team in the world. They're not just going to qualify to LAN, they're going to win the entire thing. And then they didn't qualify to LAN, and we were like, oh. But now, it's the redemption, okay? They kept the same team. They went away, they saw that they didn't qualify to LAN, they looked inwards, and instead of picking up new players, they looked at the problems, they looked at the issues of things like the ban draft, and they have been working it out and improving step by step every single day of Stage 2.
All right, let's look into our Citadel Gaming roster. Meliov, a new addition coming through from previously Na'Vi, a world champion, of course, from the mid-season, but really Polly's been the standout for Citadel Gaming this season, just due to their expansion of the hero pool while remaining just as effective.
Oh yeah, no, Polly has been a major standout, previously known for the Captain America, but flexing over to so many other Vanguards after Envy cracked the code that was Citadel Gaming and just instant banned out the Captain America every single time. But we've got to see Polly really spread his wings and find a lot of strength in other Vanguards, as we've also got to see Tanuki spread his wings quite literally, moving over to play the Storm with the unironic Jeff Vader composition that has been taking all of these games and Invisible Boundary by storm.
Unironic Jeff Nader was a crazy combination of words. Yeah, Melio has been a big addition in terms of their versatility to allow Tanuki to really focus in on picking up these other additional heroes. And also it means that Pokey can be put into a position where they can focus in on things like the Phoenix, like the Hela, really getting the most out of that hit scan hero pool where Pokey's at their best.
Yeah, I feel like we're definitely going to be seeing a couple of bans targeted the Psylocke's way if Virtus Pro do again want to go for things like the Human Torch and the Ultron, as well as that Star-Lord, as we have seen that Citadel can run both of those compositions, as well as many, many more. They've been running things like that 2-2-2 dive variant, where you literally just have a Jeff and an Ultron as your strategist. But I mean, I wasn't going to end Stage 2 without showing off exactly what we mean when we say Polly might just be the best Vanguard player in the entire world. This, by the way, is 11 maps total. So He's been picked 54 times. He's found 40 assists. He's racked up 241 eliminations. He's blocked a gargantuan 359,523 hits of damage, and he's done on a Vanguard roll 182,629 points of damage in 11 maps.
For those of you doing the maths at home, that damage block to casualties ratio is 6,650 damage per casualty, which is, that's a lot of absorption coming through from Polly, really soaking up not only damage, but attention as well, Mox, which is critical for allowing these openings for Pokey, Tanuki, and Melio to get inside.
Yeah, I mean, it got to the point as well where Virtus.pro went for a quad Vanguard ban against Polly, forcing him onto a rarely seen Polly pick of Angela coming on through. And yeah, they still won that map because banning only Vanguards meant that, like you said, Melio, Pokey, and Tanuki all gain access to every single duelist and strategist to pocket them that they so choose. But I don't think that's a mistake the Virtus.pro are going to make this time around, because even if you ban things like the Venom, which we're likely still going to see so that symbiotic shenanigans doesn't get on through, or damage boosted Feast of the Abyss, Captain America still does what Venom can do with soft dive and disruption dive, and some would argue as well that Polly has a better Captain America than Venom.
Well, I don't know if any of you have got social media open at the moment, but Trust Me has some opinions. Heading into our grand finals here. The thing of it, if VPs play the same level that they did during the previous match, that Citadel will be 4-0ing. I won't make any comment, but know that Trust Me is indeed saying these things, and it's amusing to look at.
Well, let's head into our first ban phase coming on through, and Virtus.pro are going to be banning out that Jeff, which has proven to be a huge win condition for them going up against both Citadel and Na'Vi, as Citadel Gaming remove that Ultron targeting Phi in terms of being pocketed on either the Human Torch or Sparker if he decides to opt for that Star-Lord.
Yep, great thing about the Jeff ban as well. He doesn't need the Symbiotic Shenanigans team up, but it does essentially force the Venom ban later on, which Virtus.pro might have to use their simultaneous ban slot on, unless they're comfortable with allowing that to potentially be on the cards here for Saipe, so they don't have to keep that one in mind.
Well, on the card, so too, is going to be the 2-2-2 dive composition with that one-sided save onto the Ultron, also meaning that Virtus.pro don't get to use the Ultron to counter the dive coming on through. They do go for that burn on Star-Lord, however, as things like the Human Torch, Star-Lord for themselves, and Invisible Woman is still going to be in play. Potentially, they try and either outdive Citadel Gaming, or they go for a flyer so that they can scout the dive, figure out the rotation that it comes through on. As we can see, Virtus.pro are going to be removing Human Torch because of that Ultron save from Citadel. Citadel, though, removing the Invis Woman so that there is absolutely nothing to be able to pocket those flyers outside of potentially that Lunar Snow. But that just means that the Lunar is going to be a dive target.
Citadel with her own Protect here. Definitely seems like Virtus.pro have moved away from a bully Polly angle, and well, they're going to make sure that Polly does have access to that Captain America. This is very similar to what we saw Virtus.pro run on their own draft previously. Now it's the last ban for VP.
Yeah, last ban for them, and it is indeed going to be targeting both Tanuki and Melio, who can play the Psylocke to an absolute superb level, which definitely tells us the kind of composition that Virtus.pro are going to be looking to play, and it is going to involve flyers, as well as make sure too that Polly on that Captain America doesn't have a Psylocke and a Lunar Snow and an Emma Frost alongside him to mean that the soft dive becomes a hard dive every single time the hit is called.
Okay, there's the ban on the Rocket Raccoon. They don't want to go up against the undivables here. However, I do think that getting rid of a potential undivable composition does mean that there's more chance to get value out of the Symbiotic Shenanigans. One of the reasons why the Symbiotic Shenanigans does have like a limitation on it is that it is range-based. And with how JoJo often plays this kind of rogue backline off-angle healing from the Shark, it can make it a little bit more difficult to get value out of that.
It does mean, though, that Citadel Gaming are going to get a one-sided rocket, so they're going to have one-sided BRB, but also one-sided Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. So if it goes down to a fight between, say, two Phoenixes as your duelists, one side having that damage boost with the 25% coming through from Cosmic Yawn Amplifier means that you have a much easier time of being able to deal with the Endsong Inferno. Plus, if we actually see Virtus Pro go for the Star-Lord, having that heal tick per second from Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to be more than enough, I'm sure, in a triple strategist line potentially, to heal through Galactic Legends pressure too.
All right, heading into Burning T'Challa, the EMEA Grand Finals is finally here. Virtus Pro Ascendant, once again risen for months and months at the large launch of this game. We thought they were the best team in the world. They missed out on Guangzhou, but they're heading to Atlanta, and their seed and their cash prize will be determined right here.
Citadel Gaming, hold on a minute, we're rolling out triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. Navik's gonna go for a Strange Portal, but there's no one who's really vulnerable outside of that Ultron for you to be able to collapse onto. It does mean, though, that Virtus Pro have been able to seat themselves onto the objective, as we can see Tanuki on the outside looking for a target to pick off.
Yeah, Tanuki just doing their best to evade right now and stall the capture of this point. Actually, 3-2-1 for Citadel here, so they still have a Phoenix coming through from Melio. Ken and Alex are going to be these evasive strategists, but that early pick-off onto Ken meant a huge amount of staying power from Citadel was already taken away. Close to a first cap here, RVP, but they're unable to fully secure it. Melio brought back by the BRB. Time to re-enter now. With the Flames of the Phoenix behind them, Virtus Pro get the first cap.
Yeah, Virtus Pro get the first cap and potentially the first ultimate too. Given the fact that Sparker is so close to Dance of the Butterflies, it's going to be up to Alex to race to Rage of Ultron and provide the sustainability for Citadel to live it.
All right, Fire looking for the entry here of Enzo. Doesn't want to actually exchange fire just yet. Just wondering where Citadel are going to be coming from. As they're all about that wraparound and collapse. Tanuki taken down by Fincy. Sentient seized and destroyed. Sparker notes out Melio. Coming in close with the Dance of the Butterflies between Ken and Melio. There's no capacity for patty cake, and so the patty cake is crushed.
Yeah, Virtus Pro very quickly pulling at the threads of Citadel Gaming's angle so that the dive is never able to group up and pick one specific target, which means that the dive has been somewhat abandoned. Tanuki is going to go on to counter Psylocke measures instead. Over to that Winter Soldier. If Virtus Pro try and play aggressive and overextend into Citadel space once more, they'll get punished for it because of the CC.
All right, Sparker once again noting the approach here of Citadel Gaming. They're finally coming up towards some of these. Tanuki on the Winter Soldier, certainly a newer look. It's Alex around the back with the Rage of Ultron. Enzo is mostly avoided when using that Feast of the Abyss, and so Virtus Pro seem unscathed by the two ultimates invested. Enzo's disengagement, not going to be pretty. Fincy thinks that it actually fully uggers, actually. Polly taken off the map. No chance given for a re-engagement. There will be a quick re-engage coming through from the side of Saipe with the Eternal Bond, making sure that Virtus Pro continue to have all the space they need on the point there. Touch more as well. Citadel play around the outside with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. There's no means to take that one down quickly. But what about a multitude of stuns? First, you look at the pretty woman, and then you gaze into the abyss itself. The Eye of Agamotto opens, and the door for Citadel Gaming is surely closed. Alex's healing remains, yes, but he should be easily chased on down. Saipe's been found around the back. Enzo found exactly the right moment as Melio gets in close, starts to stack up melee. Sparks and Virtus Pro find it turned upon them.
Citadel will finally be able to find the point flip with Polly as well running into Virtus Pro spawns to just deter Dridro from being able to get into position and provide primary healing coming on through from the Joyful Splash. We could well see Citadel with control of these angles now turn this from 0 to 100% as long as they can scout out the rotation of both the Psylocke and the Venom. Spark of the Dance of the Butterflies finds Enzo, who holds the angle and pushes him back, and we can see now Alex just waiting for that Rage of Ultron for when Virtus Pro get aggressive and can't disengage.
One-directional push forces out the healing prowess of the Rage of Ultron, but VP, the disengage is fairly clean here. It means that Alex is going to have a little bit of space to work with up on the high ground, but Tanuki's too far away to really have an impact on this fight. They try to go in for the Freedom Charge, a little bit of additional sustainability. Tanuki and Fincy walk away with their lives intact for now. An attempted eat, I don't think it's going to come on through instead. Dridro once again prioritizing getting healing out on the remainder of the team. Enzo gets it done once more. The Feast of the Abyss is an absolute all-you-can-eat buffet of bear meat.
Freedom Charge, though, from Polly was exhausted, making sure that Sparker's Dance of the Butterflies didn't take Tanuki down. Tanuki, with the Kraken Impact, is going to hold a big win condition for Citadel Gaming coming into this next fight. They don't have a defensive now other than the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier against this Galactic Legend coming on through from Phi. Saipe with the Eternal Bond too just has all of that sustainability to let Virtus Pro take the fight over to the objective itself.
Fight on the objective. Virtus Pro would certainly enjoy that. But it's going to be a feast of abyss to open up here from Nevix. Tanuki tries to dodge away, utilizing the Kraken impact. Prioritizes with Captain America. Can we try and chase down Fincy? But Collingwood almost finished in the last second. Tanuki gets it done. Another F5 to play with. 5 noted. Can't dodge away. Goes back into all the healing offered by Saipe and turns it around themselves. Out comes the Galactic Legend. Catches Alex with no healing. Looks towards the sky. Tanuki's up there waiting shyly, and Enzo's elsewhere here. The Galactic Legend easily tears through Symbiotic Flesh as Polly dodges on up to get themselves a quick heal. Virtus Pro back in control, and overtime is ticking. A return here, I believe, from Alex, having used the portal, and Fincy as well. So all of the reinforcements are going to be coming through in no time at all. Tanuki down and Ken as well. Is there going to be enough healing here for Citadel? I don't think they really have the health ball to try and make this one work.
Potentially they can turn it with Feast of the Abyss. The Sparker thinks that it's still winnable, maybe for Citadel. And out comes the Dance of the Butterflies. Feast does mean that Enzo will be able to live, but that is not going to give any other sustainability to his team. Citadel Gaming, the pick coming in on Alex before Rage of Ultron could be built up with that Galactic Legend was the thing that allowed Virtus Pro to take Warrior Fall so handily, as it meant that Alex had to swap off of the Ultron, giving up 100% of the ult to channel 50% into the Eye of Agamotto and set up for that portal play. And like you said, they just had no sustainability even with the bodies on the objective.
Yeah, just a slow attritional perishing of Citadel Gaming here. And this is why we often see Star-Lord be the new vogue of bans, with Ultron being as powerful as he is right now. Still struggles against that hit scan prowess.
I mean, Sparker too on the Psylocke has been an absolute menace for Citadel to have to deal with. If they'd just been able to win that first fight, I think, especially if they'd rolled out with this composition, they would have been able to keep much more of a track on both the Psylocke and the Star-Lord. It got to the point where Virtus Pro just had so much point percentage ahead of Citadel Gaming, it really was just a matter of building up ultimates and snowballing over your opponent. This time around, though, Citadel will continue on the composition they finished with, so we've already got that Winter Soldier and Phoenix out on the board, over 50% of their first ultimates. Virtus Pro going to be cut off before they can rotate over to the objective.
All right, already Dreydre forced down to the ground, could look for a big eat here. Gets more allies than enemies. I believe it's only Enzo in their mouth right now. Could be a fairly easy rescue, and yeah, Tanuki's there with Rota Stern. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss, an attempt to dodge from Tanuki. Can't quite get out of the way in time. Cellular Corrosion grabs them. Polly towards the back has found Saipe, and Alex has been resurrected already. An attempted Eye of Agamotto will only stun Enzo, but he dropped on the wrong side of the wall, and so follow-up wasn't that easy to get. It's down to Sparker with the dashes of the Butterflies to try and make that one work. Alex gets in close and personal, has to dodge the Cellular Corrosion of the Venom. There's so much damage coming through onto the Ultron right now, and Nevix's Dark Predations finally find their man. The Iron Fist is here from Tanuki. Every time he brings it out, he tells me in chat, trust the Iron Fist, and I'm yet to see the results, my guy.
Oh yeah, I think I trust the Cloak and Dagger landing that blind more. This poor Tanuki is just absolutely detonated. He at least can put some pressure on things like the Star-Lord up in the sky, but I mean, it's going to be a very short-lived appearance from that Iron Fist. Over to the Phoenix, Tanuki goes. Melee onto the Adam too to have Soulbind to walk into this next fight as Virtus Pro have the angles to set up. Nevix is just waiting for the Vanguards to go onto point before he hits the vulnerable back line.
Enzo already got Saipe as well. Fincy plays behind the statue of Bast. The Panther God rains down damage from above, and the pocket's good from Dreydre. You can see that Joyful Splash just rolling on through. The Freedom Charge on the other side. Polly wants Dreydre so badly, but a Healing Pool is left on point to sustain these Vanguards, while a cheeky little eat from Dreydre is going to be a real difficulty to deal with if you're an Adam Warlock. Well, you know what? It's a little bit easier. If Tanuki comes through from the sky and just sets alight the Shark, Tanuki gets in close and personal. The best melee DPS in the game has arrived, and the Duelist reigns supreme.
Not just the best melee DPS, but also with a Mantis 12% pocket boost. So every single time those blue arrows are floating above Tanuki's person, his shots are going to be extra lethal. Virtus Pro, though, will rotate so they don't have to deal with all of that incoming damage. They've got the ultimates. They want to go quickly. They don't want to allow Citadel Gaming a little bit of poke attrition to build up. The Stratovus ultimates to counter it. Out comes the Ensong Inferno. Dodges the Eye of Agamotto, and the Soul Resurgence too from Citadel means that everybody who got caught by it is fully alive and healed through.
All right, Fate of both worlds. It's not enough to save Melia. Does have a Cocoon Revival, though, to bring themselves back in an emergency. Waiting for the remainder of a team to say whether or not this one is won. Still going to bring themselves back, though. Knows that this could still be swung either way if Virtus Pro decide to invest. Sparker slain by Tanuki. The frags are coming thick and fast for Tanuki on the Phoenix.
Yeah, but can Melio find value now with the Karmic Revival? It's going to have to be the instant revives upon the activation of the ultimate rather than the 10-second window that accompanies it, given the fact that Sparker and Fi can both track down the Adam's whereabouts and take him out without the res.
Our enemies are here.
Tanuki with a damage boost up close and personal to the Venom. Nice soul bond used there to just distribute the damage amongst Citadel Gaming. No one falls from the mortal coil for now. They shall grip to it with gritted teeth and white knuckles. In comes a Dredro 8. It's
Melio
walking towards the back. Miller's already been taken down and that Cocoon Revival's not available. All the other strategists have been taken in. Dredro needs to dodge away quickly, quietly, and best as they can. Out they go with no means of sustaining themselves. Poly uses the freedom charge because they believe it's winnable. Enzo and Polly is a duo. One of the ancient legends of EMEA possibly brought to life before your eyes. Cypher can come back here with the Eternal Bomb. The health pack hasn't respawned yet. It's going to be Virtus Pro back in control, but Melio's opened up the portal to return in short order. Gives up their ultimate. Stops the resurrection, but Virtus Pro have been absolutely destroyed here on the engagement. It's going to be a mad dash to try and touch. They finally get it done. Out comes the Galactic Legend. The healing behind it comes through from the Eternal Bond. And there's extra damage taken by the Venom. Look, floating above it. Oh, the Piensong Inferno. I don't think it manages to actually touch the ground. Melee is going to come back on the Heller of all things. On the off angle. Fi's taking so much damage. A dance of the butterflies as well. Fi's just catching hit scan poke from everywhere. A shooting gallery set up in favor of Citadel Gaming as the point's still in their control. Sparker hangs out around the back while Fincy contemplates for usage of a freedom charge. It might be now or never, but given that so much has already been taken, they'll save it for the third point, surely. Sparker gets in with the whooshy finger hold to instantly eviscerate Ken, but Citadel Gaming, they'll walk away with a 1-1.
Oh my goodness. Legend has it that Salah found Polly just in the Antarctic and actually had to fully pour him out a la Steve Rogers because he might just be Captain America. That freedom charge to stall for Citadel Gaming, they gave up. They had so much faith, by the way, in the fact that Polly would be able to win that. They gave up the entirety of Karmic Revival because Melio was the one who went down and Melio was the one who had to swap to the Strange to be able to portal the team back in time. That could have gone absolutely awfully for Citadel Gaming if it hadn't worked out.
Oh, yeah, that could have gone so wrong so quickly. But it's all about these calculated risks. And like Salah said, one of the things about this team, Citadel Gaming, is that they really do trust their opinions in the moment and the seniority they have from having competed for so long.
I mean, Melio too, when he comes back on the Hella of all things as well, it's overtime. Virtus Pro's entire attention is focused on the point rather than the surroundings of it, which means that no one's looking at the Hella. Uncontested, yes, the health bars are fairly chunky. She's probably not going to be able to find the actual eliminations, but she's still going to be able to contribute a fair chunk of damage and displace bodies with the Soul Drainer, including that Psylocke. Now, though, we're back over towards that Adam. Citadel Gaming going to be wrapping around the high ground of that point to make it even harder for Sparker and Finzy to find an inroad.
Polly watches the approach. The freedom charge popped here by Fincy, dragging Virtus Pro forth. Look at those health bars filled with blue. And Alex needs to rebuff them, using the raw healing here of the Fate of Both Worlds. A Sonic Seduction counter-strike from Nevix, taking a bunch of damage. And Streetro's ready to go. Oh, Tanuki's got so many sparks. They're just going to instantly nuke the Jeff from orbit. Streetro falling low and can't really find the edge easily. Polly chases them down. Tanuki once again up close and personal. The Insong Inferno declared. A dodge away from the impact site allows for Fi to be able to slink away into the back lines. Ken managed to find them in the midst of all of that. A rogue Mantis marauding in the back, and well, they found some booty indeed. Quite the prize to grab. The Phoenix Alex brawls on through. The damage of the Luna is not to be underestimated as the Captain Americas charge after each other. A battle for freedom is won by Polly.
I mean, Polly has the upper hand in the fact that he has the Mantis and the Luna Pocket. He's got the Idol Aura. This Captain America, every single heal he absorbs from Alex is gaining 135% efficiency. Virtus Pro, we're going to be moving over to the Ammo Frost. We've had enough of the Captain America shenanigans. If Polly gets aggressive, into the Carbon Crush he goes.
Into the crusher, potentially. Fine, needs a little bit of support over here on this angle, but Tanuki exactly the same. Oh, messes up the disengage. The map knowledge failing temporarily. Couldn't make it through the door. Coming out close and personal. It's going to be a solo race here for Tanuki, but Spark is more than happy to carve through the offerings given by the perfect human. Adam Warlock simply serves the team up on a silver platter, and Spark is hungry with cutlery in both hands and a smile on his face.
Virtus.pro should be able to deal with the Captain America now as well, because Polly, when he rotates, is going to be about just attention draw. Finzy's going to have to turn and look at the cap. The rest of the team gets to move forward and put pressure onto either the backline or deal with that dive. It's all about scouting that rotations, as Melio has to build up another Comic Revival. Does have the Soulbind though, so Citadel Gaming are going to get aggressive and just move into the space that Virtus.pro wanted to hold into, making that backline a little bit safer from the dive. Out comes the Soul Resurgence, damage boost, a Feast of the Abyss is going to be able to find a connection onto a backline potentially. No, but he uses it to dodge the Endsong Inferno connection.
Tanuki coming in close towards Fi here. There's not really... Oh, okay. They just blow each other up with sparks. It happens. Drijo's going to have time to send the Adam Warlock off the map due to the lacking mobility of Melio. And while there may be a few vengeful shots sent from elsewhere, it's down to Alex to try and hold this one down. However, stalling might not be in favor of Citadel right now because they're not in control of the point. Virtus.pro is still accruing percentage. But hey, Polly's arrived. The big bad boss is here and he's only got 90 HP, so off he pops.
Virtus.pro are putting Fi over towards the Human Torch too, because they're in control of that space. They're going to be able to stall the approach from Citadel Gaming. The longer they get stalled out in those chokes, the more damage and Precious Sparker can output, and Fi can spam entirely unimpeded, as Tanuki has to break every single bit of terrain, understanding that Nevix would be holding up close and personal with the Feast of the Abyss and the Dance of the Butterflies. There's simply so much damage. The Soul Bond was there, but they're still going to lose one of their players. It's the Adam at least, so the Self Cocoon comes on through, and Citadel forward march with all 6.
Okay, quick disengage here from Citadel. They're going to try and wait out the usage of the Eternal Bond. Tanuki flames above it all, runs down onto Nevix, who easily gets healed on up by the Eternal Bond. Up close and personal again! What a sedation! Spark is here as well. There's so much pressure on the backline right now of Citadel, but the cross heal is working out well. Enzo knows there's no chance for all that healing to come on through, so sustains himself with a Feast of the Abyss. Tanuki getting in closer, melee battle against Captain America. Fincy knows that it's time to make a mad dash for the health pack. And Citadel Gaming still aren't in control of the point. They flip it eventually, and Virtus.pro now have to make a decision as to whether or not they try and fight this one out. They've still got Sparker in the backline, and Fincy is there too. But against a triple healer, it can be a little bit difficult to try and convert.
It's winnable.
Season
They got
opening.
Polly.
Coming in with the Flame Cyclones. They want to try and deal. Oh, Melio's just going to burn. Melio is going to burn on top of it all. Just turned to a cinder after resurrecting Polly. Brings back the carry, and the sacrifice is there. Alex is going to reinforce all of this here with a fade of both worlds, and Cypher's already fallen on down. So as we reach 80% here, Citadel still in control.
Yeah, Citadel putting all of their faith on their Captain America, stalling long enough once again for a portal and a Freedom Charge and Endsong Inferno to be built up, and it's enough. Melio looks like he's actually just going to try and portal onto Virtus.pro to try and cut off the engagement. Oh, he might go for Saipe because of the Eternal Bond on the Cloak and Dagger. If he can catch the Eternal Bond as it dashes, that would be huge!
Okay, gonna force out the iframe already and the Terror Cape as well, so I can't be used as a follow. It's just so confusing here. There's no way out for the Cloak and Dagger, but Alex and Ken have already fallen away elsewhere. No resurrection available here for Melio, of course, who's playing on the Doctor Strange instead. Citadel doing it without healing, but Tanuki brought his own to the party. The Endsong Inferno refreshes the health bar. Polly's taken down. 5 fences off the map by Ken! Unreal play! The force physics, the force of nature that is Citadel's backline. Ken is indomitable, Ken is intractable, and Ken is invincible. Virtus.pro gonna try and nom their way out of this one. A quick double strategist ultimate on the point for unlimited sustainability. And Drijo knows they can't go for an E because they gotta keep this one contested. Virtus.pro come back as a full team now. They've lost out on Drijo and Saipe. They're playing on borrowed time. Attrition's not in their favor here as Fincy floats away in Citadel. They force everyone off the point and turn it around on being into T'Challa.
Goodness. What a series! Harry, that was map number 1. Oh my goodness, that was map number 1! Oh, so when we talk about, you know, how good a player Polly is, we pulled up the stats, right? We said this is the damage that he's done, this is the amount of times that he's been picked. It's not just that he brings to the table, it's the call-outs too. Like, the guy is the IGL. He tends to lead the team when it comes to going for the calls of the 3-2-1s. I would gather that he was likely the one as well who called to go for that teleport play onto the Cloak and Dagger. It was either him or Melio. But either way, whoever came up with that strategy to just absolutely annihilate the Cloak so that they didn't have Eternal Bond, that Virtus Pro didn't get to use Eternal Bond onto the objective and come through with the Dance of Butterflies, stacking all of the additional damage from 5 other players plus a Cloak Terror Cape on the back of that last dash. It would have been Citadel having to give up the point and allowing Virtus Pro the flip. And then they would have had Strange Portal advantage and likely Virtus Pro win the overall fight.
Did Polly just intimidate Cincy into Agamottoing through pure sprinting aura? What can I do when Polly's approaching me but there's no other
Menacingly!
option?
He's just approaching menacingly. Oh my goodness. I mean, the Karmic Revivals though, like Virtus Pro, they had a really good game plan into the Atom Warlock. You can tell that both with the Psylocke and the Human Torch, they had such a good rid of that. But look at this. There's absolutely nowhere for Saipe to be able to go. They timed it perfectly too, because the point percentage that Citadel were on, Virtus Pro, you know, like they're coming, hey, my Cloak and Dagger is being jumped upon, they just teleported directly onto me. But there's absolutely nothing that they can do, because if they turn around and try and peel for the Cloak and Dagger, they give up objective control and they would lose the fight, lose the point regardless. What they have to do is hope that by walking forward and taking the fight 2 point when 2 Vanguards are missing, they're going to be able to find the eliminations and stall long enough for that Cloak and Dagger to actually come through with Eternal Bond, which does end up happening. But crucially for Citadel, they built up Invis Boundary and they're able to put it on point and everybody lives.
I mean, part of that Invis boundary is that Ken managed to use that portal that was used to ambush the Cloak and Dagger to get back after being picked as well. There are layers upon layers upon layers. It's ogre level strategies here for the side of Citadel Gaming. We'll see if they have any more in store after this break. I do not envy those who will make tier lists and power rankings heading into Atlanta after witnessing how close that was and how clutch Citadel can be when it comes to these wild domination fights. But Citadel are a beast that is essentially destructive on domination. It has been one of Virtus.pro's weaker map types historically, but now Virtus.pro can decide where we go in our best of 7 series, Mox.
Yeah, I think, unironically, Virtus.pro could very realistically actually decide to take us to Convoy and then ban Strange and get not just value from banning Strange to stop the second fight portal recontest from defensive halves, but also stop Citadel from being able to have anyone swap to Strange, and just off of trust from the stall potential from their Vanguard line, keep those fights going. Because if Strange had been out of play on those domination rounds, Virtus.pro took it.
Midtown's the choice here, Mox. Virtus.pro coming off a victory there against Na'Vi, probably feeling that they might be able to run similar strategies, but remember that I believe that Na'Vi banned a bunch of Vanguards against them previously.
Yes, there goes the EMEA ban coming on through against Citadel, so we're still going to be seeing a lot of those Vanguard pressures coming on through from Virtus.pro side, as they're going to be able to secure one-sided EMEA, which now means that if Poly's Captain America or Venom or whatever Vanguard Poly wants to choose from is now going to be coming under so much more pressure off of things like the Carbon Crush, which I think is very smart. It means that Virtus.pro don't have to burn 4 bans against Poly, they simply have a counter equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, but we can just give 1 ban over and 1 protect, and we'll try and deal with Poly that way. Beside Citadel Gaming, they're going for the El Clasico, going down the list of tertiary strategists and trying to remove all of this potential portal shenanigan, of course, from Virtus.pro. They do not want to see Dorito eat another portal cast.
Yeah, no more shenanigans with the stopping Doctor Strange portaling. As it turns out, an apple a day keeps the Doctor away, but so too does It's Jeff ultimate per round coming on out from Dridro as the Groot gets removed. This is to stop strategies like Groot strangling Prison combined with either Kraken Impact or Hand of Khonshu when Citadel Gaming try and go on their attacking round and break the triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold that Virtus.pro are no doubt planning.
Yeah, it's going to be in the back of the mind for everybody. They're going to match the Adam ban as well as Ultron's taken off the field. This is going to potentially nerf the Human Torch of Phi. Still have the Star-Lord in rotation here, which can be a little bit troublesome.
You know what's still in play too, Harry? Loki Mantis, which is another reason why Virtus.pro removed the group. Vibrant Vitality needs to be chopped in half. Okay,
one-sided Ultron as well. A lot of focus on the strategists here from Citadel Gaming to be able to forge the kind of composition that they want. Virtus.pro now going to be able to get their last ban and protect. They might need to get rid of a Venom here just to try and shut down symbolic shenanigans, which is going to be very useful in the tight spaces of Midtown.
Yeah, though you do have ammo. Which means that you can use the Carbon Crush, and indeed, Storm is going to get removed, as that is going to be fully targeting Citadel Gaming's Jeff NATO composition, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep, getting rid of that combination. It was pretty brutal for Virtus.pro to try and deal with previously, and it's going to be the Invisible Woman who is going to be rolling up. Maybe we'll ban the Luna here to try and make sure that if it is going to be a 2-strategist composition from the side of Virtus.pro, they can't run what many people would say is probably the best double at the moment of the Luna and the Invis.
Yeah, although if you do that, you let a duelist through. So Phoenix is actually going to be removed because Mag was also still open. And Phoenix and Mag and Invis all being able to use things like Endsong Inferno plus Meteor M and the slow capabilities of Invis Boundary when combined with either of them, Citadel Gaming with their strategist ultimates would not be able to stand up to the task of surviving.
I mean, I understand it, but I don't particularly like it against Virtus.pro. I don't think that the Phoenix is a massive part of Virtus.pro's toolkit when you think about the duelist, pools that they run.
Yeah, but I think as well, the fact that a lot of these fights on Midtown are going to be very linear, especially when it comes to that first main road fight around corner. Phoenix being able to build up as many sparks as she can on all of the stacked players on the side rooms when the walls crumble away has meant that everyone just gets stunned and you fall so incredibly low, even if it's not ultimates in play from the enemy opponent. A lot of the time, you're actually just having to mesh Q as a strategist to survive it.
You know what? We did see quite a bit of usage out of that Phoenix when it came to the self-healing capabilities of the Endsong Inferno as well.
Yep.
At least from the side of Citadel, I definitely were leveraging some of that. Dridro sitting around here on the Mantis. And this is actually going to make Sparker so dangerous.
That's another reason why you didn't want to let the Phoenix for damage boosted Phoenix. Is absolutely no joke when it comes to damage output. Sparker is going to be, however, damage boosted by the Mantis, this time on that Psylocke, to try and keep a check of Tanuki and Melee, who are going to be up in the sky. But Tanuki with the Invis is going to have both the Guardian Shield as well as the team up to give him additional armor when he comes to pressure.
Yeah, plenty of means to assuage the incoming pressure. Actually, a mono-directional push here coming through from Fi and Sparker. A 2v1 opted into by Tanuki. It's brave, but is it foolish is the question. Nah, with Polly at your back, you can take any 2v2. Bro is the absolute goat of those.
That was kind of a bait too. Tanuki flushed Virtus.pro's two duelists up onto the high ground where Polly was lying in wait to catch them when they disengaged up onto the terrace. And suddenly Virtus.pro, without the Stard and the Psylocke, don't have the means of keeping Citadel at bay. However, the objective is slowly making its way a little bit further through the point, as you do have to respect the damage that Finzi can output on the ammo.
Map's starting to open up a bit, so this is where Sparker and Finzi can really leverage those off angles. Melee coming up close and personal. Tanuki on the chase. Notes the approach of Fi right here, but into the loving arms of Druja has more than enough healing. Remember, the speed boost given over to everyone inside the Soul Resurgence as well is critical for overrunning exposed positions.
Finzi's going to have Sonic Seduction too. It's going to be a late pick potentially onto Polly, which means the Citadel are going to be able to stall and have another opportunity to take a fight. So far, though, no Doctor Strange portal. Looks like they're going to have faith that they're going to be able to keep the fight stalled long enough for someone to swap over to it when it gets closer to this finish point. Nevix on the roll, going to be giving all of the information to where Citadel Gaming are looking to rotate into the fight. Rage of Ultron comes out, instantly jumped upon with a damage boosted Feast of the Abyss. The Ultron goes so low, but the invisible boundary from Alex saves him. However, it's now off of the point.
Yep, off of the point, which means Enzo rolling on forward, isolating Dreedra. Escape's not really on the cards for the Mantis. AoE is good. A trio of ultimates used at once. That was quite ambitious there from Enzo, and Fi easily flicks himself away from this. Ken in the back gets himself healed up, but is still under assault from multiple angles as Sparker and Fi continue to maraud through the backline. Sentient Season is just as easily swept away by the mobility of the Captain America. Tanuki is having a lot of trouble getting onto Nevix here, and managing to escape back to their duelist is going to give over a lot of charge. Finzi's not quite so lucky, though, when it comes to a potential for disengage. The mobility was already gone. Polly found in the back. Nevix surrounded and just going to be torn apart as the piranhas circle in the water.
Yeah, I mean, Melio actually goes over to the Doctor Strange and portals into Virtus.pro's back line rather than on the objective so that he can come on through and box them in between both the Doctor Strange damage and the Captain America running directly at them. Snuki's been able to build up Galactic Legend without Virtus.pro building an ultimate up to stop it. They don't have Soul Resurgence in the pocket just yet, though Drudra should have it online before Tanuki gets the opportunity to use it. Out comes the dance of the butterfly, so they're trying to soak it. The Galactic Legend has to come on through, and Alex, with the invisible boundary, is going to be able to put it on the objective, but they've already lost two and the Strange Portal. Virtus.pro have the numbers advantage when it drops.
And they have a damage boosted Feast of the Abyss ready to go as well. Nevix in the back manages to take out Alex, but she just traded elsewhere. Once again, Polly feels the siren call of an absolutely dastardly stall. Ken's going to opt out of an eat here, instead wanting to come back as quickly as possible to try and get those heals onto Polly. They're going to be all the more necessary, though, with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, making sure that everybody has so much damage to push on out. Enzo almost already has lost their passive, but gets healed up in no time at all. Nevix stands on business, on the point, needs to be cautious of the Feral Leap, which is surely going to be coming their way soon. But Citadel have so much sustainability. With all three of their strategists back here, they're behind the ambulance, and the Galactic Legends is weaved by Fi. Fee, Fi, Fo, Fum. I smell the blood of Citadel in the water, and I smell an entry into second point.
Oh, Virtus.pro, by the skin of their teeth, are able to push it on through off of that Galactic Legend, and Nevix going into the backline and just stalling them out. Now comes the swaps. Melee is going to be moving over to that Phoenix, having the advantage of the Invisible Woman being able to play the off angle and yet again distract Virtus.pro. If they try and take a fight on the main route of under Subway, they have to open themselves up and their backline to that Phoenix. So you can see Nevix trying to scout out where exactly Melee is going to show up from.
Maybe a soft dive here from Nevix to begin with, trying to make people turn around. The freedom charge is good. Great insurance against the Dance of the Butterflies. Sparker double dips, going for an extra duel off the back of a team up given over by the EMEA. Manages to take out Melio here. Don't know if there's any option for a resurrection, not for the side of Citadel. That's only an insurance policy that Virtus Pro have access to at the moment. Tanuki dips away, but doesn't really have the HP to try and sustain this one. So close to ultimate, but Citadel Gaming, they're so far away.
Yeah, but Ken with the jab and that primary heal has kept up the Vanguards, who've been taking a little bit of damage and channeling it over to the It's Jeff build, which means that they'll have it up and available as well as Alex's invisible boundary. But Virtus Pro are one fight away from taking second with that momentum snowball from the last fight. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss directly into the invisible boundary, but that again forces it off of the objective.
Yeah, so far back with disengagement here for Nevix is unideal, but now Tanuki's got themselves an opening. Undefeatable screams rejoin, may well be right. The meter end goes wide once again from Enzo, and Nevix holds back multiple members at the doorway, meaning that Enzo doesn't have any help. No help in the back line for Enzo. Citadel Gaming now has to send their squishy members up to try and contest the point, but it seems like Nevix and Finzi have no designs of even letting them think about that. Not entertaining the notion. Polly falls down, and Melio will stand alone against the Horde.
The strength of the Mantis here is the fact that every single time Nevix uses the Feast of the Abyss, Citadel don't know whether it's damage boosted, which is why Alex is constantly having to respond with the invisible boundary. And it means that Virtus Pro can force the invisible boundary out, and then when that objective gets too close to the finish line, everyone from Citadel is forced to brawl into the face of a damage-boosted EMEA. Finzi has been at maximum charge so often. He's been absolutely melting players. Has got the Sonic Seduction and will continue to open up this fight too. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies. Spark is just going to use it to force out so many of these ultimates as Ken has to drop the healing pool and hope that it's enough for his team.
Healing pool given over, and now Ken's going to be in the back line, which means Polly has to roll on forward with a freedom charge to try and attempt to rescue or a flanking maneuver. Fi sees exactly where Ken is and gives him a solo Galactic Legend. Okay, buddy, a little bit rude, I'm not going to lie, but still it clears the area, and Citadel are sent scurrying.
Alex is going to have the BRB to bring one of their players back, but for Citadel Gaming, they don't have a clear win condition. Melia needs to build up the Dance of the Butterflies, but Drifter's going to have the Soul Resurgence. Plus, you don't have the angle scouted. You don't know where Virtus Pro are going to be sending the dive. There goes the Cosmic Yacht Amplifier, and there goes the Jeff. Melia's the next target now because they know he's close to the ult, and because they've been able to find one pick, the BRB's already down.
All right, Fi just absolutely pummeling here with these. Melio takes down Saipe using the Dance of the Butterflies, and we'll get one extra dash here onto Sparker, but look at the pressure being arrayed onto him. Demands the attention of the Jeff to keep themselves healed up. Enzo coming in. What a sedation. No chance for symbiotic resilience here. Is put to sleep and then slept permanently thereafter. Sparker starting to feel it. Starts the Dance of the Butterflies. The music's in his ears, and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier just eats a bunch of those dashes. Perhaps not the ideal there from Alex, but we have to dive on in it anyway. Enzo's there with a cellular corruption, but Finzi breaks their sentience underfoot. The high heels pierce through symbiotic armor. An attempted and eat will be delivered by the Jeff the Landshark, but still Virtus Pro have everything they need to try and cut their way through this one. The healing pool is not enough. Spark is not there. Finzi begins to channel, and it seems like Citadel are scattered.
Virtus Pro's dives were just so well coordinated when we went into third. Citadel never got the opportunity to fully push the attacking team back underneath Fisk building and thus tax their approach with ultimate economy or face losing players on the walk-up, burning even more time off of their bank too. That is a huge chunk of time for a conflict map we don't often get to see fully completed, given the nature of how close the respawn point LOS is to the backline, to the convoy just before it ends.
Oh, a very close defense here, but Virtus Pro once again complete. Maybe they can batten down the hatches and try and figure out how Na'Vi managed to get one over on them in overtime so many times in a row. But their defense did look stalwart in extra rounds last time around.
This is where they're going to feel the hurt as well. That Storm Ban coming in. They don't have it on the attack. Tanuki's going to be over towards the torch. He is going to get the pocket from Melio, but again, you're an attacking torch. So it's all about getting into position first to put the pressure and not being taken down when you're starting to develop that angle for your duelist. Polly's over to the Wolverine, given the fact that Virtus Pro do have one-sided Groot and and we're getting to see Fire on the Doctor Strange. So 2 very juicy targets for the Wolverine, but bear in mind, Finzi is going to be there, the mother bear behind her 2 Vanguard players with the Carbon Crush and Diamond Form CC immunity to stop Polly from finding the pick.
And Cyber's already been having a lights out game today. We know that the Force Physics is the classic counter to the Wolverine. Tanuki getting up close and personal here to Fire, making sure that the high ground is not hospitable environs for the Doctor themselves. And at the moment, Polly's just leveraging the terror that is in the eyes of Vanguard to stop this from moving forward.
They're trying to funnel Virtus Pro into those side buildings so that Tanuki gets a little bit more space, doesn't have to worry about all of that damage coming his way because of being cut off from visibility, plus getting the spam pressure onto those players below him. But Soft Dive has to come through first. Enzo and the Venom going lower and lower gets out, and that means that Citadel Gaming have a little bit of a lull before he stabilizes and goes back in.
Yeah, VP re-established their space right here. Maybe Enzo's trying to force out that Carbon Crush to give an opening for Polly to try and work with. Has used a Symbiotic Resilience. A lot of their opportunities have now gone by the wayside. Polly and Tanuki both fall on down, and Ken's trying to cook elsewhere. But they don't really have the numbers to defend the Shark, so Ken is just dogpiled on.
Navix is going to have Strangling Prison too. Granted, Melio with the CC immunity of Rage of Ultron will be able to dodge it. And they do have Soul Resurgence to try and push forward aggressively. But Tanuki needs to be the thing that comes through with these picks. Supernova, Rage of Ultron is there, emboldens the dive. No more soft dive shenanigans. You can fully go for the hit. But the Doctor Strange fully shields off of that chunk of it. And Strangling Prison catches Jeff before Ken can get away.
Super Resible, Fi's already back in it. Enzo intrudes into the invisible boundary. Polly from far away looks to try and move after that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Should be easily burned on through by the ultimate of Tanuki. Static emplacements, they do suffer against what Tanuki brings to the table. Good LOS play here from the Human Torch, avoiding most of what Finzi's bringing. And now Tanuki gets ready to try and activate the dive around the back. Enzo's already softened them on up. They need to get onto Dredro right now, but the Soul Resurgence comes out at just the right moment. A quick grab onto the Wolverine. He's sent down for nap time. Fire doesn't get anything off the back of that Eye of Agamotto, but that's because most of their targets have already been eviscerated.
Virtus Pro continue to hold around this first corner. Polly is off of the Wolverine, and Citadel Gaming now are going to look to use Melio on that Punisher and just try and melt down some of these Groot walls, force Virtus Pro into losing players early off of the damage boost pocket from that Punisher. Bought up Final Judgment, bought up Fate of both worlds, pop the 2 of them together and walk forward.
Melio gonna have to break down these walls as you said. That's one of the primary uses of the Punisher up against the group, but Nevix almost already has the Strangling Prison good to go. Could be blocked by the erased shields here that Citadel Gaming have brought to the table. But this constant turning around of Polly cannot be underestimated. Final Judgment in the back pocket here for Melio. Without Polly to defend him, is it really worth investing? Fi's been taken down elsewhere. They still think it's winnable for Melio, and so avoids the incoming CC. And Finzi can't escape into the invisible boundary. A turnaround here from Citadel Gaming. They saw the opening, and they absolutely dug in their claws.
Here's the crucial thing as well for Citadel. That was Mantis, Luna, Punisher. It was not Phoenix or Magneto. They've got the Wombo combo. And it's all going to be about Virtus Pro not getting hit by it. They have to burn the End Song Inferno when it's up in the sky.
Maybe you could bait it out here. Using the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, you know how the Phoenixes react to these particular instances. Tanuki above it all, looked in towards the back line, and the Soul Resurgence is so far away, and Alex has been taken out elsewhere. Finzi rewarded for their aggression. Fi is in the attacker spawn, and yeah, there's punishment for it. It might be resurrectable. I think they're out of range of the BRB because they were an attacker spawn. Melio around the outside, gonna try and burn through Finzi. Draws out the adjudicating shotgun, sees the Vanguard's approach, but looks towards the Pretty Woman, and even with the healing, Finzi's beam is charged up enough with just 15% to carve through Thrank Castle. Even his quest for justice is not stronger than the psionic powers of this X-Man. And Virtus Pro, they'll hold strong.
Oh, what a play. What a setup coming on through from Virtus Pro's Vanguard in that last fight too. Psionic Seduction onto Melio because, you know, he doesn't have Final Judgment for the CC immunity. He has no choice but to try and break LOS of it by hiding behind Ambulance. And wouldn't you know it, that's when the Venom immediately jumps in, tethers up so that the Punisher gets fully slowed and is forced to walk directly into that Emma. Massive plays from Virtus Pro as they just had so much coordination, being able to hold the space and really also going after that Storm, just weakening Citadel Gaming's damage output so that things like the Final Judgment just weren't built up as fast as we've seen previously.
Threat assessment from Virtus.pro also super good, dealing with that threat of the Wolverine pretty sublimely. I don't think I saw anyone even get caught by a Feral Leap, or if they were, it was instantly taken off them by Saipe on the Invisible.
They didn't even get to cast it.
Yeah.
That was how much damage that Wolverine actually did. They swapped off, I believe, 97% to the first last stand and used it for a 50% ultimate charge.
Fi is so disgusting as well, and how he kind of plays Doctor Strange like Psylocke. Like every time I see Fi on the Doctor Strange, I'm like, what's he doing over there?
I might not have stealth or dashes, but I do have an expanded health pool, which means that I can absorb plenty of hits and still go for your back line. Finzi too had absolute aura in that last fight, where we actually see the Feast of the Abyss coming through from Citadel side, and he just pops Diamond Form and hovers over where the Venom's gonna pop up, waiting for him to pop up from the grind so he can get the Carbon Crush connection.
Go on, take a bite. I dare you. Break all your teeth on my Diamond Form. Melio did identify the opening here with the Final Judgment. That was kind of the only fight win that could be manufactured for Citadel the entirety of their 4-minute attack. So this was a great rebuffing of the overall planning of Citadel from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, remove the Storm, remove the Jeff NATO combination. So if you have Invis Women, your Invis boundaries are going to be able to heal the team fully without everyone getting carried outside of it, and that ultimate literally just being burned up entirely. It forces, too, that Punisher to have to sync up with things like the Mantis and the Luna, so you have enough damage boost potential to be able to find the picks for all of that sustainability too, which means that even if they find the fight win, the fights are so delayed that you're just going to be able to win the one that comes afterwards.
Yep, there's always the one that comes after, and the best of 7 series marks us plenty of time for adaptation and go next, and that's exactly what we'll be doing after this break.
Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for Week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Inks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of Week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of Week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in Week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final Day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and XO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group Stage began with 2 Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that XO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
No 4-0s today as Virtus Pro strike back against Citadel on Midtown with a full hold after a full completion. Looking like a different beast on Midtown compared to Bin into T'Challa.
Yeah, that Storm ban really did hurt Citadel when it came to trying to play around things like that Punisher composition. So too did the group ban as well, so that they didn't have Strangling Prison to be able to stack up the Supernovas coming on through from Tanuki on that torch. Which just meant that when the ultimates came on for Virtus Pro, just had the means of finding the eliminations, but also sustaining own Citadel's aggression. Citadel, though, now get the opportunity to take us to a map of choice and a side of choice too, which is going to have a very big influence in the ban draft, given the fact that one side gets to save before the other side gets a double ban.
All right, might be quite the important distinction here. Citadel, they had to choose a convergence map, Mox. It's the only map type left in our pool before it gets reset, heading into map number 4 for our loser. And Central Park is going to be the call. During the break, I think you called this one in advance.
Yes, and there goes the Ammo Frost. No surprises there. Citadel Gaming are going to be securing it for themselves. However, this does mean that Virtus Pro are likely going to be able to secure themselves one-sided Jeff. Central Park is a very good map for Jeff when it comes to those environmental hazards on first, second, and third. The Starlord's going to be removed from the pool, which means that things like the Ultron, the Torch, a Starlord of your own, and Jeff is a little bit safer too, since you don't have to worry about Galactic Legend tracking you down when you're in the ground.
Yeah, the Blaster Barrage is also great for clutches against a low-health Jeff who is under the ground because, well, you don't have to worry about the hitbox if they're just within the area of effect of the Blaster Barrage. Citadel Gaming now have a chance to turn this around. Likely going to have to go for a Venom ban at some point to shut down Symbolic Shenanigans, given how tight this map is.
Yeah, we've still got Venom in play, we've still got Adam in play, Luna as well. Mag's actually going to be removed as well, so they can't use things like the Bulwark on the Jeff when he's using the It's Jeff, which means that Citadel Gaming are going to have an easier time being able to handle those ultimates coming through. Plus, if they want to go for something like a Human Torch angle, they don't have to worry about Meteor M being able to absorb all of those Cyclones, as Doctor Strange is going to be removed from Virtus Pro's side, so that if those fights go to the brawl potentials on the objective, Citadel have the opportunity for reinforcements. Virtus Pro, if they want to come back in quickly, have to go for something a little bit off meta instead.
Wait, am I seeing opposite day bans today? Are Citadel about to do the 4 Vanguard bans? Well, let me copy your homework, Virtus Pro. Yeah, but I got an F. No. No, I'd win if I used this homework. Last ban now for Citadel. Surely you got to get rid of a Venom with a Symbolic Shenanigans on the table. It's going to be the Ultron. Okay, Symbolic Shenanigans are there. Means less pocket up in the air.
Well, at the moment, Citadel Gaming still have full access to triple strategist lines, plus the 222 with the Luna and the Invis to be able to deal with the Venom, and you got the ammo, which you're more than happy having the confidence to be able to deal with those Venom dives coming on through. As the Captain America, I think, is going to be more of a problem, to be entirely honest, because it means that Virtus Pro can literally just send one singular Captain America to occupy the attention of Citadel Gaming's entire backline.
All right, Inviswoman on the docket. The last ban here for the side of VP. They're going to get rid of the Winter Soldier. Interesting here. Going to mean for a lot less control on that Venom, potentially, or on Fincy's cap.
Yeah, better for the cap. Also means that if Sparker wants to go for the Psylocke, you don't have to worry about things like the Bionic Hook being able to grab you out of position. Phi 2 on the Starlord doesn't have to worry about being grounded by connections from the Tainted Voltage, of which Bucky now gets 2 charges from. Plus, the Trooper's Fist now also applying that Earthbound debuff too. Winter Soldier really is one of the best counterplays to anything flyer-shaped.
Yeah, the grounding from a Tainted Voltage would kind of go crazy. But it does maybe telegraph that there is the intention to play this flyer composition, so maybe you could preemptively move over to something like a Hela or a Punisher to try and match them in the air. Maybe you could even try and go for the aerial duel with your own Tanuki usage of the Human Torch.
Yeah, I feel like aerial might be better than something like a Hela, given the fact that we just saw 4 being flashed coming on through, and if 4 does indeed come out into the mix, then we're going to be seeing a lot of dive potential, but also a lot of brawl potential. As Virtus Pro are going to be starting off in that defense, going to be using that Venom, putting pressure onto Citadel Gaming's approach, and then allowing all of that attention to set up more space for both the Starlord and the Psylocke when Sparker and Phi want to deal the damage.
Okay, Tanuki going to be playing on the Storm here as a single duelist. And now here comes the collapse on the back line. Wow. The Venom, the Star-Lord, and the Captain America. Yeah,
damage boost and Adam letting you just walk forward with Soulbind and establish yourself on point. Virtus Pro now, because they went for that Dive and Citadel Gaming's approach, might have lost some major presence on the objective itself, which is really bad for the dive because now they have to go directly into the ammo.
Yep, now they have to try and meet the Emma where she's at. Fincy's already fallen low. Melio's fallen down, but of course can self-resurrect. And Fi back down again. Means a huge amount of damage is gone. Sparker can't stand up to the justice dispensed by the Adam Warlock. The perfect human takes down an imperfect mutant. And so Virtus Pro, they're going to have to try and make a re-engagement happen here or cede away the entirety of the point. It's going to be Fincy putting his life on the line for this one and just dodges away. I think may have actually impacted Ratatoska in midair and so just bailed.
So there's your context for the Doctor Strange ban. Because remember, Citadel took the Doctor Strange out of the pool. So they went for a composition, which I don't think is going to continue. I think if they lose one fight, they're probably either just going to use their ultimates or hold off on the ultimates to get the 50% charge. Soulbind into a small room that you fortify with Groot so that Virtus Pro can't find any follow-up from the space created. And then you're still putting pressure on the dive because there's Brawl Tamper now.
What polyulting? That's my cue right now. It might have been deflected by Fincy off into the stratosphere, because of course you can't decide the direction. Out comes a big eat from Dreedro, but the follow-up's going to be there to try and take him out there, Thor. And now Dreedro back on the field, utilizing the BRB, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier here from Virtus Pro. They are investing so heavily to try and win this first fight, because they need to re-establish their dive angles and control the space. And so it's going to be a main impediment to that, with access to the Carbon Crush, maybe trying to shut down. Oh no, a miss onto Sparker, a great dodge away from the Shinobi, and Virtus Pro are going to be able to lock down these angles now.
Yeah, and they got Melio as well coming on through, so no Karmic Revival cast. Tanuki is likely going to use Hurricane just to put the pressure onto Virtus Pro and maybe force them to have to just peel off the Storm, allowing Citadel to walk on forward, because Fire's on that off angle. They know he's there. Polly's been sending damages coming on through from that group, plus the healing direction from Dridro gives away the Star's position, but Galactic Legend is still going to be able to force Ridiculous regardless.
Fincy down, unresurrectable. Seems like the BRB was not in range wherever Fincy fell on down. Now comes the Galactic Legend looking towards the back. The perfect counter in the form of a Sonic Seduction, but the follow-up isn't there. Even with the pull there after, it just did not have the weaponry to try and look at that range. Melio must have been looking elsewhere.
And they used Soulbind too, which means the Feast of the Abyss and then Sparker with that follow-up might be able to find the picks and make them permanent. This time though, Melio does have that cocoon. He's going to go for the self-res. Everyone was busy looking at Polly! Melio manages to bring back so many people, but he trades his life in the meantime. And Dridro sees dollar signs for where everyone got spawned back up, casts the It's Jeff and Man just to find the Groot.
Yeah, just drops the healing pull. But he's like, wait, oh, never mind, actually. I should probably reset.
Sometimes Groot can, you know, come through with those instructions to build up ramps on the other side of the map, and I think, yeah, Polly just doesn't want to stagger himself out. They have to play stack together too, because Spark of the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be looking towards the invisible boundary early.
I need assistance.
Tanuki, Omega Hurricane in the back pocket, just looking for the ideal time to use it, but is going to be constantly worried about Sparker using the Dance of the Butterflies. Melio already down. No chance for self-revival. Ken instantly loses out on the ultimate. Ruinous for Citadel. That's a huge sustainability tool off the table.
Yeah, I don't know. They used Invis Boundary after Melio had already fallen, and then Ken is so low off of the dash damage that he actually gets caught in the animation before it can get built around him, which means it's a full cancellation, not a 50% reset charge. Virtus Pro still holding onto these angles too, once again going to put pressure onto the Atom, and they find the pick before Soul Resurgence comes through this time.
Oh my goodness, they're just striking so hard, so fast. Citadel are unprepared for this level of aggression. Fincy has used the Freedom Charge to sustain themselves, but it means that Fi is up here and is feeling real confident to try and take some less than well-insured investigations, just making these engagements so difficult to deal with.
Okay, the Atom is gone. The Torch comes up to the mix. Tanuki now going to be moving on over to get that pocket from the Ultron. But Fi, with the Galactic Legend, is going to be able to keep both of those flyers under pressure. The second that they move away from the rooftops, it's a little bit of a bait to just push the Galactic Legend out early. But unfortunately, Fi's still got all of the movement and space to play off of and finds the picks regardless. Citadel at least made it fast, and they've still got a minute and a half to play with. But so too, the Virtus.pro have ultimates. They know that Citadel are going to make a push to the objective with Enza's ultimate, and so they're lying in wait with Sparker and Nevix to combine Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies. CEC immune from the EMEA.
This is the Abyss coming soon onto the back line. Can they dodge away in time inside of a spawn? And the metallic bulwark given to the other. Nevix going to have trouble disengaging, and even more so while Carbon crushed. Still Nevix has health to try and work with here. The damage is finally given on over. Outside of range of a BRB as well, so it's going to be a long respawn, but a quick return for Nevix.
Tanuki still doesn't have control of the space though, which means that they have to clear the Psylocke before the Human Torch can come into the mix. Out comes Rage of Ultron paired with Sonic Seduction so that Citadel can finally make a move forward, but Virtus.pro just disengaged and Citadel still have so much distance to go.
And on Fincy, back is Fincy. The BRB will serve them here as a dancer. Pushed away, but it does mean that only Tanuki is inside of the range, and so they're going to be a primary victim of that one. In comes the Big E, Enzo waiting, and so too is Melio. Even with the healing pool that Drudro had available, is unable to sustain through here, but overtime on the horizon now.
Who's behind? Citadel currently occupied.
It was Fi on the TP. He used his rocket network.
Oh no, someone is still behind. Finzy's going to be dropping from the rooftops too. Supernova and Meteor Am is going to be what Citadel Gaming have to bank their hopes onto. Cosmic Gun Amplifier comes on through. Tanuki should be able to melt it with the Hurricanes coming in, but he has to make sure that he doesn't get melted himself. Out comes Fate of both worlds from Alex. Manages to keep the Human Torch in play, and Citadel have an opportunity to push second.
Find Sparker on different angles, but Sparker forced away. Tanuki getting so aggressive here. Needed to remove the pressure from the Shinobi. And now it's just going to be down to a Venom on point to try and keep this one alive. A Symbiotic Resilience to give over even more over health to this. It's bought the time for Fi. They need to get up close and personal. The ult has to be massive from Polly, but it doesn't quite connect. The damage boost, the breakpoints, they're not really there. In comes the Venom once again to keep this one contested. Fi getting up close and personal. The Feast of the Abyss is good. Ken's fallen down, and Polly will stand alone up against the world. It's a familiar time for Eric Lenscher as he stood once alone for Mutant Kind. So too will he stand alone for Citadel. A lone tower amongst the ruins. Virtus.pro will prowl.
Virtus.pro just able to hold so close as Citadel spawn on second, makes up for all of the time that they lost on first. With Citadel making that Doctor Strange ban work, making the Atom and the Storm with that damage boost and Soulbind, walking onto the point itself. Now, though, Virtus.pro have to attack with a composition that, again, can get scouted and cleared before it can fully find its feet on that point, and Citadel will have one-sided Strange advantage if they need to call reinforcements in. This defense is going to be better equipped than their offense.
That much is for certain for Virtus.pro, though. When they can all move so fast, Citadel Gaming's backline is going to have to be with their head on an absolute swivel. They could evaporate in a second.
You can see as well, Citadel, they're trying to figure out what exactly they want to go for. They had the Mantis open if they wanted to, but they're going to go for the long-term sustainability of the Luna, the Atom, and the Invis. So you get the Luna and Atom Karma team up, which means that if Alex gets dove upon, the Venom just being a head hitbox means that Alex should be able to keep himself relatively topped on up. Plus, you still apply the Soulbind too, to be able to survive this first fight when Virtus.pro try and push you, if the dive is just a big old bait and switch for them to grab space instead of picks.
For Light and Shadow Karma, it could be an imperative here for the survivability of that backline to set up for a dive.
Tanuki too is set up for the counter dive. He's on the Wolverine. Nevix and Finzy are going to have a rough time of it, as already Nevix has to be careful that he doesn't feed too much charge over to Enzo. Virtus.pro aren't going to be going for main. They're looking for a dive setup, and Fi's already got an angle on the back line.
Fire reveals himself a little bit of momentary distraction, making space just via annoyance at the moment. Melio is already down to half HP, has to use for life stream to top themselves up. And Fire's not really committing here, forcing someone to come in and try and deal with him. And Tridro joining on this angle. They've given enough time for Sparker to get up close, where those Sonic crossbows can really start doing the damage.
Citadel, though, still holding onto that soulbind. The fact that Invis can get the pierce onto everybody there, plus the Guardian Shield AoE, means that Melio can trust his strategists to keep him alive without burning that resource and takes Finzi down. Finzi will get revived with the BRB, and Virtus.pro still have their angles, but Tanuki is just the bodyguard right now, making sure that his backline is kept safe from all of the focus fire.
Yeah, just making it impossible. Look at the move here from Fi, though, going over onto a Phoenix, knowing that accruing these sparks could be the key to turning it around. And while the identification was good, alongside the dance of the butterflies, there just is not the time. Melio forced to just stare into the eyes of their oppressors, as there's going to be no chance for a revival. Instead, it's going to be about the portal. This is one of the main resource disparities that you were talking about earlier. Bodybomb not going to come on through. Alex sits down on the point, not going to have access to that Luna. Fi's getting in close and personal. Quick cancel, quick kick, and into the side they go. Alex is there with the daggers of the night to turn it around again, and Virtus.pro didn't even get the first tick out just yet. Tridro, an early grab, and that's going to be two enemies spit on out, sacrificing themselves to the privilege of a guaranteed frag. Enzo believes it's winnable, and so a turnaround is imperative. Finzi dodges away from the incoming damage, and also dodges away from being mind controlled as well. Tanuki can't quite convert, and for Citadel Gaming, this one's over.
Remember, it's Jeff. Getting a pick on Adam doesn't let you go into the cocoon. Melio was so close to Comic and gets caught by the Jeffeed and taken off of the map. And Citadel Gaming's chances of holding on first get taken off of the map alongside it. We're over now to full anti-dive measures. Tanuki on the Namor, Enzo the Hulk to have the Gamma Monstro. As Virtus.pro are already running at Citadel Gaming, trying to hold on to as much space as they possibly can. Split the team by more objective control and more angles for both your Phoenix and your Psylocke Captain America when they want to put the pressure on the backline.
Dealing with that Hulk can be difficult, but dealing with a Feast of the Abyss even more so. Great usage of a Bulwark. Melio once again going to have to contemplate the Cocoon revive. And inside of a Fate of Both Worlds might find themselves safe here, but still Citadel Gaming having to spend so much to get themselves a touch of stability. Sparker looks above it all and now slashes on in. Wants to try and isolate Ken within the area of effect, but still the sharing out, the democratization of the pain is good for Citadel Gaming. Saipe draws on through with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Drigo gets himself two! Instantly flattened under the biomass of Giganto. The wrath of the Seven Seas made known against the traitorous marine animal that dared to rise on up. Enzo and Polly gonna try and do it as a pair, but they can't quite connect with it. It's just gonna be all about that stall.
It's the stalls that Citadel Gaming can start to regroup. There's one more fight, but they've got the Karmic Revival off at the back of it, and Virtus.pro don't have ultimates right now. Feast of the Abyss potentially to be able to catch onto those revive positions. Melio too has already burned that self-res, so if Sparker can find the pick onto the Adam on the walk up, Virtus.pro are in such a good position to take Central Park.
Vinci already in towards the back, trying to force out Melio. Knows like Karmic Revival could be absolutely imperative towards this one. And Citadel Gaming got temporary control of the cart, and there's a very angry Hulk that could try and deal with this one. Sparker double dash for a disengage, and Enzo continues to throw out the damage. Polly needs for support in the back, and they're going to focus in all their fire upon Polly, but the healing is there, and the resurrections too. Potentially no Melio slain, and even with one player returned to a fray, it's not going to be enough. Alex has to reinforce. The fate of both worlds decided right here and now as Enzo takes to the battlegrounds. Might well be able to try and interrupt this as Fi looks towards the back. The fate of both worlds is over. The time of the Phoenix has begun. The end song sings around Central Park, and the echo off the ramparts of the castle will sting in the ears of Citadel. Ken is down via Finzi as Enzo dances forth, but Finzi's already done all that he needs to, and a one-person soulbind is just a trickle of healing, but the trickle's met by a flood of bare blood and bare yells. Virtus.pro take away Central Park.
Polly on the Captain America tries to stall, but you're simply treading water until the rest of your players are no longer present. And that's going to be a 2-1 scoreline for Virtus.pro, who let the Adam Warlock through. But as as we saw, had a plan to be able to put it in the ground. That dive was so well formulated. They scouted, they saw the lay of the land, they saw that Citadel were going to stack themselves into those small rooms, the back rooms behind the point, so they could gain the most amount of value from things like the Soulbind, from the AoE heal of the Guardian Shield, as well as the slow impact when Virtus.pro tried to go from the dive from main, and they swapped to the perfect thing which would punish the fact that Citadel was so stacked. That being the Phoenix, who is not yet nerfed. We have not moved to season 4.5, which means all of the melee animation cancels are still present. And Psylocke, this is not even Psylocke buffed. This is just Sparker picking his timing absolutely perfectly to find the most amount of damage with every single one of those dashes.
Virtus.pro really out here like, damn, you forgot with the goats, huh? We are still those guys, apparently. Great identification, as you said, from Fi, of where you could really try and open something up. Yeah, this was real cruel to make Melio and Polly contemplate their fate for a couple of moments longer.
It's so smart too, because actually when you're there from Dridro's POV, this here is the cancel of the Karmic Revival with the Dance of the Butterflies. When we were looking at Dridro's POV on the Jeff, that Jeff is in the ground getting absolutely harassed by the Emma, who's trying to just take him out as quickly as possible. But he set up the speed bubble so that he hops into the speed bubble and gets the opportunity to go out of range of the Emma and over to the map before she can take him out of his Jeff and rescue the Adam, who had Karmic Revival so close and could have meant that Citadel held on to first even longer, getting to hold that position and clear out the dives, didn't have to worry about losing control of all the space when they got momentum pushed into second.
I mean, think about how long VP managed to hold on second as well. They essentially just got like insta-gibbed on first for the defense. They went for their first dive, got hit by the Goddess boost, and kind of just got absolutely pantsed. They instantly lost Phi twice, and their dive tanks, their dive vanguards just completely destroyed, but managing to set up on second was absolutely everything. For Citadel, suddenly this is a very dangerous circumstance. We'll get to pick from any of our maps to go back to now, so maybe Hell's Heaven Comfort Pick is on the horizon after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
For Citadel, not looking like they're going to be returning to the championship slate here of EMEA, down 2-1 against Virtus.pro, and the last two maps have been Virtus.pro really dominating how these engagements happen. They are always winning the role for initiative.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro, the second they were able to stop the momentum on second when they were defending Central Park, we did just get to see them tightening up all of those space, all of the angle control, just going their way. And it meant that even though Citadel were eventually, keyword being eventually, able to walk out from spawn onto the objective, the time had burnt down too low, the ultimates that they'd been forced to part with too far for them to be able to turn the fight around into their favor. Because now we get to go all the way back into all of our other map types. Is it going to be domination? Domination has long been a map type that Virtus.pro have struggled into, but recently we've seen them really tightening up on this mode, as well as the ban drafts. That is allowing them to play so many things that they've tried before to its actual potential. The Human Torch composition has been working like a charm. We've got to see Hulk Namor coming through from them, as well as the Jeff compositions, something which normally they've fallen prey to. They've now actually added to their strength pool too.
Yeah, like, Virtus.pro are starting to round out as a team. Like, at least round out as a team in Ignite. We consider them like the perfect beast in MRC, with mirrored bans, where they were often able to play a mirror composition to the enemy team. They were a very good front-to-back team. Like, they were always focusing first on the Vanguards and then working with their way back from there. But now they're starting to really leverage the dives on the backline. And as I said, win those roles for initiative, being able to control when and where the fights were happening, which has made them a lot more rounded as a team, having access to these dives and maybe being better. There it is, Hell 7. Now this is Citadel Gaming's safe space.
Yeah, especially if we see the Black Panther come on through. Although, recently, my one worry when I was thinking, do Citadel take us to Hell's Heaven, is that this is a very good map for flyers, and Black Panther struggles into Ultron especially, but Human Torch and Star-Lord also make it very, very hard for that Black Panther to be able to find value. As Virtus.pro will be saving that ammo, which has been another turning point for this team. It means that they don't have to use all of their bans against Poly and can look to target out other strengths of the composition, as there goes one strength, Star-Lord, taken away from Sparker.
Yep, Star-Lord, an absolute priority to remove, especially when you want to play that Ultron. We saw some real struggles on Warrior Falls of being into T'Challa, where Alex was getting consistently hunted down by the Star-Lord.
I do expect that Citadel are likely going to be removing Ultron before Virtus.pro can get access to their second save slot coming on through, as Virtus.pro will be removing that Star-Lord, which means that the Ultron doesn't have a Star-Lord opportunity to pocket. Also means if Fi does decide to go for the Human Torch, he's going to be able to have a much easier time. As we can see that the Psylocke now has been removed too. So Citadel might well be drafting a flyer composition, or they could be going for the 2-2-2 dive composition, with both the Rocket and the Ultron really struggling into the Psylocke's mobility, and the fact that she can literally just use her ultimate to single out you and take you down, even through something like a Rage of Ultron ultimate.
I think it's the first time this season we've seen a one-sided Psylocke priority. We've seen Psylocke bans, we've seen Psylocke protects, but never one after the other as far as I can remember. Virtus.pro now have their last ban on the table. Mantis still available, Luna still available, the Captain America taken away from Poly.
I mean, you kind of have to. It wouldn't just be Psylocke, it would be Psylocke and Cap with Luna and Ultron Pocket on Hell's Heaven, which if you lose a single one of these fights, you always have to be looking up into those skies to figure out whether there's a Cap or a Venom looking down at you. Plus, Emma is going to have an easier time of dealing with the Venom than the Captain America. So too will the backline, given the fact that Venom is a hitbox, and Captain America has the ability to bounce back projectiles, so all of the CC from a Luna can get reflected right back at you.
Poly? For real? I mean, we saw a little bit of it on Celestial Husk yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And it certainly would fit the ethos of the undivables.
It also means that they're going to have a lot of potential staying power within those fights too, because the descent coming on through from that Angela provides additional HP to both the Angela and everybody else inside that fight too. So it means that you can sort of actually weave that cooldown in and out of uptime between your strategist ultimates to keep the fight going, as opposed to some other dive compositions where you have to be in and out much more succinctly.
Yeah, just popping in and out. Maybe pop out with someone in your arms, you know. take a goodie bag for the rest of the class to share.
I mean, it's not really going to be shared if it's melted to smithereens if we head over to Super Soldier Factory. And the lava pit is directly to the left side of Point.
Oh, that is a concern that needs to be held here. We'll see if Jojo sticks on the... Oh, it's real.
They played it yesterday, actually, with Tanuki on the magic, as well as that Doctor Strange. So we're going to be able to see the chain team up, which means that either strategists can be chained together or vanguards can be chained together. And that, wait a minute, that could be a great combo for an Assassin's Lunge coming on through from an Angela.
Could well be. Going for the instant mugging. There's the purple coming through and the grab counter onto Enzo. Tanuki in the back has already forced on out for Soul Bond and has gone too far now. So the right clicks from Sparker easily carve through the flesh of the Dark Child. No Eldritch Well to save themselves, nor Stepping Disc either. Ken is taken down, and while Citadel Gaming are going to have a rear guard maneuver here to try and grab themselves a first control. Fintz has already stepped up to the plate, and it's not a huge amount of charge on the beam, but you've still got to worry about how much DPS this Emma can pump out.
I mean, this Groot 2 is going to be able to find the isolation the Doctor Strange split from his backline, which means that Virtus.pro will be able to establish themselves onto that point first fully, and now they're going to have so much more space to be able to clear where that magic is going to be coming on from, as Tanuki is going to be relying on a lot of his cooldowns to actually bring him in close enough to start getting the damage done.
All right, Tanuki.
Okay, yeah, no, we're
swap.
we're off of it. I was gonna say, there's no way. That's the composition you can keep if you win the first fight. If you lose the first fight, immediate swap. Melia goes over to the Psylocke, Tanuki over to the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is going to have off-angle pressure. Melia is going to have more pressure on the flying component of Phi, who doesn't have that Ultron pocket.
Angelic Descent already used here, and Polly found themselves alone. Enzo was there, yes, but the healing couldn't be brought on over due to walls being erected behind them, blocking off Ken's healing globules from the repair mode of his weapon. Enzo doing his best to dodge out all of the damage here, but Nevix is waiting on the other side. Flush him out and I'll destroy him.
Well, Nevix is going to be taking a little bit of damage too, as well as clearing out where Citadel Gaming could be holding themselves up. Both the Phoenix and the Psylocke are going to be looking for different angles to peek out from, which means that Virtus.pro have to clear the two of them. And Sunken Inferno is coming real close. Strangling Prison's already in play, and that just sets Virtus.pro up for a full swing. Finzi with the diamond form is going to get the spinning kick into the Groot walls too. Amplified damage. Citadel have no means of standing up to it.
Oh, Coach Salah needs to already have prepped a speech to get the team back together after this. This is their comfort map. This is their safe space. This is where Virtus.pro is supposed to be weakest. And yet Citadel Gaming are looking like they can't manage to find anything thus far.
Yeah, Citadel go for combos with their ultimates here. It just means that they bleed more economy in the face of the Karmic Revival. Out comes the Soulbind. Finzi's going to be shutting off all of the space that Enzo looked to create as we head towards overtime with Sonic Suction. And Water Force Physics onto Enzo, which brings him down immediately.
Force Physics and the control, they've just demolished Enzo. There's going to be a quick resurrection, yeah, so Enzo will re-enter the fray, but the remainder of the team can't make it through the absolute barricade. The blockade of Naboo by the Trade Federation has been enforced by Flame Cyclones themselves. Down comes the damage. Amplified by the Seer means that Phi can't stand up to the hit scan pressure of Tanuki, but you know what? The pressure could be alleviated by an invisible boundary drawn up here by Saipe. A quick peel onto the back line, and Tanuki is noted. Heaven's Descent into the back. Polly gets a little bit bugged there on the descent, actually ends up above it and so can't quite follow through. This means Tanuki has to throw in even more to try and make this one work. Sparker contemplates potentially self-reviving, but instead is going to call it here. Oh wait, he does self-revive. Not sure if that one was too intelligent.
Yeah, Citadel neither have to play absolutely perfectly. They do have the means to go aggressively first with both the Dance of the Butterflies and the Rage of Ultron, but they do have to bait out that Soulbind, likely with one of those ultimates committed, which means that the dive follow-up has to be absolutely on point. And Phi is already moving on up, using the AoE damage from that torch to clear the angles and figure out where Citadel are.
The BRB is close by to try and reinforce any of these deep dives. That's going to be used by Melio already as Sniper falls on down elsewhere. The damage is good, and Phi trying to make sure that the disengagement, taking them back to their team might not be ideal there, Polly, but you know what? It's just a friendly delivery from one bro to another.
They're giving them very little space as well to let Sparker build up any form of damage towards another Karmic Revival cast. Fi's actually gone over to the Phoenix now because Citadel Gaming are converging hitboxes when they go for the dive, which means that he might be able to find multiple bodies to be able to stun into that Venom, getting grabbed by something like the Anna. Soul Resurgence means that they'll sustain through the Feast of the Abyss as Miller did not commit his ultimate, and Polly goes down.
Yeah, and the BRB isn't even off cooldown yet because they're fighting so early and so fast. Melio tries to relieve some of the pressure, and while they're all low, it means even easier times burning them down for the end song Inferno. Fincy takes down Enzo, but already Virtus.pro, they can't be allowed to flip the point right here. Still, they might have no choice. It's going to be 99%, already halfway towards the cap. Saipei's got sustainability for days for the remainder of Virtus.pro inside of this one. A dodge away from Tanuki is solidly done as Nevix doesn't get too much off the back of their Feast of the Abyss. The disengagement went so far, and Tanuki tracked it all the way. Enzo's back on the Doctor Strange, as it seems like an off-angle play from Fincy here is going to be easily blocked on out. The shield of a Seraphim can't be broken through, so all will escape the Sarnic's clutches of the Emma. Blasted away temporarily and into the health pack. Fincy's got their own sustainability to try and play with. Ken is down to a Rage of Ultron, but Enzo can't get healed in time. 100 charge will just carve through Ultron. Can't afford to show himself to Fincy. Polly's got no heals to speak of apart from a meager Ultron drone, and with no feet down on the ground, the car can't be contested. The point now in favor of Virtus.pro. Spark has still got a res to deal with. Polly's back in record time, and Alex is revived by the BRB, so there's still going to be numbers here for Citadel, but Virtus.pro still have a second phase to this fight.
Sparker's got the Karmic Revival. He's entirely untouchable. You can see him just there behind both of his two other strategists. Out comes the Ansong Inferno onto the backline, onto the Atom. Is it enough? Can they take Sparker down before Karmic Revival comes on through? There's no follow-up. Amelia was already down on the Psylocke, which means that the Atom sustains, and Virtus.pro continue their presence on the objective to take Frozen Airfield. And we go now to Super Soldier Factory.
See, that's the weakness of these compositions. When you're forced to fight on point for an extended period of time, the Ultron and the Rocket, they just have such low raw healing.
Yeah, the visibility. It's so bad. Like, you're always going to be disconnected. Not having that Luna give you the idle aura to either your Phoenix or your Psylocke, so that if they're out of your range, out of your visibility, they're still receiving some level of sustainability from the 35% heal trickle would be absolutely huge. However, if you go for a Luna with a composition like this, when there is very little peel, the way that Citadel Gaming peel is by taking attention elsewhere. Virtus.pro having to deal with all of the angles that they themselves are being contested upon allows the strategists that extra level of sustainability, which is why so often against this composition we see teams literally just make a play to ignore the dive and send something like a Vanguard all the way to the objective and force a pivot.
Citadel Gaming sticking to their guns here. Virtus.pro, they have an advantage to begin with. The Karmic Revival might be everything.
Fi gets a little bit of AoE read, knows that Citadel Gaming are looking for a play. Eye comes down to the Butterflies and Feast of the Abyss at the same time. Sparker does go down, but he's still got the Cocoon. And that means that he's just going to bring himself right back into this fight, because Virtus.pro, they're going to be able to establish presence on the objective with the Emma and establish dominance with a huge Carbon Crush onto Enzo, forcing Ken to ult.
Yeah, Tanuki was very far away from a BRB as well. Vasia gets a massive chunk bitten out of it by the Venom. Still no early play here. Down comes the Ribbon. The angelic descent of Angela into the back line. It seems like there's not going to be too much gained off the back of it, though, by Polly. Alex inside of the invisible boundary can't be forced to leave. Would be slowed on the outside as they try to disengage, but they are brought back by the battle recall beacon. Polly drops one off the map. I believe that was Sparker. Not sure if there's going to be any chance for a Cocooned revival.
No, you can already see the life ticking down. If he goes off of the map, he can't self-res. Finzy, though, still holding his position, has the Aegis that he can dance in and out of, that Boki and Nevix can dance in and out of to sustain the pressure coming on through. The Diamond Form means he gets the damage reduction to disengage back to his team and stabilize, and Virtus.pro still aren't allowing Citadel Gaming the full cap.
The rare Vanguard patty cake coming on through. Nevix finally makes their engagement known. Out comes the potential knockdown, but Nevix quickly able to swing on away. Melio in the back has already forced out plenty of resources, utilizing that dance of the butterflies, but now it's all down to the supernova of Phi to try and make something happen as we're getting close and personal. The End Song Inferno rises above it all, and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to make sure that it's even more deadly, but on the Vanguards, they can't quite cut through the damage. Ken's fallen down and can't res themselves. Sidebay traded on the other side of her Age of Ultron is declared. All of the array damage is more than enough, and now Citadel are going to have to do it without any healing whatsoever. Polly's fallen on down, and surely Enzo's soon to join them. Ken's going to come on back now with a portal to try and stop this first contest and make sure they continue to accrue percentage. That means Alex has made the emergency swap onto the Invisible Woman, pulls Fincy through the portal, never to be seen again from whence he came. Nevix down into the pit, and it seems like there's not going to be a knockdown. Once again, you can't convert on this one, and Spark has gone for a resurrection. Virtus.pro believe that this is their chance, this is their moment, this is their opening, and a double up on the ultimates is certainly a hearkening to such dastardly aims.
Polly's not giving them any point flips. Citadel Gaming, at the beginning of that fight, were able to find the point control. The longer this goes, the more point percentage they accrue. The Emma ultimate gets zoned away by Polly with the shield. Inverse boundary slows the Angela down. He uses the Assassin's Lunge to try and get back to his team, and Melio picks Phi in the meantime.
No resurrection available this time. Now the dance for Butterfly is getting a patty cake coming on through, the extra health as well. Coming up close and personal, Tanuki took the ultimate risk and paid the ultimate price for it. Fincy with a fully charged beam just carves through all comers, and that's going to be Virtus.pro finally flipping at 82%.
But Virtus.pro, they're down Soulbind, they're down Karmic Revival, they're down every single one of their ultimates. It's going to be up to Nevix to try and slow down Citadel Gaming's approach, because they've got a wombo combo. Heaven's Retribution combined with End Song Inferno. It's going to be up to Virtus.pro to try and burn this Phoenix ultimate before it comes through.
Phi has to be careful, but remember, does have an advantage due to that damage boost that is available. Nevix chasing after their counterpart here, looking towards the back. The axes of Icar's drawn on out, giving over health to everyone who wants to come in and play. They're tethered to the pole, and then the nuke gets dropped from downtown for Sparker. This one's going to have to be calling it because, of course, it's only 55% towards the resurrection. Citadel Gaming back in control.
Yeah, Melio just tracks down Sparker to see whether or not he is going to go for that revive, and Citadel with the wombo combo find the flip. The fact as well that they were just coming through with Enzo getting the tether onto so many players, able to force Virtus.pro to back off of the point, which meant that the flip came through before Heaven's Retribution landed. And once again, he goes in, disrupts the backline's engagement, does enough damage to build up the Feast of the Abyss. And we get to see this time Phi's End Song Inferno looking to target down Ken, who simply runs away with the shift.
I mean, Ken's like, okay, this is over. Bye.
It's a fast fight. There's a reason they make it a fast fight. It's so that they can hold on to the ultimate advantage and they don't give Virtus.pro point percentage. You can't afford to give a triple strategist Adam composition more point percentage off of longer fights. So we've got Feast of the Abyss. We're going to have the damage boost coming through from Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's at 99% too. So for Citadel, they can literally just find the eliminations, force Sparker to res, and take the objective.
The Virtus.pro, the most dangerous fight, has passed in towards the back. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier should be easy to carve through the health bars, but the damage is shared out once again. Great use of a Soul Bond coming through from Sparker here, who's still ready to resurrect. Actually going to be used preemptively here. Sparker ready for anyone to fall on down. If they get taken down into the Abyss, it's not going to be quite as lucky. Phi dragged on through, coming in close and personal. Melio starts to channel the dance of the butterflies inside the Guardian Shield and the Invisible Boundary. There's more than enough healing. Tanuki's just going to be chased into it here. There are no good options. Fincy with the dags of Danak shepherds them into the loving arms of Phi, who just burns them to a cinder. Only Ash remains where once the Citadel stood. And for Alex, they're going to have to try and force in all of the healing. A block onto the healing given by the Rage of Ultron. Fincy's got heads-up play. The Eye of Agamotto is open, and he stares into 16,401 futures and finds the one where Virtus.pro can reign supreme, blocking off incoming damage. Oh my goodness. Movement of the Super Soldier factory as well might block off some of the engagements. Out comes the Heaven's Fall from Polly, instantly broken through. The damage is good, but Nevix is better, and he's got so much to play with. No way for double. Nah, both of them can survive that. Moving away from the lava. Virtus Pro still are yet to lose someone. Citadel are fighting tooth and nail, but this entire time, it's just been all Virtus Pro all the time. There's no blue to be seen, only red that is spilled, and blood is dashed across this Antarctic soil of Hell's Heaven. The Hydra base is stained. The Citadel Gaming safety map is taken away.
Virtus Pro put themselves onto match point in the grand finals. The Atom composition able to come out on top of all of the dive. The pressure from the Venom, from the Psylocke, from even the Angela. Polly did so much work with those Assassin's Lunges, but unfortunately every single time he found a connection, it was onto someone with a movement ability. A lot of the time Nevix, which meant that the Venom was able to simply swing away. And Sparker going down a sum title of several times too, meant that the Atom had the Karmic Revival, and Citadel Gaming weren't able to punish the Atom composition the way that Virtus Pro have been doing against them.
Was Jojo playing Mantis the entire time, walking over 26k heals? That's kind of bonkers, I'm not gonna lie. Being able to get those damage boosts out of a critical moment as well. The sustainability goes crazy here. And for Citadel, this was supposed to be their trump card. This was where Virtus Pro were always going to struggle against them.
I mean, you could see when they were in control, right? When they were able to find those wins and set those dives up against Virtus Pro, they were able to force the resources. Soulbind did come out incredibly prematurely off of pressure coming on through from Enzo simply diving on in, setting up Polly and Tanuki to actually find the eliminations when they combined their ultimate, especially on that secondary map. The problem for them, though, was that when we went to that really long, drawn-out fight towards the end and they have to go through for the portal, they try everything. Like the Loki swap comes on through for regeneration domain, that gets broken almost immediately. The longer that fight goes, the closer Virtus Pro get to building up another Karmic Revival. And because Overtime would have been burning for so long, if anybody from the side of Citadel tries to go after the Atom and you lose the relay of holding onto the point for a singular second, the round is done regardless of the Atom state.
I mean, Virtus Pro also having both of their Vanguards be able to rescue themselves from that abyss where Polly really wanted to put them was kind of critical. Had they not been on Strange and Venom, maybe they fall down.
Double was huge.
You know what's
Like
better
you
than
said.
2 though, Moxie? 4. Because Marvel Rivals is now available on the PlayStation 4 for all of your big screen gaming needs. If you've got the console sitting underneath your TV, you can download Marvel Rivals for free right now and get stuck in with the best of us on PlayStation 4.
And there's a reason as well to play on the console too. You can't use a console on Ignite, even though we do see our controller players coming on through. But you can enter MLC as they have a console division, so you can climb your way up the professional esports ladder that way as well.
Ah, what a great way to try and get yourself some prize money, get your skills recognized. I know we have multiple players here in Ignite who actually came from console. I think Leolaz is one of them who came from that console scene. Most of 100 Thieves over in North America also played that, but right now it's playing for match point for Virtus Pro. We're starting to feel like old times, Mox, as we head into map number 5 right after this.
I want a soul. Hell unleashed!
VP rally up and said, tales of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. Coming out 3-1 against Citadel here. And for Citadel, there is so much soul searching that needs to be done to try and get themselves back into this series. They started off strong when I thought they might be weakest, coming in a little bit colder compared to Virtus Pro. But when it comes to playing these objectives right now, VP are looking sublime.
Yeah, this is classic vintage Virtus Pro. It feels like we really did just start the year in 2025 and get to see this team and be like, okay, we got the Psylocke again, we got the Starlet again, we got the Human Torch a little bit later in the year, given the fact that he didn't actually drop in January. But it is Virtus Pro really playing to their strengths that we've been getting to see. Speaking about playing to their strengths, I would maybe expect Citadel to take us to a convoy map that isn't Araco, so potentially Yggdrasil Path, which tends to be their comfort map now moving into stage 2. Whenever they've lost domination maps, they tend to go over to Yggdrasil and turn things around, especially when they go up against the likes of Na'Vi previously.
Plus, I got some very recent tape on VP on the Yggdrasil Path from the previous matchup against Na'Vi, so that's going to be relevant for Salah to have had taken a look at in the back room. And you know what, Moxie, when it comes to getting a team back together, there are rituals on the side of Citadel to try and bring themselves back onto the same page.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time, you actually even got to see it firsthand when we sat in on their scrims over in LAN for Guangzhou. They have Poly do the count where you have to basically all clap at the same time to make sure that everybody is on the same page when the dive comes on through, because Citadel were the dive team. There's a reason why Hell's Heaven was one of their comfort maps. It's because they are such a good dive coordinated team. However, I feel like Virtus Pro kind of anticipated when Hell's Heaven popped up that it would be dive. Granted, there were components of a newer composition of dive with things like the Angela combined with that Psylocke. But the Adam with the Soul Bind and just being able to triage triple strategist healing with both the Luna as well as that Invis simply meant that there was so much sustainability.
Yeah, like they just rebuffed so many of the assaults, utilizing first for Soulbind, then they go for like the light and dark karma with the clap for everybody else, then they just dump 4 mantis spores.
Yeah.
Like we saw Drijo walking out of the entire I think they have the highest healing in the game as mantis the entire time. They just dumped 4 mantis spores. You know, sometimes it's not about getting the damage boost, it's about, you know, living the dive and then we'll strike back later.
Well, we're getting ready to head into match point for Virtus Pro. Let's see if we hear an Asgardian choir coming on through, or if it's going to be somewhere a little bit different indeed. Yes, it is. There we go. To Yggdrasil Path we head.
This has been, as you said, one of the comfort maps for Citadel Gaming this season, but overall for Virtus Pro, as our kind of original map here in Marvel Rivals, a team with as much longevity as Virtus Pro has been playing this map for as long as time immemorial. It's going to be on my bands for both sides.
See, I wonder though, when you go convoy, you have to know that Virtus Pro are likely going to target that storm again to take out both the Jeff NATO composition, but also to weaken your spawn break hold. When it comes to the Punisher getting that damage boost. Because again, we're going to be seeing the Groot getting removed, so that Strangling Prison can't be combined with things like Honda of Conchu, as well as those walls looking to isolate and break LOS. But things like the Adam Warlock, if he's able to make it on through, as both of these teams actually are going to be able to save Jeff, given the fact that Citadel Gaming start on the attack, which is their own decision, meaning that they got to save the Jeff before Virtus Pro got to go for the back-to-back bans.
Okay, Adam taken off the table. Yeah, I probably would after what just happened on the last map as well. Simultaneous bans now going to come through. Likely to be Venoms maybe to try and... Actually, Symbolic Shenanigans hasn't been given too much precedence between these two teams when it comes to their ban strategy so far. So maybe they're just going to leave it on.
But that was when Emma was in play. Which does make it a little bit easier for that Venom to be dealt with. As again, we can see, yeah, that Storm being removed before Citadel Gaming get access to their second save to squirrel it away for safekeeping. Ultron is going to be removed from the side of Virtus Pro, weakening a triple strategist composition, while also meaning that when we head to the second and third areas of the map, if it's something like a Star-Lord, a Phoenix, or a Human Torch angle that Virtus Pro rely on, they don't have the drone to be able to pocket them, or the Rage of Ultron to reopen up those spaces.
Yeah, the Rage of Ultron can be a great retake tool here. Maybe one side, Psylocke going to come back through again for the side of Citadel Gaming. I mean, to be fair, Spark is more than comfortable flexing over onto a tertiary strategist.
Does this force the Venom ban now, is what I'm wondering, because it's not just symbiotic shenanigans, it's also the anticipation of either Tanuki or Melio accompanying it, especially with the save onto Star-Lord.
Could be real. Star-Lord save. Now what do you have to get rid of, Virtus Pro? Okay, it's going to be the Ultron, making sure there's going to be no pocket up in the air. Ultron taken away from both teams.
So Jeff still gets the Venom. Star-Lord still gets a dive component Vanguard too with that Venom. No Strange targeted, which means that both of these teams are going to be able to either start with Strange if they want to have all of those shields to be able to block things like the Terror Cape coming on through from attacking Cloak and Dagger. We don't typically see Cloak and Dagger in compositions. Currently, she has some niche levels of value, but one of them is when you're attacking on convoy maps, being able to apply that vulnerability onto those Vanguards to instantly take them down and burn out things like that Rocket BRB. So having multiple shields to be able to back you up, given the fact that the ammo was removed, Doctor Strange would then have the more reliable shield to be able to block those connections.
Momentum heavily in favor of Virtus Pro right here. After losing out on attendance at Guangzhou and being the favorite team in the world to attend and possibly to win, they may turn up to Atlanta as the #1 seed from EMEA, the reigning region champion.
Virtus Pro going to be starting on that defense. Citadel Gaming yet again banned out from the Storm. Is it going to be the same story? With that damage boost now being removed, as we saw on Midtown, Polly's gone over to the Wolverine, something that we saw previously, that Melia this time starts on the Phoenix and already sets up a huge stun onto 3 bodies.
Nevix dragged on in. You can see already, I think, a force physics instantly coming through from Cyber to try and stop that one from coming on through, or potentially a Mad Cannon from Fincy. Nevix just comes up fourth to brawl, and they're more than happy to just try and rub their noses into Citadel Gaming and meet them head on head. Polly still has a little bit of room to work with when it comes to that passive.
Melio's got ult.
Grabbing in Nevix. Melio gets it done up close and personal. Melio might well have the ultimate to try and work with, but Nevix has been raised behind them. A big surprise in the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as well, but look at how quickly they carve through the End Song Inferno, and then Melio is exposed in the midst of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Sparker manages to put the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier down, and Melio doesn't interact with it flying through in time before he gets taken out, which means that Virtus Pro will rebuff the Phoenix. Citadel Gaming yet again have to go back to their spawn and reapproach into all of this fight, but now they have to do so when Virtus Pro have ultimates built up. Magneto is going to have the Meteor M to deal with Tanuki's Galactic Legend, Saipe the Invisible Boundary to keep up with the Eye of Agamotto damage. It's up to Polly to try and grab the invis out of her ult.
Fincy grabbed already. Potentially the counter here from Ken. Ready to try and eat up all of this back line. Going to look potentially for Nevix. I think they may have actually opted to go into the back and just give over a little bit more. Ken off the edge, potentially. Not quite sure what's going on over there. Wolverine eaten up solo here by Dredro. No stuns gained by Enzo. You saw Nevix draw up a wall to break the LOS from the Eye of Agamotto onto that back line. Big strangling prison. 4 players inside. The stuns are good. 3 souls separated from bodies. And Virtus Pro pulled ever further away from victory, and Virtus Pro decide to carve through Citadel. This is going to be back to the drawing board, surely.
What a strangling prison into Eye of Agamotto follow-up. Citadel Gaming didn't have CC immunity of the Solar Resurgence coming on through. Polly still has that last stand, but the Wolverine is likely going to be pressured. So too is Tanuki on the Star-Lord, as Fi's controlling that angle entirely. Great sedation, but that's going to be broken almost immediately, which brings Saipe back to the fold, and the Wolverine looks for the Mac, but he's still got the Bulwark.
It's a self-bubble. Saipe taken down. The Dark Maelstrom's responsible for that one, but guess what? Instant resurrection from the BRB. Fincy can't quite find the Star-Lord. Eyes here onto Polly. Having fallen so low, Fi is isolated, forcing Virtus Pro to back on off. Remember, Fi can TP themselves back in the midst of an emergency, and Nevix might well need that. This is going to be the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already destroyed. And Eye of Agamotto onto just Saipe this time, but still it's going to be the TP coming on through rather quickly. Sparker returns.
Ken might be able to find the edge, Jeff, as Fire's on the low, but no! The teleport comes through in time, and Virtus Pro get another chance at recontesting.
Well, Fire's already down, and Nevix is isolated elsewhere. Enzo just stands in the doorway, making sure that no one can come on through. One bite to rule them all, and Dredro might well have it. Seems it was a miss right there as Melio takes them on down, and Ken is going to make their own play here, giving a little pool of healing on the floor, and potentially grabbing out Fincy, who seems to have been able to take themselves elsewhere. There's still a little bit of distraction on the cart coming through from from Virtus Pro, but in the end, it will be workable for Citadel Gaming. Surely you can't stand up to 6 players laying down their fire, and Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder finally find the objective.
True, but Virtus Pro with just unparalleled aggression run atop of Alex, which means Citadel Gaming don't have the Mantis in the forward position for the Soul Resurgence to take all of the space away from Virtus Pro and snowball into second. Tanuki is going to be in that space with the Galactic Legend, however, and he doesn't have to worry about a Meteor Ram this time around. Does have to worry that Virtus Pro are just going to be able to bait it out and then disengage. But if you're trying to track down where the Star-Lord is, you're not looking at the Wolverine. And Polly deposits Finzi directly in front of his team, already burning the BRB.
Yeah, big BRB position, though, to at least bring him back fast to be able to capture some of this space in towards the back. The Soul Resurgence is used. Remember, extra movement speed for all of Citadel Gaming. But Fire looks around the back. It's Finzi going to try and mug for Jeff, who will give him a little bit of additional HP. Tanuki takes out Dredro and wants even more. Going after Saipe. No resurrections this time. And now faced with the Venom, is just going to decide to disengage and instead look after Finzi on the back line. Disengagement on the cards here for the Captain America. And it seems like we're going to get out scot-free.
Look at the amount of objective control they've got too, as Virtus Pro have just been forced to disengage. Disengage the Soul Resurgence, disengage the Galactic Legend, and now they don't have ultimates to try and make a play for this high ground hold, which they've been funneled into because of the teleport block coming on through from Enzo. Out comes Galactic Legend from Sparker, Finzi dropping the Freedom Charge so that Virtus Pro have sustainability on the objective, and Kent is going to look for an Eaton to the back line.
Enzo looking for something, but Sparker's already done too much damage. Fi gonna still commit into this. Virtus Pro have used everything for stability. 3 ultimates expended, and Citadel Gaming have been reduced to tattered rags and ruins.
They held on to the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, though. I'm sure Saipe is going to drop this the second that Melio uses that end song Inferno, and it's going to be a race between these two teams to see what exactly is going to be able to find the commitment. Nevix, too, with that Feast of the Abyss for the damage boost, might well be able to find a pick. The dive goes on through the Force Physics, but Nevix is already in the ground. The Eye of Agamemnon doesn't catch him as he comes up from the ult.
Oh, Enzo. Nevix, I believe, might have been temporarily stunned there, but was quickly taken back again. Citadel Gaming used 3 ultimates here to try and deal with just Nevix and Saipe. I mean, put anything off the back of it. That was going to be down to raw mechanics coming in with the rage generated previously by Polly. They want to try and get on top of Finzi, and yeah, the damage is there, but is the finish going to be? Indeed, it's Ken with the joyful splash from downtown, and now Nevix is going to be the prime target of the Wolverine, building up towards that. That's a great force physics, but can they finish it off? Yes, Nevix chews through their food, and there's going to be a healing pool to deal with all of this. Enzo can take to the skies, but instead, Dredro is just going to be backing off here with a momentary peel and the healing for the remainder of the team. Tanuki's getting desperate in the back. Oh, that's a big symbiote shenanigan, but it's quickly carved on through. Saipe's not going to be there either. Yes, Tanuki gets traded on out, but I'm going to call that one worth. Nevix doing their best to arrive on the point. A portal not interrupted in time, and the LOS isn't even there. Ken can't get it through the portal, and Fi's going to arrive on the point just in time. A hero when you needed it, and Fi's erased on through. The rest of Virtus Pro present themselves inside the invisible boundary of Alex, and we don't want to deal with a slow. It's going to be Sparker wrapping elsewhere. Nevix gets resurrected by the BRB. Finzi stands alone, hopping as best they can with the evasiveness, and it's Sparker on the off angle now with the Galactic Legend, trying to write down in history the names of Virtus Pro. 3 stuns. It's massive here to come on through from the side of a Doctor Strange. Fi separates their souls, and now Virtus Pro discorporate their bodies. Virtus Pro, by an absolute miracle, say that you ain't Dredro, you ain't him. We're the Bears, and we continue to rise.
The fact that they were able to get through that teleport, didn't get eaten by Jeff, and then managed to burn Citadel Gaming into using Invis Boundary, disengage, hold on to Galactic Legend, use Galactic Legend to leverage better position on the objective, forcing Citadel Gaming to hide in the side rooms, which then meant that they were all set up to get connected onto with the backline from Eye of Agamotto. And off of the back of that, there's absolutely no way that they're going to be able to turn it around. Virtus Pro hold on second.
An absolutely manic push, and Citadel just ran out of steam. Virtus Pro's threat assessment, second to none.
We've never seen this from Citadel Gaming either. Whenever they've gone to Yggdrasil path and they've decided to attack first, because remember, they decided to attack first. They wanted to set the momentum. They wanted to establish that they could play this map, that this was that comfort map for a reason. They've either full pushed or gotten to at least third. The fact that they got stalled so close to the end point of second, that one's gonna hurt.
I mean, look at the differences in, like, eliminations and casualties here as well. Ken is yet to fall, but Virtus Pro are just so good at rotating the pressure on that point. And Fi is always somewhere in the back line. Like, you've got to constantly do some admin.
Virtus Pro now going to be holding. How much time can they burn off the bank? Fires on the Widow, looking for a pick onto one of those players who's out in the open, doesn't manage to find it, swaps over to the Phoenix, the pick that I'm sure will be sticking around for a lot longer. As Virtus Pro have all of that damage and dive. Nevix the Venom, Sparker the Star-Lord, and Dridra on the Jeff to heal them from afar.
Citadel playing pretty far back here as well. It's going to give over a lot of space for these duelists to work with. Sparker and Fire rewarded for that as Melio's already fallen. Enzo's made it back towards the back line, and Tanuki's taken down by Sparker with a blaster barrage, not having to rely on the accuracy, just positioning alone. The symbolic shenanigans give Sparker all the time he needs to just roll on forward. He's got so much HP to work with, and there's no one else for Citadel. They've just been outmaneuvered in the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, Enzo went over to the objective to try and stall it because that's all that Citadel really could do. Melio's got to go to the Doctor Strange and portal everybody, but that first fight was so one-sided. The closest ultimate that they're going to have is Invis Boundary, and even that is not immediately there. If Sparker manages to find a huge spin as they all come through the portal, he's going to board Galactic Legend first, and it looks actually like Citadel Gaming. They're going to go for a late portal.
All right, portal comes on through. Fire's got a good angle onto it for now, but they will be able to disengage into the safety of the side room. They start to rotate pressure upon the cart. Nevix already has the Feast of the Abyss, by the way, and as it's going to be an attempted eating coming on through, Dredro grabs up their own Venom, I believe, inside of the invisible boundary. It needs to be a dodge away from Alex, and the pressure's not quite there to try and carve through the healing given. Nevix has the extra damage coming through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but the peeling should be good here, at least temporarily, from Ken. Alex and Ken both fall to Sparker, who finally finds their moment to shine, utilizing a Galactic Legend, finds 3 final hits onto 3 strategists. An absolute masterclass from the Star-Lord.
Citadel prioritized going for that portal location so that their backline could be safer inside the side room, and like you said, rotating point presence with a lack of ammo to punish all of the Vanguards, but it meant that they were denied 3 potential fights and downsized to the 2. And now Virtus Pro have 4 minutes plus to be able to push the convoy to where it's needed and walk away the winner of the EMEA Ignite Stage 2. And they're already putting the pressure onto Enzo, forcing out all of that resources from the Magneto, which means that it's up to Polly to step up to the plate and stall for the team.
70 grand, the first place seed and glory denied previously. They were kept in their cell like Tai Lung. But finally, a battle that might be legendary. It's Nevix in the back trying to get on top of Melio. Fire's already fallen down to Tanuki. The chase down's good from Sparker here to try and find this backline. The dives are so sublime, but Tanuki's Blaster Barrage is better. And a little bit of rare stability for Citadel.
Yeah, Citadel was split, but half of the team were with Polly, which meant that they had access to the Freedom Charge HP coming on through. Because they won that fight too, they've been able to establish a closer hold for their players to start pushing damage into Virtus Pro as they come through from choke. They've got to tax as much as they possibly can. They need to burn the time bank. Nevix with that Feast of the Abyss puts the pressure onto Magneto, and immediately Melio with the Dance of the Butterfly sees an opportunity when the team split and looks to start putting the dashes in before the bodies are there, but wouldn't eat onto Enzo since he didn't have the bulwark up. He used it before against Nevix's ultimate. The mag is gone.
Enzo opts not to use the Meteor M, thinking the risk was too great and their health was too low, knowing the potential they could be burned on through while channeling that one. It's Tanuki's turn to try and deal with the cracks in the defense, and but now we've just taken so much damage up in the sky. No resurrections this time as Fincy takes out the Battle Recall Beacon, and with Dredro going down, there's a little bit of pressure taken off Citadel.
Dredro comes back though. Virtus Pro still think it's winnable. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, mirrored by Alex. So far, no other ultimate's going to be committed in this fight. Enzo holding onto the Meteor and aware of Sparker, rapidly approaching that Galactic Legend as Fi swaps over to the Human Torch to put the pressure onto Citadel Gaming. Heat up the main road with things like the Pyro Prison.
Ken is rapidly approaching your location, but Fire comes even faster. A hot drop, a flash fire to fry the Wayward Shark. Chasing down Melio, he never stood a chance. He was constantly taken out of stealth by the Blaster Barrage of Sparker, and now one fight is in it, Mox.
Alex goes down, which means no Rocket BRB to bring the players back. It's up to Polly to use the Freedom Charge and clear onto that objective, stalling out long enough for Citadel Gaming. The respawns are so close. The Captain America on the objective running at the back line, but Fi is controlling every single angle of approach that Citadel could take.
Tridro waiting to just try and eat up Enzo, a metallic bulwark. This might be a chance to try and convert here onto Tridro, but manages to escape. Now it's Sparker's turn. Takes to the skies, wants to write the legend. Is going to carve it in blood if he has to. Write it upon the walls of a cell that once held Virtus Pro. Polly can't make it to the point. 1 meter and 40 expended here as Virtus Pro are so close to their victory. It's sweet in their mouth. They can savor the taste. Melio tries to stop it with Fincy going down. They're so close to taking it, but Virtus Pro are running low on members. They're running low on options. Melio going down is a great start for this one as fires up close and personal. Double damage and even more is laid on down here. A great dodge on the incoming play from a Jeff Falanchar. Ken just has to flee elsewhere. They only got their own teammates and fire's coming up close and personal. There's more chase coming through. The peel is there from Tanuki, but Fincy's ready to open a portal and try and make this one finish right here and now. Tanuki with the Galactic Legend. We need to keep an eye on the cart. It's rolled back slightly here and now as Enzo opens up their own portal for reinforcements. 40 seconds remain. A blast of barrage on the 4 members of Virtus Pro. They share up the healing with Symbiotic shenanigans are real, and there's still a Supernova in the back half as well. Fire's ready to go with it, and Tridro's ready to remove any of these vanguards. A jump up in the sky as they wait for the landing of a Captain America. An inhospitable environment. 2 allies are grabbed, 1 enemy, 2. It's Enzo with the Eye of Agamotto. He gets nothing off the back of it, and Cyber raises up the Cosmic Yarn Amplify, but Melio carves on through. It's Sparker's turn now. He takes to the sky. Once more yells out for the legends as Ken's gonna make one of his own right here, trying to eat through all of Virtus Pro. They grab multiple players, and now they need to just get rid of Nevix. In overtime, it's going to be a desperate struggle. Sparker's falling so low, but guess what? Tridro's in the back with a joyful splash. The water type. It's going to be so much damage, but Melio's ready to match it all with the feast, and they're going to try carve as well. Polly falling low, and Melio gets nothing. Up close and personal with the Jeff Falanchar, and Polly's back already. They need to get on the point. There's 3 meters in it, Mox. Now Polly stands alone against 5. In comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. A little bit of additional damage, a little bit of additional healing, a little bit of additional cushioning. Tanuki's got both the healers. They're running on borrowed time. The attrition's everything, and now you got to build the Citadel. It's brick by boring brick, but there's nothing to be bored with here. At Citadel, they have carved an absolute mythos on Yggdrasil.
Oh boy, that is the most tense overtime we've ever seen. By the skin of their teeth, quite literally. Citadel complete the hold and prevent Virtus Pro's match point. The swap's coming on through. The Rocket BRB. Melio with the Dance of the Butterflies being able to catch 1. And then the Wolverine with the passive as well as that jump so that you can plateau yourself from the choke onto the objective in case one of your vanguards goes down in the interim of you moving forward. Tanuki getting the damage amplifier coming on through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And Citadel Gaming say goodbye to Virtus Pro sweeping the series. We continue in the match.
We go further, we go harder. And Virtus Pro were denied the easy sweep through. Citadel recapture the magic. They find the clutch gene deep within their genome. They find their telomeres reinforced. And well, Tanuki, what a heroic play to get both of the strategists at the end with the Galactic Legend. The perfect positioning.
Yeah, it's so ironic. Virtus Pro are trying to have that position be as safe as possible for that backline to come on through so that they can get the most amount of value, the most amount of heals, and also push Citadel to have to make a decision. Do you keep the objective pressured with a player, or do you send them out into those sidelines to be able to track down everybody else and give a presence on the objective? And that overtime had been burning so long. If one person went down, Sparker here too, being denied some of these picks as early as he was looking for because of the map geography being mid-bold, and Tanuki just able there with that Galactic Legend, the ultimate that won Citadel Gaming the overtime. Has that opportunity to go deep and look for the backline because the Wolverine has absorbed his presence on the objective and still has that passive alive and kicking, and Citadel have reanimated their opportunity to continue this tournament series.
a devious contribution by Loki rebuilding that building. I'm sweating. And I'm sure our teams are as well after that overtime. So we'll be right back after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Map number 6, Mox, which means we're going through our second rotation of game modes. Only Convergence remains in our second run through. Virtus Pro get to choose where we go to try and close out the series before a biblical map 7.
Yeah, it's some pretty rough choices to have to pick between two. Holo de Jolly, which granted Virtus Pro have the better track record on when it comes to playing, plus it's a very strong map for flying compositions. But on the other hand, Citadel Gaming have been absolutely insane when it comes to sweeping Holo de Jolly first points with Hulk Nemo strategies, just being able to absolutely melt through defense compositions on the first go of things. Then on the other hand, you've got Symbiotic Surface, a map which is very much determined by momentum. So going there is always a challenge because it really does feel like if you go there, you have to have the better mechanicals because you need to win those duels. It's so important that you continue that momentum building, whether you're on the attack or the defense, to hold on to those critical angles.
Yeah, like, there are so many things that need to be considered here, and VP don't have a huge backroom stuff to really lay that at the door of, so there's a lot of tax on their players who are making these decisions in the moment. I know they have EQO in the backroom staff, and they have Blaney as their manager, but I think the EQO is a little bit busy elsewhere at the moment, so a lot of this is going to be falling on Nevix's shoulders.
Yeah, and you also have to remember that Virtus Pro also just went through an incredibly traumatic overtime. that went nearly 2 minutes where they were so close for that entire time. And it looked, especially since we actually saw Citadel forced into using both of their Vanguard ultimates at the same time to guarantee that they could get safely onto the objective with the Freedom Charge and stall it long enough for the reinforcements to come on through from literally their respawn room. They didn't get the opportunity to portal on through, which meant free Galactic Legend. That should have been it. Crucially, should have been it. So for Virtus Pro, they know that they had the upper hand. Going into that overtime, they now have to just entirely reset and come into this next map fully fresh, because as we said, it's their pick of the choice, and we go into ban draft, which is something you absolutely cannot get wrong.
Given that we're not in band draft yet, I assume our teams need to breathe through even more than I did after that. I mean, there's only so many times you can try and reposition yourselves against, the 6 Galactic Legends we saw come out in that fight? That was crazy from Sparker and Tanuki. And of course, they could just kind of free farm the damage when everyone's that clustered up around the cart. The Blaster Barrage goes absolutely wild in those close spaces. And here we are, Virtus Pro remain on match point. Question is, will they be able to recover from Citadel stealing one out from under them?
Just saying, there is a potential for an 8-map series. Because we could see a draw, this being Convergence. This could very well be either a full hold into full hold or a full push into full hold. Given how well both of these teams have been playing this series, all of the Jalia is going to come on through. Virtus Pro are going to be instantly banning out that Jav. And I mean, here it really has been counting the Citadel Gaming, as they've loved to run the symbiotic shenanigans with an add-on Warlock and literally just walk on a defensive team to be able to buy themselves point presence for free.
True, just going to have access to the Jeff themselves as well. Remember that last Hall of Jali up against an RV, Virtus Pro did have their issues. Citadel Gaming probably were in a warm-up scrim at the time, but Salah may have been keeping an eye on how that went down. Maybe had a scout to try and feed back any information about Virtus Pro's current loadout.
Well, they go for the save on the Star-Lord. They know the Hall of Jalia is very much a bread and butter map when it comes to flyer compositions. And Phi, we've been seeing on the Human Torch an awful lot. So too have we seen Sparker on that Star-Lord. So by eliminating both the Ultron for Virtus Pro's opportunity and saving a Star-Lord for themselves, they're very much weakening that angle of composition for Virtus Pro to have to go over to, potentially trying to force them onto a triple strategist line or a dive composition, which they can then counterplay with something like a Namor, Hulk, or Phoenix.
Star-Lord guaranteed and taken out of rotation. An uneven Star-Lord here for the side of Citadel, but it does mean that maybe they have to... Well, they are going to potentially face an uneven Emma?
Virtus Pro have removed the Phoenix too, which has been one of the answers that Citadel Gaming have liked to go for when Virtus Pro play stacked in terms of their defense positions. One-sided Ultron is actually what Citadel Gaming are going to prioritize. Rage of Ultron does build incredibly quickly, plus it can be used to counterplay the Jeff, and that is going to be a big component of these fights. Virtus Pro not only getting the Jeff to try and displace players, but also stopping the strange portals from coming on through, as Virtus Pro now start targeting out Polly's hero pool. Away goes the Emma, away goes the Cap, potentially trying to force him over to the Venom.
And now what's the last protect going to be here? Yeah, I think the Venom would probably be a good protect, especially... Oh, okay, it's going to be the Psylocke, giving Sparker that option to try and deal with the aerial threat that is the Ultron. That's a great way to try and make sure that there's always going to be some real danger that the Ultron has to consider.
Is it the Luna or is it the Emma? Something that's going to mean that this Psylocke is going to be having far more value. That would be the ban that I would expect to see, but it's the Venom actually, so that they don't get symbiotic shenanigans, given the fact as well that they were banned out of the Emma themselves. They wouldn't have the Carbon Crush to be able to prevent Virtus Pro from just aggressively walking forward themselves.
Yeah, to try and stop them in their tracks. Fincy's actually been lights out on the Cap today, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We have so much polyglaze in our hearts because bro kind of is like a Vanguard goat. But Fincy's been lights out on this pick as well, which isn't really what Fincy's known for, but might soon be.
Citadel Gaming, though, they put stock in having both the Star-Lord and the Ultron. It saved them in the overtime. That Star-Lord really did come out to the play. we got to see Tanuki absolutely flexing his duelist prowess. Now he's going to get even more of a pocket, and they're going to start on the defense too, which means that they're already going to have those angles. They can scout out Virtus.pro's approach and figure out whether or not it's going to be a split dive, whether or not it's going to be the team just trying to brute force root main and look to cut them off.
All right, Seba sent out a couple of mines, no doubt, to try and destabilize Citadel. As we get ready for our first assault here, Virtus.pro are going to be meeting Citadel potentially up at this window.
Is Virtus.pro going to go for the Angela so that they can full wrap around right side? They've been denied the Venom. However, the Angela is still going to be able to take that angle, but Tanuki should be able to scout it out on that Star-Lord. We can actually see that Nevix is going to be playing from main instead.
Yep, Nevix almost playing like main Vanguard-esque, just making sure all of his space is available. Poly knows that alongside Tanuki, they can keep this Angela at bay to try and open up a little bit of space for the remainder of their team. You can see that Nevix is constantly building up the charge on that weapon to make sure that the poke on Tanuki is substantial. A very safe usage of a Blaster Barrage here and straight back into cover. Tanuki's just trying his best to play this annoyingly.
Yeah, Tanuki has to deal, though, with Nevix, who's making it really hard for that Starlord to capitalize off of the space created by his Venom. So Galactic Legends building up a little bit slower than we would expect. Dritter already almost having Soul Resurgence up. And we've still got to worry about the Angela in the backline, putting the pressure onto both the Rocket and that Ultron. Out comes the invisible boundary from Citadel. Force Physics trying to pull Virtus.pro into it, but the disengage is directly into the Star-Lord.
Yeah, Fincy had the perfect popping of the Diamond Form there as well to avoid being pulled in by the Force Physics. CC immunity includes the pulls.
Cigar Gaming still holding onto that space, might look for a little bit more given the fact that Melio has Rage of Ultron, but that CC immunity is going to come in absolutely clutch when it comes to avoiding any presence bought for Virtus.pro from Sonic Seduction. Sparker gives up 50% of ult, goes over to the Star to put the pressure onto the Star-Lord. There's the Sonic Seduction, emboldened by Soul Resurgence, but Melio has the means to heal it.
Oh, Alex wasn't healed on through, though. Must have fallen through the cracks. Gets quickly revived here by the BRB as Poly looks in towards the backline. Feast of the Abyss. Hunger in his eyes and malice in his heart. Enzo ready to strike on through. The Meteor gets two! Where did they come from? He just sniffs out Saipe. I smell myself a challenger. I smell myself an upstart. I smell myself a trip to the spawn room.
Oh, and Poly's just going to go aggressive to slow Virtus.pro down. That does mean an opportunity, though, for Saipe to look for a Force Physics. Interrogation from Jitro. Spark is going to chase after the Venom, but Poly is still going to be able to make it out, and immediately you can see the battery, the ultimate charge going up for Alex so he can build up Invis Boundary and have it. As Fi's moved over to the Human Torch, no pocket from an Ultron or a Luna. Is going to be Guardian Shield Stagger and the Invis Woman team up coming on through so he can try and play against the Venom.
Yeah, he's going to be very vulnerable after using that hot drop to getting shut down by Tanuki. The Galactic Legend going to be hungering for the body of Johnny Storm. Nevix rolls on up through the high ground, knowing that they can at least force Poly out through raw DPS, and Fire waits for the opening to be made. It's Fincy going in towards the back. Hot drop has been used. That's a big cooldown that Tanuki's going to be monitoring here as Poly chomps through the back line. In comes a singular target for the Dance of a Butterfly.
Galactic.
Good play from Sparker, but the BRB still there. Drujo's already down, looking for any of his squishier targets. As I said, the Guardian Shield is raised up in front of the Vanguard, so Tanuki can't really convert on much more than what they've already found. Still down on Drujo. The healing's not going to be sublime. Sparker and Saipe join the graveyard, and there's no Monster Reborn to be played right here. Instead, it's Monster to be staggered as Nevix is picked apart from all sides.
I was going to say, Virtus.pro need to lose the fight now. They get one other opportunity to try to regroup and make a play for this. Saipe goes over to the Rocket to have the BRB, but Alex has the invisible boundary. Virtus.pro, because of the time, are soon going to have very little choice but to walk directly into it on the point fight. Now with the Rage of Ultron is going to slow their approach down even further, forcing the Freedom Charge off of the objective. And Citadel just taxing the ultimates before we turn our attention to the overtime.
Poly takes so much damage right now, but it's going to help to build up towards the next Rage of Ultron. Opening comes through from the side of Nevix. Can't quite grab anyone right now. The Guardian Shield got in the way. A momentary pool of healing left on the floor by Dredro, ready to try and swallow up the opposition, but they're fighting after Tanuki, and they can't catch up to how fast the Star-Lord is. Instead, just grasping their own Vanguard. Poly prepares for a re-engagement. No chance for being eaten this time as Enzo ascends to the sky. He wishes to reign above it all and lay down the law in imperiously upon Virtus.pro. They have sustainability, courtesy of Basia, and they also got the respawns coming on through with the help of the portal. Fincy to the back. They really want Alex. Spark just starts to cut on through again. Alex is going to be the primary target, finishing the ult prematurely, moving over onto Ken. They know that BRB was back there. If they can't interrupt it in time, Virtus.pro, though, they have the performance on the point and get the cap.
Yeah, the Dance of the Butterflies was all about just splitting the strategists from the fight going on the objective with the Vanguards. Didn't even need to find the elimination. Virtus.pro just needed one more tick to be able to find themselves moving into second, and they're able to get it from that split. Now they get to move on to a position, though it's not uncontested. Tanuki on that Starlord already there. Polly at his side to make sure that the Starlord gets to use the Galactic Legend before Virtus.pro brought an ultimate up to stop it.
Polly looks towards the point, is going to make a maneuver towards the back line. Already has to use a symbolic resilience for soft dive. May have made it a little bit of an easier target for Tanuki, but still everyone's managed to scatter effectively from the Galactic Legend channel by Tanuki. And so
the momentum's gone, though. Virtus.pro lost the momentum, and now the dive comes through yet again. Melio with the Rage of Ultron is going to continue dispersing Virtus.pro's push, so they don't get to use this Emerald ultimate to move forward.
That's going to be Sonic Seduction coming through from the Emma, noting that the eventual usage of the Rage of Ultron was over, but Sparker was looking for something in the back line and couldn't quite find it. Nevix forced to bring up the shield and also use their own resources to try and get away. Tridro super low. Will get resurrected, of course, by the Battle Recall Beacon, but I think that this one might already be too far gone for side of Virtus.pro. Could find themselves staggered in this tiny area.
Oh, yep. They're definitely going to go for it. Forces the Freedom Charge. The fact that Tanuki got the full pocket from the mag bubble. And that means now that the Captain America has to turn and make this work. Runs directly into Citadel Gaming. Forces Ken into burning out that rocket. Cosmic Yawn Amplified. Does Polly try to go for the damage boosted Feast of the Abyss? Out comes this jet, and there goes Trigger with the Meteor Ram.
Unfortunately, also ate the only ally who could possibly have deflected the Meteor M in this case. Nevix, yeah, building up the charge, but down on Tridro. Virtus.pro going to be lacking in sustainability, and Fincy's found that out the hard way. A kick into the wall for Polly, but the punishment only makes him more keen to try and exact revenge on Nevix. Trying to punish with disengage, and they might well do so. Good body block coming through from the Vanguard. Nevix can find himself overwhelmed. The healing's there, but it's not enough.
Alex is taking pressure, though, from somewhere. Virtus.pro are trying to find this pick onto the Invis woman so they can force out Invisible Boundary. Finzy doesn't have the Freedom Charge either to pay Virtus.pro's approach onto the objective. Citadel Gaming are going to let them walk forward so they can use their ultimates uncontested. Out comes the Galactic Legend. There's the Guardian Shield staggered down to the Butterflies, fully healed through with the Invisible Boundary. And Virtus.pro, they've got the End Song Inferno, but Harry, there's no other damage afterwards.
Yeah, there's no damage to try and deal with it. Sparker towards the back does not have the healing, does not have the sustainability. A Blaster Barrage is all you need, and the Element Guns to finish it off. Fincy arrives on the point, a timely manner indeed, but going up against 6, Freedom cannot stand. He might be able to do this all day in his mind, but his body gives out before his mind breaks, and Virtus.pro were held on second.
It was all about the soft dives. Citadel Gaming being able to disperse Virtus.pro. Managing to reclaim the space, first with the Galactic Legend, then with the Venom, pressuring the Emma into burning Sonic Seduction at a position which was so far off of the objective. Citadel Gaming could just disengage around the corner, and there was no way that Virtus.pro would be able to close up the distance. Sparker gets picked as well at the same time, which frees up so much more pressure from the shoulders of Melio and Tanuki, who can then go so much more aggressively against Virtus.pro once the Emma ultimate is finished, and from there, they never get the opportunity to recover. Citadel are constantly pressuring every single moment that they walk up, and this is where you start to feel concerned for Virtus.pro deciding to take us to Hall of Dejalia, because Citadel Gaming in the past have taken all of first in one singular fight so incredibly quickly.
30 seconds before you
Yeah, their executions on first are not to be underestimated. And it feels like Citadel Gaming, they might try and continue this pressure point if we go to a 7th map of getting the one-sided Starlord. Virtus.pro, though, they would have their pick of a litter when it comes to both game modes and basically maps. Any that we haven't played before would be on the table.
Virtus.pro are going to be putting all of their resources into the Human Torch. We can see it here. It's going to have the Mantis damage boost. It's going to have the Idle Aura from that Lunar Snow and the Guardian Shield, plus the team-up armor coming on through from the Phanta Force supplied by Saipe. They're either going to win with the Human Torch or they're going to lose with the Human Torch, because Tanuki and Melio are going to be looking to challenge that every single time they make a play forward.
Tanuki and Polly waiting out for now. Rocket network ready to go, and Fi noted on the approach. The Guardian Shield already expended. Polly looks to try and get a little bit of an approach elsewhere. Just distribute that attention equally among the dive directions until maybe Melio and Tanuki can make a move together onto Fi. You can see just how evasive he is up on the high ground. Has already popped his team up as well. Gets the bulwark, the full pocket onto the back to keep Fi up. Big force physics to try and stop the disengagement of Polly, and the carbon crush as well. Everyone just levies the weapons they have against Polly. Great play from Sparks, from Saipei and Fincy to make sure there are no resurrections or no second chances. The resurrections there at least. Sentience grabbed here. A quick push away for Fincy.
Fi having to reposition, getting fully pressured, not just by the Sword and the Ultron, but by the Venom too for control of Garage. Nevix gets pushed back with the Force Physics. Slowly, Virtus.pro being pushed back towards Slope, but they're building up ultimates and managing to peel the dive. Turns the attention to deal with the Venom. Out comes the Cosmic Ion Amplifier from Citadel, sensing an opportunity, and Saipei has to stop it. The invisible boundary comes through, and the Cosmic Ion Amplifier is burned.
Fincy really taking this space, though, with 100 charge on the beam. There's going to be a lot of damage to try and deal with. The Rage of Ultron from Melio is counteracted by Fincy. CC immune, so they can be audacious with their positioning and get rid of the remainder. But Polly finds themselves alone, and the healing wasn't quite delivered. And now you've got to really give away this space to Fincy because he's just unstoppable with this much charge.
Tanuki is going to have the Galactic Legend. Fire the Supernova, definitely going to be the target, but you have to worry about Meteoram being able to absorb it, and either Sparker or Dridro providing the ultimate to keep the Human Torch intact. Polly has to go on through and force something, dives into the backline, has the Feast of the Abyss, looks for the hit, forces out the Supernova and the Soul Resurgence as Enzo uses the Meteoram to absorb it.
Okay, a little bit wide right there, Enzo, but hey, it at least deterred Fi for a moment. And Fi getting up close and personal now to Polly, feeling comfortable moving up against that Venom. It seems like Citadel are running low on time already. Half their time bank is gone. There is a Galactic Legend in the back to try and play with. But you got to worry about Nevix's potential counter here with the Meteor M. The backline under siege, and Polly once more is dragged on back. Their control of Polly's dives is sublime.
First tick has been picked up though for Citadel Gaming. Out comes the Meteor M to absorb the Rage of Ultron. Tanuki is going to get a free path for Galactic Legend once Dridro's ultimate is done.
Yep, Tanuki has the option, pops the ultimate, looks towards the backline. The invisible boundary already used, and so Tanuki's just going to call this one, knowing that Polly's down. They can't really convert on the damage. They can't burst through the healing that's available. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Ken, even while down on Polly. It's bravery from Citadel here, but it will at least ensure them against the damage coming through from Fincy. Melio still can't stand up to the damage, and Citadel, they're running low on time, and they're running low on options.
That's why they use the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, because now Virtus.pro have control of corner. Fi is going to be able to get so much pressure to build Supernova onto the point objective. Tanuki goes over to the Human Torch off of the Star-Lord. He's going to look to just use the Ultron as well as the pressure that Torch can bring to the Vanguards to give Citadel Gaming any opportunity of establishing themselves on the objective.
Down to 30 seconds.
Polly, patience runs through his veins. But Fi has the fury of the stars within him, the Supernova good to go. As they look towards their counterpart, it's equal trades up in the sky as they play for the positioning. Fi takes themselves there, and Enzo looks for the big bomb. Can't get it off the back of the Meteor M. There's too much pocket going through onto Fi. Polly plays around the peripheries. 5 seconds remain. Into the back with a Feast of the Abyss. They need to carve through the backline of Virtus.pro. They rebuff it easily, though, with the Soul Resurgence. It's Melio's turn to return now. They get through the overhealth with ease. They desperately want to take out Spark, and Nevix would also do as a secondary option. Nevix looks towards the sky. The captain has arrived. A Fate of Both Worlds is popped by Alex and Dridro in tandem as well. Melio's down. It's Fi to the back, and Ken is isolated. He's so far away from this one, but Cyber raises up the invisible boundary on top of Citadel. They're too slowed. They can't make it back. Melio's going to have to come on through the portal from elsewhere now, but guess what? Fincy's got the Sonic Seduction good to go. Melio's going to have to try and cut it off surely when it comes to this, but no one makes it there. Virtus.pro, they hold strong on first with the will of stone and the unbreakable determination of an exploding star. They claim themselves EMEA.
A win delayed on Yggdrasil, but cemented on Hall of Dejalia. Finzy walks away with the MVP, but the MVP in that last fight, it's Saipei. the fact that they were able to hold on to that invis boundary through so much pressure, to have it when we went into the overtime fight after all of the ultimates had been exchanged, and put it onto the objective, finding this low into Citadel Gaming when there was no other ultimate left, to let them hold that position inside it. The Luna ultimate had long been mirrored. And that is Virtus.pro walking away, finally, the title that they've been looking for since the beginning of the year. We got to see so many different compositions come through from them, but it feels oh so fitting that they finish off the series on the heroes that we've long known them for.
Oh, Virtus.pro. It was a slow ascent up the granite stairs to don themselves atop the throne that was once in their name. We called this team the best in the world. We assumed that the world title would be theirs at Guangzhou, and they never managed to make it. But now, DreamHack awaits, and that dream is going to be accompanied by a first seed from EMEA. Virtus.pro are your champions.
Tell you what, this team must be feeling so redeemed in their decision to keep the team the same.
Yeah.
To, instead of bringing new talent in and thus having to, I call it sandcastling, where you're trying to build a team and then everything falls apart and you bring new things in. Just like the tide washes away all of the foundations that you've built in the sand, you have to begin all the way from the beginning, rebuilding synergy, rebuilding game plans, having your coach as well, literally teaching every single bit of map macro all anew. Virtus.pro decided no. Instead of looking to rebuild and letting the tide wash away what was previously, they fortify instead. From sand, they turn to stone as a foundation. They've finally been able to find that crown.
Let's talk to one of the oldest members of this team as well, in Fincy. Actually, the newest member of this roster, I believe, having replaced Doge. Congratulations on finally getting your crown, brother.
Thank you, thank you. We did it finally.
It feels like we've been waiting for you guys to ascend these steps forever. How did this match go down compared to the winners finals? What really made the difference in VP versus Citadel?
I mean, I think we just woke up in a good mood today, because we also kind of stumped Navi the game before, and our comms and our playstyle and like our dive was insane today. So I think we just all woke up like in a really good mood, playing good.
So what's been the work that's been done in the back end of things? Because one of the things that we've always seen from Virtus.pro is that in MLC with the universal bans, you guys dominate. But then when you come into Ignite, the one-sided bans, there's been a little bit of a stumble here and there. How exactly did you guys clean up your ban format?
I mean, honestly, just a lot of WOT review, a lot of theory crafting, and yeah, just a lot of work, basically. I mean, our bans today were really good, I think. I think we outdrafted Citadel hard, especially like on Midtown. They had no clue what to do when we banned their Storm last, because they usually go like Jeff, NATO and stuff, like we saw yesterday. So I think we outdrafted them hard today.
Is there a final authority in your team when it comes to the bans in-game? Is there someone who's mostly in charge of that?
No, we all just talk about it, and then sometimes there's like 1 second left and we decide on a ban, and Alex has to like click on it so fast. But I mean, we mostly talk about it before, but then sometimes like, because sometimes the enemy team does something unexpected with a save or a ban, so sometimes you have to talk about it mid-game too.
Was there any strategy that you guys had been holding on to surprise your opponent? We got to see things like the Angela plays coming on through, as well as the Human Torch, the Star-Lord, and the Psylocke, which we would kind of expect from you guys given the fact of how predominant you've been in the past. Was there a composition that Citadel had no idea you had in the back pocket that you'd been preparing for this moment?
No, I wouldn't say we were like hiding any comps. Just if we played any new comps today, it's just because we think it's the best comp in that moment, and maybe that moment hadn't come before in the match. So we just always play what's best. We don't really hide stuff. We just play what we think is gonna work.
Now you're headed to Atlanta for DreamHack for the first LAN for Virtus.pro. Is there any team internationally you guys would really like to play against?
I mean, Envy and FlyQuest especially, because I like the other two best teams in the world. So now we already beat Navi and Citadel, so now I want to also beat Envy and FlyQuest.
Do you have anything that you want to say to your fans who've been supporting you? Because you guys have been a team literally since the beginning, essentially, of Marvel Rivals esports. So do you have, taking this opportunity, the moment to speak to everyone who's been there always cheering for Virtus.pro?
Yeah, I mean, we see in every chat and every like corner of the community, we see we have a lot of support and a lot of people love us. So I want to thank everyone for all the support you give us. And I want to thank my family and friends and my teammates, of course, and of course Virtus Pro for believing in us after we didn't do great last time when we didn't qualify for China. But I'm happy they believed in us and gave us a bigger chance to show people what we're worth.
All right, that belief was well placed, and you have earned your crown finally, Fincy. Best of luck in Atlanta, and make sure that you win it for us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
Reigning champion Vanguard Fincy from Virtus Pro. Mox, it was hard fought, it was contentious. I think a lot of power rankings might have been very wrong, but we have finally reached the end of our Ignite Stage 2 for EMEA.
And we have our 3 teams that we are going to be sending with very high and I think well-founded hopes off to Atlanta DreamHack. We have 3 teams who, in my opinion, can all lift that trophy at the end of the year. I cannot wait to get to see how they're going to be able to interact with all of the teams internationally, especially given the fact that we're still going to be waiting to see some of the regions that are going to be able to make it as America continues as they began a little bit later.
All right, catch America later, but when it comes to Atlanta, you can root for us. I promise. It's not that biased, and maybe a little bit, but at least should be winning at the end, so it's worth it. Thank you so much for joining Mox and I. It's been our absolute pleasure, alongside Ryan, Tedger, and all of our production behind the scenes to bring you the action from EMEA, and we will see you for DreamHack Atlanta.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. remember who you